Chapter 50. The Retreat That Killed 500,000 Men. The Berezina River Crossing, 1812. The army that had already lost. The Grande Army that crossed the Berezina River in late November 1812 was not the army that had entered Russia in June. The force that had invaded Russia was approximately 685,000 men from across the Napoleonic Empire: French, Polish, German, Italian, Dutch, Spanish, Portuguese. By the time the remnants reached the Berezina, the river that stood between the retreating French and the relative safety of the Niemen River and the western bank, perhaps 100,000 men remained in any condition to fight, with an additional mass of sick, wounded, and frozen stragglers, camp followers, and non-combatants that swelled the number approaching the crossing to perhaps 80,000 more. The retreat from Moscow had been one of the most terrible military disasters in history. Napoleon had occupied Moscow in September, waited for Alexander I to negotiate, found no negotiation forthcoming, and been forced to begin withdrawing in October when the winter that Barclay de Tolly and Kutuzov had been waiting for arrived early and savagely. The Grande Army retreated along the same road it had advanced on, a road it had stripped of everything edible on the way east in temperatures that dropped to -40°C, with no winter equipment, no adequate food, and with Cossack cavalry harassing the flanks and rear continuously. By the time the army reached the Berezina, 3 Russian armies were converging: Admiral Chichagov's army of the Danube from the south, Wittgenstein's corps from the north, and Kutuzov's main army pursuing from the east. Napoleon was trying to cross a river at Borisov, his only crossing point, and Chichagov had captured Borisov and destroyed the bridge. The crossing appeared impossible. The bridges and the crossing. Napoleon's engineers, the pontonniers under General Ebel, performed one of the most remarkable feats of military engineering in the campaign's history. Working in freezing water, building pontoon bridges from the timber of demolished houses and whatever other materials could be found, they constructed 2 bridges across the Berezina at a ford near Studenka, one for infantry and artillery, one for cavalry and wheeled vehicles. The crossing began on November 25 and continued for 3 days under conditions of extreme cold, Russian artillery fire from multiple directions, and the mounting chaos of tens of thousands of people trying to cross 2 narrow bridges. The military units crossed first, maintaining discipline under fire from Wittgenstein's forces to the north. The mass of stragglers, camp followers, sick, and wounded waited on the eastern bank while the disciplined units crossed, waiting for a gap that repeatedly failed to open. On November 28, Napoleon ordered the bridges burned to prevent the crossing from being used by the Russian forces that were closing in. The burning of the bridges left approximately 10,000 to 20,000 people: the sick, the wounded, the stragglers who had waited rather than forcing their way through on the eastern bank. Some tried to cross on the ice, some drowned, some were captured, some were killed in the Russian assault that followed. Ebel and his pontonniers. The engineers who built the bridges across the Berezina are among the genuine heroes of the 1812 campaign, and their heroism is of a specifically unglamorous kind. They stood in freezing water for hours at a time, working on bridge construction that required the specific skills of military engineering, knowing that the army's survival depended on their completing the work before the Russian armies closed in. General Ebel had been ordered by Napoleon to destroy his pontoon equipment earlier in the retreat to reduce the weight on the exhausted horses. He had kept what he needed, the equipment necessary to build the bridges at Studenka. His decision to retain it, against orders, was the specific act of military judgment that made the crossing possible. He died of exhaustion in December 1812, within weeks of the crossing, having given whatever he had left to the construction of the bridges that saved a portion of the army. Napoleon's account of the Berezina crossing emphasized the success: approximately 40,000 effective soldiers and perhaps 40,000 more stragglers crossed the river and continued west, and minimized the failure, the abandonment of perhaps 20,000 people on the eastern bank. The crossing is simultaneously a triumph of military engineering and a catastrophe of scale that no amount of engineering could fully address. The army that survived the Berezina was a fraction of the army that had entered Russia. It was enough to constitute an organized military force, but not enough to defend the empire that Napoleon had built around its strength. The end and what it made. The retreat from Moscow, of which the Berezina was the most dramatic episode, killed approximately 400,000 men and effectively destroyed the Grande Army as the dominant military force in Europe. Napoleon raised new armies in 1813 and conducted a remarkable campaign against the coalition that formed against him, winning several battles with men who had not yet learned the skills that the Grande Army had possessed. But the trained corps, the veterans who had been the instrument of his military genius through a decade of victories, was gone in the snows of Russia. The Prussian reforms that Scharnhorst and Gneisenau had been implementing since the disaster of Jena in 1806 produced an army that fought the 1813 campaign with a competence that the pre-1806 Prussian army had lacked. The Russian army that had defeated Napoleon's strategic concept, if not his battlefield tactics, emerged from the 1812 campaign with enormous confidence and a new understanding of their own resilience. The Austrian army that had been reformed since its earlier defeats was willing to commit to the coalition once it was clear that Napoleon was vulnerable. The Battle of Leipzig in October 1813, the Battle of Nations, in which approximately 600,000 men fought in 4 days, produced the defeat that expelled Napoleon from Germany. The Berezina crossing saved Napoleon from immediate capture and gave him the materials for 1 more year of fighting. It was not enough. The army of 500,000 men that had entered Russia in June 1812 and had been reduced to tens of thousands on the banks of the Berezina was the army that had sustained 20 years of French military supremacy. Its destruction produced the coalition victory that the previous 20 years had failed to achieve. The river that the engineers crossed in freezing water was the river at which Napoleon's Europe ended. General Ebel ordered the bridges at Studenka burned at 9 in the morning on November 29, 1812, while thousands of people were still on the eastern bank waiting to cross. He reportedly wept as he gave the order. The alternative, leaving the bridges intact and allowing the Russian armies to use them, would have allowed the pursuing Russian forces to cross and complete the destruction of the Grande Army's remnants. The weeping general who burned the bridges that he had built saved the army by abandoning the people the army could not save. 1812, Napoleon's fatal march on Moscow, Adam Zamoyski, 2004. Chapter 51. The ridge where 19 years of victory ended. The Battle of Waterloo, 1815. The 100 Days. Napoleon escaped from Elba on February 26, 1815, landed in southern France on March 1, and was in Paris on March 20, having walked through the army sent to stop him and converted it, regiment by regiment, to his side. The Bourbon King Louis XVIII fled without a shot being fired. It was the most remarkable personal political comeback in European history, accomplished in 19 days and entirely through the force of personality and the loyalty of an army that had followed him for 20 years. The Congress of Vienna, which was remaking the map of Europe in Napoleon's absence, immediately declared him an outlaw and began organizing the coalition that would destroy him. Napoleon understood the mathematics. The coalition would eventually assemble approximately 1 million soldiers. He had perhaps 280,000 available immediately. He needed to strike before the coalition could concentrate to destroy the nearest Allied forces in Belgium before the Austrians and Russians could bring their armies to bear. He had done this before, many times, with smaller forces against larger coalitions. The principle was sound. The execution required perfection. In Belgium, 2 Allied armies were wintering, Wellington's Anglo-Dutch force of approximately 93,000 and Blücher's Prussian army of approximately 117,000. Napoleon's plan was to drive between them, defeat each in turn before they could unite, and then either force a peace or march on the other coalition armies one by one. On June 15, 1815, the French army crossed into Belgium. In 48 hours, everything had gone both better and worse than Napoleon had planned. The eve and the morning. On June 16, Napoleon attacked the Prussians at Ligny with his main force while Marshal Ney engaged Wellington's advance guard at Quatre Bras. Ligny was a French tactical victory. The Prussians retreated, but not the annihilation Napoleon needed, partly because Ney was unable to keep his force from being drawn into an escalating engagement at Quatre Bras rather than supporting the main attack. The d'Erlon Corps, approximately 20,000 men, spent June 16 marching between the 2 engagements, reaching neither in time to be decisive at either. Wellington chose his ground for the decisive battle with the care that had characterized his defensive campaigns in Portugal and Spain, a ridge at Mont Saint-Jean near the village of Waterloo, with a reverse slope that would shelter his infantry from French artillery and a right flank anchored by the fortified farm of Hougoumont. He needed the Prussians to arrive before he was overwhelmed. Blücher, whose army had retreated north rather than east after Ligny, had promised to come. Napoleon had detached Marshal Grouchy with 33,000 men to pursue the Prussians and prevent them from joining Wellington. Grouchy spent June 17 and most of June 18 pursuing in the wrong direction. On the morning of June 18, Wellington had approximately 68,000 men on the ridge at Waterloo. Napoleon had approximately 73,000. Grouchy was not there. The Prussians were coming. The Battle and the Guard. The Battle of June 18, 1815 lasted approximately 9 hours and was decided by three converging factors: the extraordinary resilience of the British and Dutch infantry on the ridge, the arrival of the Prussian army on Napoleon's right flank in the afternoon, and the repulse of the Imperial Guard, Napoleon's elite infantry, the unit that had never been committed and never failed in the early evening. Napoleon delayed his main attack until approximately 11:30 in the morning, waiting for the ground to dry sufficiently for artillery to be deployed effectively. The delay gave the Prussians 4 additional hours of marching time. French attacks throughout the afternoon, cavalry charges against the British infantry squares, infantry assaults on Hougoumont and the centre of the ridge were repulsed at enormous cost. The British squares held against cavalry charges that would have broken less disciplined infantry. Hougoumont held against escalating attacks that consumed a disproportionate share of Napoleon's attention and force. At approximately 7 p.m., with the Prussians pressing his right flank and his army's morale fraying after hours of attack without breakthrough, Napoleon committed the Imperial Guard in a final assault against the British centre. The Guard had never been committed in a losing battle and had never been repulsed. When the British infantry, concealed by the reverse slope until the last moment, rose and delivered concentrated volleys that stopped the Guard's advance, and when the Guard then began to retreat, the French army collapsed. The cry "La Garde recule" spread through the French lines and produced a rout within minutes. The exile and what followed. Napoleon was captured, placed on HMS Bellerophon, and eventually exiled to St. Helena, a remote island in the South Atlantic from which escape was genuinely impossible. He died there in May 1821, at 51, either of stomach cancer or of arsenic poisoning, depending on which medical interpretation one accepts. He spent his last years dictating memoirs, managing his legend, and arguing that his defeats were the product of treachery and bad luck rather than strategic error. The memoirs were enormously influential. The legend Napoleonienne that they helped create shaped French and European political culture for generations. The Congress of Vienna that reconvened after Waterloo created the European settlement that the 100 Days had interrupted. The Concert of Europe, the system of great power consultation and cooperation that Metternich had designed to prevent another revolutionary upheaval, shaped European diplomacy for the following century. It produced the longest period of general European peace since the Roman Pax. There was no general European war from 1815 to 1914. The system that Waterloo made possible was the system that the First World War destroyed. Wellington described the battle as the nearest run thing you ever saw in your life and went on to a political career as Prime Minister, dominating British public life for another 35 years. He died in 1852, having outlived the empire whose defeat he had engineered and having served the kingdom whose survival his armies had ensured. Napoleon had wanted to be the master of Europe. Wellington had wanted only to prevent him. Both got something near what they wanted, but neither got quite what they had imagined. The farmer whose fields made up most of the Waterloo battlefield submitted a compensation claim to the Belgian government after the battle for the damage that 140,000 soldiers and their horses, artillery, and equipment had done to his crops and land. He received a fraction of what he claimed. The wars that determine the fate of empires are fought on someone's farmland, and the someone rarely receives adequate compensation. Waterloo, the history of 4 days, 3 armies, and 3 battles. Bernard Cornwell, 2014. Chapter 52. The 13 Days That Made Texas. The Siege of the Alamo, 1836. The mission and its garrison. The Alamo had been a Spanish colonial mission before it became a fortress, and it was a poor fortress by any military standard. Its walls were thick but low, its perimeter was too large for its garrison to defend effectively, and the gaps in its fortifications had been only partially addressed by the hasty preparations of the Texan garrison. The approximately 180 to 250 men who held it in February 1836 were volunteers American settlers who had come to Texas under the Mexican government's immigration program and who were now fighting for independence from the government that had invited them, along with Tejanos who had their own grievances against the centralist government of Santa Anna. The commander of the Mexican army besieging the Alamo was General Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna, who had marched north from Mexico City in winter conditions to put down the Texan rebellion before it could consolidate. His force surrounded the Alamo on February 23, 1836. He demanded unconditional surrender. The garrison's co-commanders, William Barrett Travis and James Bowie, refused. Bowie was already ill with what was probably typhoid fever. Travis was 26 years old and sent dispatches that read as if he knew they would be his last letters. Travis's famous letter of February 24, addressed to the people of Texas and all Americans in the world, declared that he would never surrender or retreat. It arrived at a moment when the provisional Texas government was too disorganized to send the relief that the garrison was requesting. The men in the Alamo knew, by the final days of the siege, that no relief was coming. The assault and the morning. Santa Anna ordered the final assault before dawn on March 6, 1836, after 12 days of siege. 4 columns of Mexican soldiers attacked the Alamo's walls simultaneously. A cavalry force waited outside to prevent escape. The assault was costly. Mexican casualties were between 400 and 600 killed because the Texan defenders, knowing there would be no quarter, fought with the ferocity of men who had nothing to lose. The walls were scaled, the gates were broken, and the fighting continued inside the compound for approximately 90 minutes. All of the Alamo's defenders died. The most famous deaths were those of the frontiersman Davy Crockett, who was either killed in the fighting or captured and subsequently executed, and James Bowie, who was reportedly killed in his sickbed. Travis was killed early in the assault. The approximately 200 women, children, and enslaved people inside the Alamo were released with a blanket and 2 pesos each and sent south to spread the word of what resistance to Santa Anna's authority produced. The survivors carried the story of the Alamo into a Texas that was in the process of declaring independence. The Texas Declaration of Independence was signed while the siege was ongoing. The specific details of the fight, the names of the defenders, the letters that Travis had written, were rapidly disseminated and immediately mythologized. Remember the Alamo became the rallying cry of the Texan army that defeated Santa Anna at San Jacinto 6 weeks later. San Jacinto and what followed. The Battle of San Jacinto on April 21, 1836 lasted approximately 18 minutes and produced the defeat that made Texas an independent republic. Sam Houston's army of approximately 900 surprised Santa Anna's force of approximately 1,400 during their afternoon siesta and routed it with the cry of "Remember the Alamo, remember Goliad." Santa Anna was captured the following day, disguised as a common soldier but identified when captured Mexican soldiers called him El President. Santa Anna negotiated his own freedom by signing the treaties of Velasco, which recognized Texas independence. The Mexican Congress subsequently repudiated the treaties, arguing that Santa Anna had signed under duress. The repudiation set up the subsequent history of the Texas-Mexico boundary dispute that would eventually produce the Mexican-American War of 1846–48 and the American acquisition of the modern American Southwest. The Republic of Texas existed as an independent state for 9 years before being annexed by the United States in 1845. The war that followed ended with the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848, by which Mexico ceded approximately 525,000 square miles of territory, modern California, Nevada, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, and parts of Colorado and Wyoming, to the United States. The 13 days at the Alamo, and the 18 minutes at San Jacinto, set in motion a chain of events that created the modern map of North America. The myth and the history. The Alamo has existed in American cultural consciousness primarily as a myth rather than as a historical event. The defenders have been portrayed as heroic Anglos dying for freedom against Mexican tyranny, a narrative that ignores the Tejano defenders who also died, the Mexican soldiers who also fought bravely, and the complicated motivations of men who had come to Texas as immigrants and were fighting for land grants and political rights as much as for abstract liberty. The specific claim that Travis drew a line in the sand and offered his garrison the choice to stay or leave, with all but one choosing to stay and fight, appears in a memoir published 30 years after the battle by a man who claimed to be one of the survivors. No contemporary account mentions the line. The claim is almost certainly legendary rather than historical. It has been repeated in virtually every subsequent account because it is precisely the kind of story that the myth requires, the voluntary choice of certain death for a principle. The history and the myth exist in productive tension that neither cancels the other. The Alamo was a real event in which real people died. The deaths produced real political consequences: the rallying of Texan resistance, the emotional mobilization that San Jacinto expressed that are not mythological. And the myth that the deaths produced has shaped American political culture in ways that are themselves historically real, even if the specific stories within the myth are not. Texas's origin story is the Alamo. That origin story is partly invention. The invention has shaped a state and, through the state's history, shaped a nation. William Barrett Travis, who commanded the Alamo's garrison and wrote the famous letter demanding that the world send reinforcements, was 26 years old when he died in the assault. He had left his wife and child in Alabama and come to Texas 2 years earlier to practice law. His letter has been described as one of the great documents of American history. It was written by a 26-year-old lawyer who knew he was going to die and wanted to be remembered correctly. Forget the Alamo, The Rise and Fall of an American Myth, Brian Barrow, Chris Tomlinson, and Jason Stanford, 2021. Chapter 53. The 3 Days That Saved the Union. The Battle of Gettysburg, 1863. The Invasion and Its Logic. Robert E. Lee's invasion of Pennsylvania in June 1863 was driven by a strategic logic that had become increasingly desperate. The Confederacy was not losing the war militarily. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia had won a remarkable series of engagements, including the near annihilation of Hooker's army at Chancellorsville in May, but it was losing the war economically. The Union blockade was strangling Confederate trade, Southern railroads were wearing out without replacement iron, the Confederate dollar had lost most of its value. The victories Lee was winning in Virginia were not translating into the political leverage that would bring the war to an acceptable end. Lee's hope was that a successful invasion of Pennsylvania might do several things at once: relieve Virginia from the burden of being the primary theater of war during the crucial harvest season, threaten Philadelphia or Washington and force a political crisis in the North, bring European recognition of the Confederacy that would break the blockade, and demonstrate that the Union's military effort was not producing results. Above all, a decisive Confederate victory on Northern soil might break the Northern public's will to continue the war before the South's own resources gave out. The strategy was a gamble, and Lee knew it. His army was the one instrument that could not be replaced if it was destroyed. The armies came into contact at Gettysburg, a crossroads town in southern Pennsylvania, almost by accident. A Confederate division marching toward the town in search of shoes encountered Union cavalry under John Buford on July 1, and the engagement that began as a skirmish escalated as both sides fed reinforcements into a battle that neither commander had chosen as their preferred ground. Buford's decision to hold the ridges west and north of the town while infantry support arrived was the decision that gave the Union Army the terrain it needed for the 3 days that followed. 3 days. The first day, July 1, went badly for the Union. Confederate forces drove the Union 1st and 11th Corps back through the town and up to Cemetery Hill and Cemetery Ridge south of Gettysburg. The retreat through Gettysburg streets was chaotic. Thousands of Union soldiers were captured in the town's alleys and yards. But the position the retreating soldiers took on Cemetery Ridge and Culp's Hill was strong, a fishhook-shaped ridge with interior lines that allowed rapid reinforcement of any threatened point. Lieutenant General Richard Ewell's failure to take Culp's Hill and Cemetery Hill on the evening of July 1, he judged it impractical, declined the discretionary order Lee had given him, handed the Union Army the night to consolidate what might have been a catastrophe into a defensible line. The second day, July 2, saw Lee attack both Union flanks in a coordinated assault that nearly succeeded. On the left, Longstreet's corps struck the Union position in the Peach Orchard and Devil's Den in the afternoon heat, nearly taking Little Round top the rocky hill that anchored the Union left and from which Confederate artillery would have enfiladed the entire Union line before the 20th Maine Infantry under Colonel Joshua Chamberlain made its celebrated stand. Chamberlain, a college professor who had taught rhetoric at Bowdoin, ordered the bayonet charge that drove the Confederates back when his men had fired their last cartridges. On the right, Ewell attacked Culp's Hill and Cemetery Hill but was repulsed after hard fighting in the dark. The Union position held, barely, and at considerable cost. The third day, July 3, brought Pickett's charge, approximately 12,500 Confederate soldiers advancing across nearly a mile of open ground against the center of the Union line on Cemetery Ridge, preceded by a 2-hour Confederate artillery bombardment of approximately 170 guns, the largest such bombardment in American military history to that point. The bombardment overshot. Most of the shells passed over the Union infantry sheltering behind the ridge's reverse slope and landed in the artillery park and supply trains behind the Union line, leaving the infantry largely intact. When the Confederate infantry advanced in parade ground formation under the July sun, Union artillery opened from the flanks and Union infantry rose from behind the ridge. The charge reached the Union line at a point known as the Angle, a small section of stone wall, and was stopped there in close quarters fighting. Confederate casualties were approximately 50% of those who charged. Lee's invasion of Pennsylvania was over. The retreat and the address. Lee retreated south on July 4 in a wagon train of wounded and supplies that stretched for 17 miles through the rain, a column of suffering that took 21 hours to pass a single point. Meade was criticized by Lincoln, who was bitterly disappointed, and by subsequent historians for not pressing the pursuit more aggressively and for allowing Lee's army to recross the Potomac before it could be trapped. The criticism has merit but ignores what Meade had available. The Army of the Potomac had suffered approximately 23,000 casualties over 3 days, its commanders were exhausted, and its supply situation was chaotic. The army that had defended Gettysburg was not, on July 4, in condition for the sustained aggressive pursuit that Lincoln wanted. The Confederate casualties at Gettysburg were approximately 28,000, a third of the Army of Northern Virginia, including many of its most experienced officers and the irreplaceable veterans who formed the backbone of its fighting capacity. Lee would fight with extraordinary skill for 2 more years after Gettysburg, conducting the most celebrated defensive campaign in American military history against Grant's overwhelming resources in the Overland Campaign of 1864. But he would never again have the offensive capacity to carry the war north. The attrition that Gettysburg had inflicted was attrition the Confederacy, with its smaller population and diminishing resources, could not absorb. The strategic logic that had brought Lee to Pennsylvania, that one great victory might end the war, had been answered by 3 days of fighting that consumed the force needed to achieve it. 4 months after the battle, Abraham Lincoln delivered the Gettysburg Address at the dedication of the military cemetery on the site, a speech of 272 words that proposed a specific and radical interpretation of what the dead had died for. The men had not died, Lincoln argued, to restore a union that existed for its own sake, but to test whether a nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal could endure. The proposition was not obviously true in a world of monarchies, aristocracies, and slave-holding republics. Gettysburg's dead had answered the question with their bodies, and their answer, Lincoln insisted, was binding on the living. The address and its argument. Lincoln's Gettysburg Address was not widely celebrated in its immediate reception. The primary orator at the dedication was Edward Everett, who spoke for 2 hours before Lincoln's 2 minutes, and contemporary newspaper accounts did not always distinguish clearly between the two speeches in terms of their impact. The address became canonical over the following decades, as its specific formulations conceived in liberty, all men are created equal, government of the people, by the people, for the people were repeated and anthologized and recited in classrooms until they became the standard vocabulary of American democratic self-understanding. The specific argument Lincoln made was more radical than its subsequent canonization suggests. He was redefining the purpose of the war in real time, while the war was still being fought, in front of an audience that had not necessarily signed on to his redefinition. The war had begun as a war to preserve the Union. Lincoln was arguing at Gettysburg that it was a war to prove the viability of democratic self-government itself a universal claim, not merely an American one. The universalization made the Union cause something that anyone, including the European powers the Confederacy was hoping to win over, should be able to identify with. But it also committed the United States to a principle that the nation had not yet honored equal creation and that Lincoln knew it would have to honor if the speech was to mean what it said. The 50,000 dead of Gettysburg are the specific people whose deaths Lincoln was interpreting and consecrating. The men on both sides fought for reasons that were more specific and more various than Lincoln's formulation acknowledges, for their states, their communities, their families, their honor, their immediate comrades. Lincoln's genius was to take those specific deaths and give them a meaning large enough to bear the weight of what the country needed to become. The 3 days at Gettysburg, and the 2 minutes at Gettysburg Cemetery 4 months later, remain the gravitational center of American national identity. Joshua Chamberlain, who commanded the 20th Maine Infantry at Little Round Top and ordered the bayonet charge that held the hill when the regiment had run out of ammunition, survived the war having been wounded 6 times in total. He was present at Appomattox when Lee surrendered and was chosen by Grant to accept the Confederate soldiers' salute as they stacked their arms. He went on to serve 4 terms as governor of Maine and as president of Bowdoin College. The Killer Angels, Michael Shara, 1974. Chapter 54. The March That Made War Unromantic. Sherman's March to the Sea, 1864. The General with a Different Theory. William Tecumseh Sherman had a theory about the Civil War that most of his contemporaries found disturbing. The theory was this, that the Confederate armies in the field were not the real source of Confederate resistance, and that destroying them in battle, which Grant was attempting to do in Virginia at appalling cost, would not by itself end the war. The real source of Confederate resistance was the Confederate population's will to continue fighting, and that will was sustained by a specific belief that Confederate territory was safe, that the war was happening somewhere else, that the plantations and farms and towns of the Deep South were insulated from the violence that was consuming Virginia and Tennessee. Sherman proposed to destroy that belief along with the infrastructure that sustained it. The March to the Sea. Sherman's advance from Atlanta to Savannah between November 15 and December 21, 1864, with approximately 60,000 Union soldiers cutting a path approximately 60 miles wide through the heart of Georgia, was the operational expression of this theory. Sherman's army lived off the land, consuming or destroying everything of military value in its path. Railroads were torn up and the rails heated over burning crossties and bent around trees. Sherman's neckties, the soldiers called them supply depots, burned, livestock consumed, cotton gins demolished. Sherman estimated the total damage at approximately $100 million in 1864 dollars. The march was not pillage, it was policy. The march was not, by the standards of the wars that followed it, exceptionally brutal toward civilians. Sherman's orders specifically prohibited deliberate killing of non-combatants and the burning of dwellings. The actual behavior of foraging parties was rougher than the orders specified, but the march was not a massacre. What it was something that American military culture in 1864 found genuinely shocking: the calculated, systematic targeting of a civilian economy as a legitimate military objective. Sherman was not apologetic about this. He believed he was shortening the war. He was probably right. The march and its logic. Sherman's operational concept required a leap of logistical faith. He would cut himself off entirely from his supply line, burn the railroad behind him to prevent Confederate use, and sustain 60,000 men for 6 weeks on what Georgia's countryside could provide. His staff calculated the food and forage requirements and concluded that Georgia's autumn harvest, ripe and largely ungathered when the march began, could sustain the army if the foraging was organized efficiently. It was. Each corps sent out foraging parties that ranged 15 miles on each side of the march route, collecting everything edible and delivering it to the column's central supply wagons. The army ate well throughout the march. The communities it moved through did not. The psychological impact of the march on the Confederate population was probably greater than the material damage, considerable as that was. The Confederate home front had been sustained by distance, the belief that whatever was happening at the front was far away, that the farms and the families were safe. Sherman's army made that belief impossible to hold. In county after county, families watched Union soldiers eat their livestock, carry off their corn, tear up the railroad that connected them to markets and supplies. The sense of Confederate military impotence that the march produced, the demonstration that a Union army could walk 300 miles through the heart of the Confederacy without facing serious opposition, was as damaging to Confederate morale as the physical destruction. Savannah fell on December 21, 1864, its garrison evacuating rather than face siege. Sherman's famous telegram to Lincoln, "I beg to present you as a Christmas gift the city of Savannah," was the kind of rhetorical flourish that Sherman, who had a gift for the memorable phrase alongside his gift for logistics, deployed with precision. Lincoln's response was warm and genuine. The march had been a strategic success by every measure Sherman had defined. It had demonstrated Confederate vulnerability, damaged Confederate infrastructure on a scale that would require years to repair, demoralized a civilian population that had believed itself safely behind the lines, and freed approximately 25,000 enslaved people who attached themselves to the column. The Carolinas and the end. Sherman's subsequent march through the Carolinas February to April 1865 was more destructive than the Georgia March, particularly in South Carolina, which Sherman's soldiers regarded as the cradle of secession and the state most responsible for the war they had spent 4 years fighting. Columbia, the South Carolina capital, was burned on the night of February 17 to 18, 1865, in circumstances that remain disputed. Sherman blamed Confederate troops who fired cotton bales before evacuating. Confederate accounts blamed Union soldiers. The fire was probably the result of both parties' actions in conditions of wind, confusion, and the specific combination of liberated whiskey and accumulated grievance that characterizes the passage of armies through enemy capitals. The march through the Carolinas achieved its objectives with a comprehensiveness that surprised even Sherman. Johnston's Confederate army in North Carolina was unable to stop the advance. The forces that might have concentrated against Sherman were being consumed by Grant's relentless pressure on Lee in Virginia. Lee's surrender to Grant at Appomattox on April 9, 1865 was followed by Johnston's surrender to Sherman at Durham Station on April 26. The terms Sherman offered Johnston were generous, so generous that Washington initially rejected them as tantamount to political recognition of the Confederate state governments, and Sherman had to renegotiate them on stricter military terms. The general who had made war hell was surprisingly gentle when it came to making peace. Sherman's march entered military theory as one of the founding examples of what 20th-century strategists would call total war, the deliberate targeting of an enemy's economic and social infrastructure rather than limiting military action to the armies in the field. The concept Sherman had practiced in Georgia and the Carolinas would be extended by subsequent generations to include the strategic bombing campaigns of the Second World War and the economic siege strategies of modern conflict. Each extension raised the same moral question that Sherman's march raised: at what point does the legitimate targeting of an enemy's will to fight become the illegitimate punishment of civilian populations for the decisions of their governments? The theory and its inheritance. Sherman's strategic insight that war against armies is insufficient and that war against the will of the population that sustains those armies is necessary for decisive results has been profoundly influential and profoundly troubling in equal measure. He stated it with a bluntness that most subsequent practitioners of the same strategy have preferred to soften: war is cruelty and you cannot refine it. The cruelty he was willing to practice was specific and calibrated. He targeted property and infrastructure, not people. The calibration matters. It also has limits that Sherman's successors have not always respected. The troubling aspect is that the same logic that Sherman used to shorten the Civil War has been used to justify targeting civilian populations in ways that Sherman's practice generally stopped short of. The principle that breaking civilian will is a legitimate military objective has proven capable of enormous moral expansion in the hands of commanders and governments less scrupulous than Sherman. The firebombing of Dresden and Tokyo applied Sherman's logic to incendiary weapons dropped from aircraft. The strategic bombing campaigns of the Second World War carried the idea that civilian suffering could force political capitulation to conclusions that Sherman himself might not have recognized as continuous with what he had done in Georgia. Sherman himself was remarkably precise about what he was doing and why. His famous statement "War is hell" was not an apology or an expression of regret. It was an argument that the best way to make war less terrible was to make it shorter, and that making it shorter required making it more terrible for the people who sustained it. The argument contains its own refutation, which Sherman did not acknowledge. If making war more terrible shortens it, then making it more terrible still might shorten it further, until there is no logical stopping point except total destruction. Sherman stopped well short of that point, constrained by his own moral sense and by the specific context of a civil war in which the defeated population would need to be reintegrated into the national body. His successors, fighting foreign enemies in a world of more lethal weapons, felt fewer constraints. The march that made war unromantic also, inadvertently, showed the way to wars that were worse. Sherman's march consumed or destroyed an estimated 4,000 horses and mules, 9,500 cattle, 1,200 hogs, and 4.5 million pounds of corn and fodder, the material basis of Georgia's agricultural economy for a generation. The freed enslaved people who attached themselves to the march column, approximately 25,000, followed Sherman's army, represented an additional dimension of the march's strategic effect, the destruction of the plantation economy's labor force alongside its physical infrastructure. Sherman's March, Burke Davis, 1980. Chapter 55. The river town nobody thought mattered. The Siege of Vicksburg, 1863. The Gibraltar of the Confederacy. Jefferson Davis called Vicksburg the nail that held the two halves of the Confederacy together, and the metaphor was more than political rhetoric. The city sat on high bluffs 200 feet above the Mississippi River at a point where the river made a sharp hairpin turn, giving Confederate artillery on those bluffs commanding fields of fire in both directions. No Union vessel could pass without running a gauntlet of guns. As long as Vicksburg held, the Confederacy could move men and supplies between its eastern states Virginia, Georgia, the Carolinas, and its western states Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, that provided the beef, the horses, and a significant fraction of the manpower that sustained those armies. If Vicksburg fell, the Confederacy would be cut in two. Grant had been trying to take Vicksburg since late 1862 and had failed in several attempts that were logistically, tactically, or climatically disastrous. He had tried to dig a canal across the De Soto Peninsula that would bypass Vicksburg's guns. The river refused to cooperate. He had tried amphibious operations through the Louisiana bayous that proved impenetrable. By April 1863, he had been stuck north of Vicksburg through a winter of mud and frustration, and the political pressure to show results was intense. His solution was a plan so audacious that both his fleet commander and his most trusted subordinate William Sherman thought it would fail. He ran his supply fleet past the Vicksburg batteries at night, absorbing the fire and losing some vessels, and moved his army south to cross the Mississippi below the city on the east bank. The plan required living off the land during the inland march because supply wagons could not keep up with the pace Grant intended to set. It required moving through Confederate-held Mississippi with Confederate forces potentially converging from multiple directions. It required Grant to trust that he could move faster than his enemies could concentrate against him, a bet on his own operational speed that his previous campaigns had justified and that Vicksburg would confirm. His own admiral thought it would fail. Sherman thought it would fail, and said so in writing, which Grant filed away and later noted Sherman had the grace to acknowledge as mistaken. Grant executed it anyway, with the confidence of a commander who had decided that the risk of action was smaller than the certainty of continued failure. The campaign and the siege. The inland campaign from the crossing of the Mississippi at Bruinsburg on April 30 to the investment of Vicksburg beginning May 18 lasted 17 days and produced 5 victories in 5 battles. Grant's army of approximately 45,000 moved faster than the Confederate forces under General John Pemberton could concentrate against it, winning at Port Gibson, Raymond, and the state capital Jackson before turning west toward Vicksburg. At Champion Hill on May 16, Grant fought and won the decisive engagement of the campaign, a pitched battle in which Pemberton, attempting to strike Grant's flank, was instead struck in his own flank and driven back toward Vicksburg with his army seriously damaged. The crossing that Grant's critics had called suicidal had in 27 days maneuvered the most powerful Confederate force in the West into a fortified position from which it could not escape. The siege that followed lasted 47 days. Grant tried frontal assaults on May 19 and May 22 and was repulsed with significant casualties. The May 22 assault was particularly costly, and Grant later admitted it should not have been ordered. He then settled in for a methodical siege. His army was reinforced to approximately 70,000. He built an elaborate system of encircling trenches and fieldworks that eventually extended for 12 miles around the city's landward perimeter, and he waited with the patience that was perhaps his most underestimated quality. Inside Vicksburg, Pemberton's 30,000 soldiers and the city's civilian population ate their horses, then their mules, then dogs and rats, then a bread made from pea meal and ground corn cobs that soldiers called pea bread and that barely sustained life. The citizens dug caves in the hillside to shelter from Union artillery fire that never entirely stopped. Pemberton surrendered on July 4, 1863, the day after Pickett's charge had failed at Gettysburg, a coincidence of timing that Lincoln received with enormous relief when the news arrived together. The choice of July 4 was Pemberton's. He believed Union soldiers would be more generous on Independence Day, a calculation that proved correct. Grant's terms were lenient, paroling the Confederate soldiers rather than sending them to prison camps. Lincoln, receiving the combined news of Vicksburg and Gettysburg, wrote to Grant, "I now wish to make the personal acknowledgement that you were right and I was wrong." The father of waters, as Lincoln put it, again went unvexed to the sea. The Confederacy had been cut in two. Grant and his method. The Vicksburg campaign established Ulysses Grant as the Union's most effective commander and demonstrated a method of warfare that military historians would later describe as the operational art, the ability to conduct a campaign at a scale between individual battles and grand strategy, using movement and maneuver to create the conditions in which battles become favorable before they are fought. Grant's Vicksburg campaign is studied in military schools as a model of operational maneuver. The river crossing, the inland march, the 5 battles in 17 days, the investment that converted battlefield success into strategic result. It is the template for what American military doctrine came to call deep operations. Lincoln, who had been through a long series of commanders who won battles and then let the moment slip, who advanced and then retreated, who asked for more men and more time rather than using what they had recognized in Grant, something he had been looking for since the war began. "I can't spare this man," Lincoln reportedly said when critics demanded Grant's removal after the costly Battle of Shiloh in 1862. "He fights." The man who had taken Vicksburg was the man Lincoln brought east to command all Union armies in 1864, and the overland campaign that Grant then directed the relentless pressure on Lee through the Wilderness, Spotsylvania, Cold Harbor, and the Siege of Petersburg applied the same method at the strategic scale. Find the enemy, engage them, press without pause, accept casualties as the price of continuous pressure that the Confederacy's inferior resources could not absorb indefinitely. The arithmetic that Grant understood and that his critics often missed was this: the Union could replace its losses and the Confederacy could not. An army that loses 50,000 men and receives 60,000 replacements is stronger than it was. An army that loses 30,000 men and receives 10,000 replacements is weaker. The question was not how many men Grant was losing but what rate of exchange the Confederacy could sustain. Vicksburg's capture had shown what the answer was when Grant was allowed to operate without excessive interference. The Overland Campaign confirmed it. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, which had never lost a battle it had chosen to fight on its own terms, was worn to exhaustion and surrender by an enemy who refused to accept that battle results were decisive. The 4th of July that wasn't celebrated. Vicksburg did not celebrate the 4th of July as a holiday for 81 years after the Confederate surrender until 1944, when the global war against fascism provided a context in which the city's specific local grievance was temporarily subordinated to national unity. The non-celebration is a precise measurement of the depth of the wound. Pemberton had specifically chosen July 4th for the surrender because he believed Union soldiers would be more generous on Independence Day. The calculation that the date's symbolism would benefit the defeated turned out to be backward. The date that was supposed to produce generosity produced instead a permanent association between Vicksburg's defeat and American national celebration that the city's Confederate loyalists found intolerable for 8 decades. The 81 years of non-celebration captures something that the military history of the campaign does not fully address. The Civil War was fought for political purposes that its military history tends to dissolve into questions of tactics and command. Vicksburg was fought to determine whether the Mississippi River would belong to a united nation or to 2 separate ones, and behind that question was the larger question of whether a nation half slave and half free could continue to exist. The people who celebrated on July 4, 1863, and the people who refused to celebrate, had different answers to that question, and the 81 years of difference between them is the measure of how much the question still mattered. The National Cemetery at Vicksburg contains approximately 17,000 Union soldiers, of whom about 13,000 are unknown, buried with the designation Unknown U.S. Soldier that tells you everything and nothing. The Confederate soldiers who died in the siege are buried in a separate cemetery nearby, as they are at every major Civil War battlefield. The dead of the 2 sides who fought each other across these grounds and who share the same soil have not, in 160 years, been officially combined. The country they share is the country that the battles made and that the battles are still making, slowly and incompletely, in the ways that matter beyond the military outcome. The river town that nobody thought mattered turned out to matter enormously, and it has been mattering ever since. The civilian population of Vicksburg spent the 47-day siege in caves dug into the city's hillsides, coming out at intervals to find food and assess the artillery damage. The caves, some of which were quite elaborate, with furniture and multiple rooms, became a distinctive feature of the Vicksburg siege experience that civilian accounts describe with a mixture of pride and horror. The memory of the caves became central to Vicksburg's Civil War identity, representing a civilian resilience that outlasted the military defeat. Vicksburg, the campaign that opened the Mississippi, Michael B. Ballard, 2004. Chapter 56. The Iron Ships That Made Wooden Navies Obsolete. Monitor vs. Virginia, 1862. The day before. On March 8, 1862, the Confederate ironclad Virginia, built on the salvaged hull of the Union frigate USS Merrimac, armored with iron plate 4 inches thick angled to deflect shot, and armed with 10 guns, sortied into Hampton Roads and demonstrated to the Union Navy and to every naval power watching that the age of wooden warships had ended in a single afternoon. The Virginia moved through the Union blockading squadron with an impunity that seemed almost impossible. Union shells struck her sloped iron sides and bounded off into the water. Her own guns sank the wooden frigate Cumberland, which went down with her guns still firing, drove the Congress aground and forced her surrender, and left the Minnesota grounded and helpless. By nightfall, the Virginia had destroyed or crippled 3 of the most powerful wooden warships in the Union Navy without receiving a wound that mattered. The panic in Washington the following morning was significant and not entirely irrational. Secretary of War Stanton reportedly told the cabinet that the Virginia could steam up the Potomac and shell the Capitol, could destroy the blockading squadrons from New York to New Orleans, and could change the entire course of the war single-handedly. This was exaggerated. The Virginia drew too much water to operate far from Hampton Roads, but it captured a genuine strategic reality. The wooden warship as a class had been rendered obsolete in the course of one afternoon, and the Union had hundreds of them on which it depended for the blockade that was its most powerful strategic weapon. What Stanton did not know as he delivered his alarmed assessment was that the Union had its own ironclad and that it had arrived in Hampton Roads the previous night, having survived a storm in the Atlantic that nearly sank it. The USS Monitor had been designed by John Ericsson, a Swedish-born engineer whose innovations had already transformed steam propulsion, on a concept that was radical even by the standards of the ironclad revolution. A nearly flat hull that presented almost nothing above the waterline for enemy guns to hit, with a rotating armored turret mounting two 11-inch guns that could fire in any direction regardless of the ship's heading. The Monitor was ugly, ungainly, and scorned by naval traditionalists. It worked. The engagement. The Battle of the Monitor and the Virginia on March 9, 1862 lasted approximately 4 hours and ended without a decisive result by the standards of traditional naval combat: no ship sunk, no fleet destroyed, no harbor taken. By the standards of what actually mattered strategically, it was completely decisive. The two ships circled each other in the waters of Hampton Roads, each attempting to find the range and angle that would penetrate the other's armor, and neither succeeded. The Monitor's 11-inch guns could not penetrate the Virginia's iron plating at the ranges at which the engagement was fought. The Virginia's guns battered the Monitor's turret repeatedly without breaking through it. Both ships took hits that would have been instantly fatal to wooden vessels. Neither was seriously damaged. The Virginia eventually withdrew because she was taking on water through her imperfectly sealed lower hull and because her commander, Catesby Jones, was uncertain whether the Monitor was maneuvering to ramming had been the Virginia's most effective weapon the day before. The Monitor's captain, John Worden, had been temporarily blinded early in the engagement when a Confederate shell struck the eye-hole through which he was observing, and command had passed to his executive officer. The battle ended not with a decisive blow but with mutual withdrawal into positions neither could easily attack. The naval attachés of Britain, France, and other powers who were watching from the shore understood immediately what they had witnessed. Every wooden warship in every navy in the world had been made irrelevant by the previous day's events. The draw of March 9 confirmed that ironclads could defeat each other and that the future of naval warfare was iron hulls and heavy guns. The specific significance for the British, who had the world's largest wooden battle fleet, was that their maritime supremacy, the foundation of the empire and of the balance of power, had been built on technology that was now obsolete. HMS Warrior, the first British iron-hulled armoured warship, had been launched in 1860. Britain's Admiralty was already building ironclads. But Warrior and her sisters had been the future. After Hampton Roads, they were the present and the past was burning. The revolution that followed. The engagement between the Monitor and the Virginia accelerated a naval revolution that the shipyards of Britain, France, and America had been beginning to execute since the 1850s. The French ironclad Gloire, launched in 1859, had been the first ocean-going armored warship. Britain's Warrior, responding to Gloire, was the first with an iron hull throughout. But both were still conceived as broadside warships, the tactical doctrine that had governed naval warfare since the 16th century. Ericsson's Monitor introduced the rotating turret, which allowed a ship to carry fewer, heavier guns and bring them to bear in any direction without maneuvering the ship itself. The turret replaced the broadside battery as definitively as the ironclad replaced the wooden ship. The Union Navy built approximately 50 Monitor-class vessels during the Civil War, using them with considerable effectiveness for coastal and river operations, the reduction of Confederate forts, the support of amphibious landings, the operations on the Mississippi and its tributaries where shallow-draft ironclads could go where nothing else could. The specific combination of low-profile, heavy armor, and rotating turret made the Monitors ideal for fighting at close range against shore fortifications. They were not good ocean-going vessels. The original Monitor sank in a storm off Cape Hatteras on December 31, 1862, with the loss of 16 men, but they were extraordinarily effective tools for the specific purpose the Union needed them for. The Virginia was scuttled in May 1862 when Norfolk fell to Union forces, her crew unable to get her over the shoals of the James River to safety. The Monitor was lost 8 months later in the Atlantic storm. Neither ship survived the war that had been transformed by their encounter. The turret that the Monitor carried into battle, recovered from the wreck off Cape Hatteras by marine archaeologists in 2002, sits in a conservation tank at the Mariners Museum in Newport News, Virginia, slowly being stabilized against the corrosion of a century and a half on the bottom of the Atlantic. The iron that changed naval warfare is still there, a few miles from the water where it changed it. The blockade and its weight. The strategic consequence of the Monitor Virginia engagement was the preservation of the Union blockade, the naval strategy that Lincoln had proclaimed at the war's beginning and that the Virginia had come within an afternoon of destroying. The blockade was never perfectly effective. Confederate blockade runners made fortunes importing European goods and exporting cotton, and the Confederate war effort was sustained partly by what got through. But the blockade was sufficiently effective to prevent the Confederacy from receiving the large-scale imports of weapons, ammunition, and manufacturing equipment that would have been necessary to close the gap between Southern and Northern industrial capacity. The specific shortages that the blockade created accumulated over 4 years into a cumulative disadvantage that Confederate military planners could never fully compensate for. Lee's army was chronically short of shoes, a mundane deficiency that affected the army's mobility and contributed to the loss of Gettysburg when Confederate forces were partly dispersed searching for shoes in Pennsylvania. Confederate artillery was chronically short of shells. Confederate railroads were chronically short of iron for track and locomotive repair, a shortage that progressively degraded the logistical network on which the Confederate war effort depended. None of these shortages was individually decisive. Together, they produced an army that could fight brilliantly with what it had but could not replace what it lost. The Monitor had been built in approximately 100 days from contract signing to launch, a speed of construction that reflected both the urgency of the moment and the quality of Ericsson's prefabricated design, which allowed components to be built simultaneously in different workshops and assembled rapidly. The Virginia had taken months to construct by improvising on the Merrimac's existing hull. The speed of the Monitor's construction was itself a statement about the war. The Union's industrial capacity could produce military technology at a pace that the Confederacy, with its smaller industrial base, could not match. The iron ships that made wooden navies obsolete also demonstrated, in the speed and scale of the Union's response, why the Confederacy was ultimately going to lose the war it had started. John Ericsson, who designed the Monitor in approximately 100 days between the contract signing and the ship's launch, was born in Sweden and had emigrated to the United States after an earlier career in Britain, where he had designed the screw propeller that replaced the paddle wheel in ocean steamships. His Monitor design incorporated the rotating turret that he had been trying to sell to various navies for years without success. The crisis of the Virginia's attack created the urgency that his proposal had previously lacked. Iron Dawn, the Monitor, the Merrimac, and the Civil War sea battle that changed history. Richard Snow, 2016. Chapter 57. The charge that everyone remembered wrong. The Battle of Balaclava, 1854. The war nobody needed. The Crimean War of 1853–56 was a conflict that none of its participants really needed, fought over a combination of Ottoman territorial integrity, Russian imperial ambition, and British and French anxieties about the balance of power in the Near East, triggered by a dispute between Orthodox and Catholic monks over custody of the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem. The specific cause was so obviously disproportionate to the war it produced that contemporary observers noted the absurdity. British and French forces landed in Crimea in September 1854 and besieged the Russian naval base at Sebastopol. The Battle of Balaclava on October 25, 1854 was fought when a Russian force attempted to break through to the British supply base at Balaclava Harbour, a success that would have cut off the British siege army from its supplies. The battle produced 3 separate engagements: the Thin Red Line, in which the 93rd Highlanders repulsed a Russian cavalry charge; the Charge of the Heavy Brigade, in which British heavy cavalry successfully charged uphill against a larger Russian force; and the Charge of the Light Brigade. The Charge of the Light Brigade has overshadowed the other 2 engagements so completely that many people who know the name of the battle do not know that the British also won 2 cavalry engagements that day. The charge itself was the result of a miscommunication. Lord Raglan ordered the Light Brigade to pursue retreating Russian forces and prevent them from carrying off captured British guns. The order was misinterpreted as a charge against the Russian main artillery battery at the far end of the valley. The charge. The Light Brigade charged the Russian guns at the end of the valley approximately 600 yards away, through crossfire from artillery on both flanks and cannon fire from the guns ahead. Captain Nolan, who had delivered the order and who apparently realized it was being misunderstood, rode forward apparently attempting to redirect it. He was killed almost immediately by a Russian shell, the first casualty of the charge he had inadvertently initiated. The brigade's 673 men at the start of the charge reached the Russian guns, overran them briefly, was pushed back by Russian lancers, and retired down the valley under continued artillery fire. The charge took approximately 20 minutes. Casualties were 118 killed, 127 wounded, and 60 taken prisoner. 375 horses were killed. When the French General Bosquet watched the charge, he reportedly said, "C'est magnifique, mais c'est enest par lager." The fuller quotation continues, "It is madness." Alfred Lord Tennyson's poem The Charge of the Light Brigade, written within weeks of the battle, canonized the charge as an act of heroic obedience. There's not to reason why, there's but to do and die. That was both a celebration of military valor and an implicit critique of the command failure that had sent men to die unnecessarily. The poem's tension between admiration and condemnation gave it a literary complexity that simple celebrations of military courage rarely achieve, and it became one of the most famous war poems in the English language. The Hospital and Florence Nightingale. The Crimean War is as significant in the history of medicine and public health as it is in the history of military tactics. Florence Nightingale arrived at the British military hospital at Scutari in November 1854 and found conditions she described as the worst she had ever seen. Soldiers dying of cholera, typhus, and dysentery at rates that dwarfed combat deaths, in hospitals without adequate sanitation, food, or nursing care. By her own analysis, approximately 4,000 soldiers had died of preventable disease in the first months of the campaign for every soldier killed in battle. Nightingale's campaign to improve hospital conditions, which she prosecuted with a combination of personal nursing care, administrative reorganization, and statistical analysis, reduced the death rate at Scutari from approximately 42% to approximately 2% over the course of the winter. The reduction was achieved through sanitation, proper food, and organized nursing care, which the military medical establishment had not previously considered its responsibility to provide. The statistical methods that Nightingale developed to demonstrate the relationship between sanitation and mortality, she invented the polar area chart as a visualization tool, were among the first applications of statistical analysis to public health advocacy. The nursing profession that she transformed from a disreputable occupation into a respected career, and the understanding of hospital sanitation that she promoted, saved more lives in the subsequent century than most military victories. The poem and the principle. Tennyson's poem about the Light Brigade raised, implicitly, a question about military obedience that subsequent military history has returned to repeatedly. Is it the soldier's duty to obey orders regardless of their evident foolishness? Or does the soldier have an obligation to refuse orders that will kill him and his comrades without purpose? The poem celebrates obedience. There's not to reason why, while simultaneously implying that the obedience that was celebrated was also the obedience that made the disaster possible. The 20th century's wars produced a more explicit engagement with this question. The Nuremberg Principles developed after the Second World War to establish that soldiers could be held individually responsible for crimes committed under orders were a direct repudiation of the "there's not to reason why" principle in its extreme form. The standing order that soldiers must not follow unlawful commands is now standard in most modern militaries. The Light Brigade's disaster was not the soldiers' failure they charged as ordered, with courage that was genuine regardless of the command failure, but the system's failure. A chain of command that passed an order through several officers, each of whom had the authority and arguably the obligation to question it, without anyone questioning it until it was too late. That failure is the one that military education should dwell on. The poem dwells on the charge. Florence Nightingale's statistical analysis of mortality at Scutari presented to the British government in a report illustrated with the polar area charts she invented for the purpose was one of the first uses of data visualization to drive public health policy. The charts showed clearly that more soldiers were dying of preventable disease than of battle wounds, a finding that seems obvious in retrospect but that required innovative statistical presentation to make convincing to a military establishment that believed disease was an inevitable accompaniment of campaigning. The reason why, the fatal charge of the Light Brigade, Cecil Woodham-Smith, 1953. Chapter 58. The Battlefield That Invented Mercy. The Battle of Solferino, 1859. The Businessman and the Battle. Henry Dunant was a Swiss businessman who arrived at the village of Solferino in northern Italy on June 24, 1859, the day after the bloodiest battle of the Italian Wars of Unification. He had come not for the battle, he was trying to see Napoleon III about a business matter, but he witnessed the aftermath and was transformed by it. The Battle of Solferino had been fought between the French and Piedmontese armies on one side and the Austrian army on the other, with approximately 300,000 soldiers engaged over a front of approximately 20 miles. By the time Dunant arrived, approximately 40,000 dead and wounded lay on the field and in the surrounding villages. The medical services of all three armies were overwhelmed. There were not enough surgeons, not enough bandages, not enough transport to collect and treat the wounded. Men lay where they had fallen, in summer heat, with wounds untreated and water unavailable. Dunant, who had no medical training but considerable organizational ability, organized the local civilian population to help treat the wounded of all three armies, regardless of nationality. Tutti fratelli, he reportedly told the Castiglione women who helped him, all are brothers. Dunant returned to Switzerland, published a memoir of what he had witnessed UN Souvenir de Solferino and proposed the establishment of permanent voluntary organizations to care for the wounded in wartime, operating under a neutral status that all belligerents would recognize. The proposal was the seed of the International Committee of the Red Cross, founded in Geneva in 1863, and of the Geneva Conventions that established the international legal framework for the protection of the wounded, prisoners of war, and civilians in armed conflict. The conventions and their content. The First Geneva Convention, signed on August 22, 1864 by 12 nations, established the principle that wounded soldiers on the battlefield were hors de combat out of the fight and therefore entitled to care and protection regardless of their nationality. It also established the Red Cross on a white background, the Swiss flag's colors reversed, as the universal symbol of medical neutrality. The convention was both idealistic and practical. It was idealistic in its assertion that warfare could be governed by humanitarian principles even in its most desperate moments. It was practical in recognizing that all armies had an interest in the protection of their own wounded, that the principle of medical neutrality benefited every army equally, making cooperation in its implementation a rational interest rather than an act of pure altruism. The subsequent Geneva Conventions, a second in 1906 extending protections to maritime warfare, a third in 1929 establishing protections for prisoners of war, a fourth in 1949 establishing protections for civilians, and additional protocols in 1977 and 2005, have expanded the original framework to cover virtually every category of person affected by armed conflict. The conventions have been violated repeatedly and comprehensively. They have also been respected frequently enough that the violations stand out as violations rather than as the norm. The Red Cross and its paradoxes. The International Committee of the Red Cross is simultaneously one of the most idealistic institutions in the world, committed to the principle that even in war, humanity has obligations, and one of the most pragmatic. It works within the framework of armed conflict rather than opposing it, accepting that wars will occur and attempting to reduce their worst consequences. The ICRC's operations in ongoing conflicts require maintaining the trust of belligerents who are actively killing each other, which requires a neutrality that sometimes appears as indifference to the justice of the underlying conflict. Dunant himself lived long enough to see the tensions emerge clearly. He died in 1910, having won the first Nobel Peace Prize in 1901, after spending years in poverty that he had created through the failure of the Algerian business venture that had taken him to Solferino in the first place. The man who had invented international humanitarian law had been unable to manage his own finances. The institution he created operated by principles he had articulated but could not personally sustain. The ICRC that exists today operates in approximately 80 countries with a budget of approximately 2 billion Swiss francs and employs approximately 20,000 people. It is the organizational expression of the insight that Dunant had on a battlefield in northern Italy in June 1859, that suffering soldiers are brothers regardless of which flag they were fighting under, and that organized mercy is both possible and necessary in the worst circumstances that human beings create for each other. What Solferino made. The international humanitarian law that Solferino produced, the Geneva Conventions, the protocols governing the conduct of war, the protections for non-combatants, is one of the few genuinely new ethical frameworks that the modern world has created. It rests on a paradox. It accepts the existence of war while insisting that war must be conducted within constraints that reduce its worst consequences. The partial and real success is measurable. The treatment of prisoners of war in conflicts where the Geneva Conventions are respected is significantly better than in conflicts where they are not. The protection of medical personnel and facilities, while imperfect, is sufficiently widespread that the Red Cross symbol carries meaning across most of the world's conflict zones. The prohibition on targeting civilians, while violated by some parties to most conflicts, has limited civilian casualties in ways that would not have occurred without. The legal and moral framework. Solferino is not famous in the way that Waterloo or Gettysburg or Stalingrad are famous. What matters is that a Swiss businessman arrived the day after a battle, organized mercy for the wounded of all three armies, went home and wrote a book, and proposed an institution that became the framework within which war and humanity have coexisted for the following century and a half. The battle that invented mercy invented it by accident, through the presence of one man with the organizational instinct to respond to catastrophe and the literary talent to describe it in terms that moved people to act. Henry Dunant, who won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1901 for founding the Red Cross, shared the prize with Frédéric Passy, the founder of the French peace movement, a pairing that captured the two main approaches to the problem of war: Dunant's acceptance of war's existence combined with efforts to humanize it, and Passy's effort to abolish war altogether. Both approaches have continued in parallel ever since, and neither has achieved its full objective. A Memory of Solferino, Henry Dunant, 1862. Chapter 59. The Afternoon That Made Germany. The Battle of Sedan, 1870. The war that Bismarck wanted. Otto von Bismarck had been engineering a war with France since the Austro-Prussian War of 1866, and the engineering was deliberate and patient in ways that were not visible until the finished product arrived. The 7 Weeks' War had established Prussian military dominance within the German states north of the Main River, but the southern German states remained outside the North German Confederation that Bismarck was building around Prussian power. The mutual defense treaties he had quietly concluded with these southern states would bring them into a German military alliance only if they were attacked by a common enemy. Bismarck needed a war in which France appeared to be the aggressor, and he set about creating one with the care of a craftsman. The occasion presented itself in the summer of 1870, through the candidacy of a Hohenzollern prince for the vacant Spanish throne. France objected strenuously to having a German prince on both sides of the Pyrenees. Prussia initially withdrew the candidacy under French diplomatic pressure. At this point Bismarck had a problem. The withdrawal had resolved the crisis before it could be converted into the war he needed. His solution was the Ems dispatch, a carefully edited version of a telegram reporting the exchange between the French ambassador and the Prussian king, from which Bismarck removed the diplomatic qualifications that had softened the encounter, leaving a document that read as a mutual insult in the most economical possible form. He sent it to the press. France declared war within days. The war that followed was completed in 6 weeks of campaigning that revealed the full extent of the military transformation Prussia had been executing since its embarrassment in 1806. The Prussian army mobilized and deployed at a speed that the French could not match. The Prussian railroad network had been built with military concentration in mind. The Krupp steel artillery outranged and outperformed the French bronze guns in every engagement. The Prussian command system decentralized, based on shared doctrine and mission orders that allowed subordinate commanders to exercise initiative within understood strategic frameworks, consistently outperformed the French system of centralized command that required decisions to travel up and down a chain before action could be taken. The surrender of an emperor. The Battle of Sedan on September 1–2, 1870 was less a battle than an annihilation conducted according to a script that the Prussian commanders had written and that the French, through a series of decisions each individually defensible and collectively catastrophic, had accepted. Napoleon's Third Army of approximately 120,000 men had been maneuvered into a position against the Belgian border with their lines of retreat cut, their supply situation desperate, and the city of Sedan at their backs offering fortification but no escape. Napoleon III was present on the battlefield, in such agony from bladder stones that he could barely sit a horse, having rouged his cheeks so that his soldiers would not see how ill he was. The cavalry breakouts that the French attempted were destroyed by Prussian artillery before they could develop into anything. The infantry assaults on the Prussian encirclement simply died on the slopes. Napoleon III surrendered the following morning, September 2, 1870, in a farmhouse at Donchery, where he met Bismarck for negotiations. Napoleon, the nephew of the greatest military commander in European history, in his rouged and suffering person, surrendering to the minister of a kingdom that had been a minor German state when his uncle was master of Europe. Bismarck was careful and correct in his manner and extracted from the negotiations exactly what he required: a personal surrender, an agreement to discuss armistice terms, and the implicit acknowledgement that the Napoleonic Empire was finished. The surrender of an emperor in the field, the first such event in Europe since Napoleon I's abdication in 1814, was a political earthquake whose aftershocks reshaped the continent. In Paris, news of the surrender produced the fall of the imperial government and the declaration of the French Third Republic within hours. The new government refused to accept that the war was over. It was a republic, it argued, not the empire that had been defeated, and republicans were not bound by a monarch's surrender. The war continued until January 1871, when Paris, besieged and starving, capitulated. In the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles, the palace of Louis XIV, the Sun King, whose own wars of expansion had been the glory of French power, Wilhelm I of Prussia was proclaimed German Emperor on January 18, 1871. The location was chosen by Bismarck with characteristic precision. The proclamation of German greatness in the most iconic space of French greatness was not accidental. The humiliation was the point. The France that Sedan made. The Treaty of Frankfurt that ended the war in May 1871 required France to cede Alsace-Lorraine, the provinces with their mixed German and French populations and their enormous symbolic resonance in French national identity, to the new German Empire, and to pay a war indemnity of 5 billion francs. The cession created the wound in the French national body that refused to heal for the next 43 years. The revanche, the revenge for Sedan, the recovery of the lost provinces, was not merely a political slogan in the Third Republic. It was a cultural obsession, expressed in the schoolbooks that showed empty seats labeled Alsace and Lorraine, in the black-draped statue of Strasbourg on the Place de la Concorde, in the consistent thread of French foreign policy that kept the alliance with Russia alive and the option of war against Germany continuously present. The Paris Commune of March–May 1871, the revolutionary government that took control of the capital in the power vacuum between the Prussian armistice and the installation of the French Republican government at Versailles, was a direct consequence of the humiliation and disorganization that Sedan had produced. The Commune lasted 2 months and was suppressed by the Versailles government in the Semaine Sanglante, the Bloody Week, in which approximately 10,000 to 30,000 communards were killed in street fighting and summary executions, a massacre conducted by the French army against French citizens in the streets of the French capital. The class antagonisms and revolutionary traditions that this suppression crystallized shaped French left-wing politics for the following century. The German Empire that Sedan made was the most powerful state in continental Europe for the 47 years of its existence. Its industrial production surpassed Britain's by the 1890s, its scientific and cultural achievements were unmatched, its army was the model that every European military establishment studied and attempted to emulate. And it was the state that produced the conditions for the First World War through its naval competition with Britain, its blank check to Austria-Hungary in July 1914, its implementation of the Schlieffen Plan that brought France and Britain into a war that might otherwise have remained confined to the East. The afternoon that made Germany also, in a chain of consequences that took 44 years to complete, made the war that unmade it. Bismarck's achievement and its cost. Bismarck achieved at Sedan the culmination of what he had been working toward for 20 years. A united Germany under Prussian leadership, with France humiliated, Austria excluded from German affairs, and the southern German states integrated into a national framework by the experience of a shared war against a common enemy. The achievement was extraordinary by any measure of statecraft, the deliberate construction of a new European great power through 3 precisely calibrated wars in 7 years, each of which achieved exactly the political result Bismarck had designed it to achieve. No other 19th-century statesman operated at this level of strategic sophistication. The cost of the achievement was the Germany he had created. The Germany that emerged from Bismarck's wars was a Germany in which military success had been the instrument of political construction, in which the army had a prestige and a political weight that exceeded any other institution, and in which the political culture had been shaped by the experience that wars could be won quickly and decisively if they were planned carefully enough and executed boldly enough. The template was Sedan, a rapid campaign, a decisive battle, an overwhelming result. The template worked for Bismarck because he knew exactly what he wanted politically and stopped the war when he had achieved it. His successors were less disciplined about the stopping. Bismarck himself spent the 20 years after Sedan in a desperate effort to prevent the war he feared would come if Germany overreached. He built the alliance systems, the Dreikaiserbund, the Triple Alliance, the reinsurance treaty with Russia that were designed to keep France isolated and the European powers from combining against Germany. He resisted the temptations that German military power made available. When Wilhelm II dismissed him in 1890, Bismarck reportedly told the young emperor that he had just cast aside the pilot who had kept the ship off the rocks for 20 years. He predicted that the war he had been preventing would come within 20 years. The first shots of the First World War were fired in August 1914, 24 years after his dismissal. He was, as usual, almost exactly right. Bismarck edited the Ems dispatch, the telegram describing the exchange between the French ambassador and the Prussian king, not by adding falsehoods but by removing the diplomatic qualifications that had softened the tone of the original exchange. The edited version read as an insult where the original had been merely a firm statement. Bismarck's editorial work was technically honest. He had not invented anything, but it produced a diplomatic crisis that he knew would lead to war. The most consequential piece of editing in European diplomatic history took him approximately 30 minutes. The Franco-Prussian War, the German conquest of France in 1870 to 1871, Geoffrey Warrow, 2003. Chapter 60. The sea that Japan was not supposed to win. The Battle of Tsushima, 1905. The fleet that sailed halfway around the world. In October 1904, the Russian Baltic Fleet set sail from Libau on the Baltic Sea for the Far East, a voyage of approximately 18,000 miles that would take 7 months and end in the Tsushima Strait between Japan and Korea. The fleet had been dispatched to relieve the Russian Pacific Fleet, which had been bottled up in Port Arthur by the Japanese Navy since the opening of the Russo-Japanese War in February 1904, and to restore Russian naval supremacy in the Pacific. It was the largest naval expedition in history, and it was a disaster from its first day. The voyage was plagued by problems that a more competent command might have avoided. The fleet fired on British fishing vessels in the North Sea in the belief that they were Japanese torpedo boats, an incident that nearly brought Britain into the war on Japan's side. Ships ran aground, collisions occurred, the fleet took on coal from German colliers in ways that violated maritime neutrality. By the time the fleet reached Asian waters, it had been at sea for 7 months and its crews were exhausted, their ships' bottoms fouled with growth that reduced their speed. The Japanese Navy, under Admiral Togo Heihachiro, had been waiting for the Baltic Fleet since the news of its departure. Togo had approximately 7 months to prepare his ships, train his crews, and choose his position. He chose the Tsushima Strait, which was the most likely route for the Russian fleet to take toward Vladivostok, and positioned his fleet to meet the Russians there. The crossing of the T. The Battle of Tsushima on May 27 to 28, 1905 was decided in the first 30 minutes by one of the most perfectly executed tactical maneuvers in the history of naval warfare. Togo, approaching the Russian fleet from the north, performed a maneuver known as crossing the T. He turned his fleet so that his ships were sailing at right angles to the Russian line, allowing his entire broadside to fire on the leading Russian ships while the Russians could only bring their bowguns to bear. The maneuver required turning the Japanese fleet 180 degrees in front of the Russian guns, an action that temporarily exposed his ships to broadside fire while they were in the turn. The action was so bold that it shocked observers on both sides. A British naval attaché watching from Togo's flagship reportedly said that if the maneuver had gone wrong, it would have been one of the greatest blunders in naval history. It did not go wrong. The Russian gunnery during the critical minutes of the turn was ineffective, and by the time the turn was complete, Togo had crossed the T. The subsequent fighting lasted 2 days. The Russian fleet was systematically destroyed, 8 battleships were sunk, 1 was captured, 3 surrendered, and only 3 small vessels escaped to Vladivostok. Japanese losses were 3 torpedo boats. It was the most one-sided naval engagement since Action 1934 years earlier, and it was the first time in modern history that an Asian nation had decisively defeated a European great power in a major naval battle. The shock to the world. The Battle of Tsushima sent shockwaves through the European and American worlds in ways that were not immediately articulated but were deeply felt. The assumption that European military and naval power was inherently superior to Asian military power, an assumption that underlay European colonialism in Asia, had been disproven in the most public and dramatic possible way. Japan had defeated Russia not by adopting a defensive posture suited to a weaker power but by superior gunnery, superior tactics, and a commander who had executed a maneuver that European naval doctrine considered prohibitively risky. The political consequences were immediate and global. In Russia, the defeat contributed to the revolution of 1905, the uprising that forced Tsar Nicholas II to issue the October Manifesto, creating the Duma and granting limited constitutional rights. The humiliation of the world's largest country by an Asian power that had only been opened to Western contact 50 years earlier destroyed the remaining legitimacy of the Tsarist autocracy. In Asia, the effect was electric. Nationalists in India, China, Vietnam, Persia, and the Ottoman Empire drew the explicit lesson that European domination was not divinely ordained or inevitable, that an Asian nation that modernized its military and political institutions could defeat a European great power on equal terms. Gandhi, who was in South Africa during the Russo-Japanese War, later described the news of Japan's victory as one of the most exciting experiences of his young adult life. Togo and his legacy. Admiral Togo Heihachiro became one of the most celebrated naval commanders in history, a figure compared to Nelson by European and American naval officers who studied the battle. He was elevated to the rank of fleet admiral, made a national hero in Japan, and consulted on naval matters by the Japanese government until his death in 1934. The Z flag that he raised at Tsushima, the signal that read the empire's fate depends on the result of this battle. Let every man do his utmost became one of the most famous signals in naval history. The Japan that Tsushima made, or more accurately, the Japan that felt confirmed in its status as a great power by Tsushima, pursued the imperial ambitions that the victory had validated over the following 4 decades with increasingly aggressive and ultimately disastrous results. The naval power that had won at Tsushima was the naval power that attacked Pearl Harbor in 1941, bombed Darwin, and threatened to dominate the Pacific from Hawaii to India. The Tsushima Strait between Japan and Korea is a busy shipping lane today, traversed by the same commercial vessels that the Russian Baltic Fleet was trying to reach Vladivostok to protect. The wrecks of the Russian battleships that Togo sank are on the bottom beneath the commercial traffic, gradually corroding in the cold water of the strait. The strait's name marks the water above a naval graveyard and a turning point in this case, the turning point at which Asian nationalism discovered that the European domination it resented was not invincible. Admiral Togo's flagship at Tsushima, the Mikasa, is preserved as a museum ship in Yokosuka, Japan, one of the few surviving pre-dreadnought battleships in the world. It is a pilgrimage site for Japanese naval history enthusiasts and a monument to the battle that, in Japanese national memory, established Japan's status as a world power. The ship that crossed the T at Tsushima sits in permanent dry dock, preserved by a national memory that is as durable as its iron hull. The Japanese Navy in World War II, David C. Evans and Mark R. Piettai, 1997. Chapter 61. The Hill Where Africa Said No. The Battle of Adwa, 1896. The Scramble and Its Logic. The scramble for Africa, the partition of the African continent among European colonial powers between approximately 1880 and 1900, was one of the most consequential geopolitical events of the 19th century and one of the least examined in the countries that conducted it. In the space of 2 decades, European powers acquired approximately 10 million square miles of African territory through a combination of treaty, purchase, diplomacy, and military force that the African peoples on whose lands these transactions were conducted had very limited ability to prevent. The Berlin Conference of 1884–85 had organized the scramble with a bureaucratic formality that made territorial acquisition feel like an administrative procedure rather than a conquest. The subsequent decade of pacification campaigns against the Africans who declined to be peacefully administered provided the military substance behind the administrative fiction. By 1895, only 2 African states remained uncolonized: Liberia, whose independence was guaranteed by the United States, and Ethiopia, whose independence was a product of its own military capacity and a certain protective obscurity in the highlands of the Horn of Africa. Italy, which had been establishing itself in Eritrea on the Red Sea coast since the 1880s, believed that Ethiopia was the natural next step in building an East African empire. The Treaty of Wuchale, signed between Italy and Ethiopia in 1889, contained a deliberately ambiguous article. The Italian text said Ethiopia had agreed to conduct its foreign relations through Italy, making it a protectorate. The Amharic text said Ethiopia could conduct its foreign relations through Italy if it wished to, making it optional. When Emperor Menelik II learned of the discrepancy, he rejected the Italian interpretation completely. Emperor Menelik II mobilized the Ethiopian military forces that he had been building and equipping with weapons purchased from France and Russia, who had their own reasons for limiting Italian expansion in the region, in a response to the Italian ultimatum that assembled approximately 100,000 soldiers in the highlands near Adwa. It was the largest African army of the 19th century, and it was not the force that Italian imperial assumptions had imagined. Menelik had used the years since 1889 well. He had imported modern rifles and artillery, trained his soldiers in their use, and built the political loyalty and imperial authority that would keep his army fighting when other forces might have fragmented. The Italian commander, General Oreste Baratieri, had approximately 17,500 soldiers and the racial assumptions of the colonial era. The assumptions proved the more dangerous liability. The battle and the rout. The Battle of Adwa on March 1, 1896 was a catastrophic Italian defeat that was the product of 2 compounding failures: faulty intelligence and catastrophic coordination. Italian maps of the terrain around Adwa were inaccurate in ways that the Italian command had not checked against local knowledge. The mountains and valleys were in the wrong places, at the wrong distances from each other. The plan required 3 Italian brigades to advance simultaneously along converging routes and arrive on the battlefield in mutual support. The routes that the maps showed as converging actually diverged, and the 3 brigades arrived on the battlefield separated by gaps large enough that the Ethiopian forces could attack each in turn before the others could come to its support. The Ethiopian army that moved into those gaps was not the undisciplined tribal force that colonial military assumptions predicted. Menelik's commanders, including the Empress Taitu, who accompanied the army and whose organizational contributions to the campaign have been recognized in Ethiopian historical memory even when they were invisible to Western observers, had deployed their forces to exploit exactly the kind of opportunity that Italian blundering had created. Ethiopian infantry with modern rifles attacked the isolated Italian brigades frontally while Ethiopian cavalry swept around their flanks. The fighting lasted approximately 6 hours and was fierce throughout. The Italian soldiers were not cowards, and some of their units made organized fighting retreats rather than simply breaking. But isolated, flanked, and outnumbered in terrain that negated whatever tactical advantages they might have had in the open, the Italian brigades were destroyed one by one. The scale of the Italian defeat was unprecedented in the history of the colonial era. Approximately 6,000 Italian soldiers were killed, nearly a third of the entire Italian force, along with approximately 3,000 Eritrean soldiers who had been fighting on the Italian side. General Baratieri escaped. Several of his brigade commanders were among the dead. The Italian army that had marched to conquer Ethiopia had ceased to exist as a fighting force in a single morning. The defeat sent shockwaves through European capitals, not because Europeans had great affection for Italian colonial ambitions, but because the defeat of a European army by an African one challenged the fundamental racial assumptions on which the entire colonial enterprise rested. The independence that Adwa preserved. The Treaty of Addis Ababa that ended the war in October 1896 recognized Ethiopian sovereignty unconditionally. The Treaty of Wuchale's protectorate claim was annulled. Italy acknowledged Ethiopia as an independent state. The recognition meant that Ethiopia would enter the 20th century with its own legal institutions, its own administrative apparatus, its own educational and cultural life, and its own foreign policy advantages that no other sub-Saharan African state except Liberia could claim. The specifically Ethiopian church, the specifically Ethiopian script, the specifically Ethiopian system of land tenure and governance, all of these survived because the army that defended them had won at Adwa. The impact of Adwa on African and diasporic political consciousness was immediate and lasting. The image of an African emperor and an African army defeating a European colonial force was a counter-narrative of extraordinary power in a world where the dominant narrative was that African peoples lacked the capacity for self-governance and required European direction, protection, and civilization. Adwa demonstrated that an African state with adequate organization, leadership, and resources and, crucially, with access to the weapons technology that European colonial powers had been using to dominate the continent could defeat a European army on the battlefield. The demonstration was specific, public, and undeniable. When Haile Selassie stood before the League of Nations in June 1936 to appeal against Italy's second invasion of Ethiopia, the memory of Adwa was the foundation of his claim that Ethiopia had both the right and the capacity to defend itself. The League's failure to act effectively against the invasion demonstrated that the international order of the 1930s could not protect a small state against a great power's aggression. The 5-year Italian occupation that followed, ended by British and Ethiopian forces in 1941, was the temporary negation of what Adwa had established. Adwa Day remains an Ethiopian national holiday. The battle that said no to colonialism is remembered by a country that has said no twice and has, on both occasions, ultimately been heard. The second invasion and its aftermath. Italy invaded Ethiopia again in October 1935, under Mussolini, with approximately 500,000 Italian and colonial soldiers, fascist doctrine, and weapons including mustard gas delivered by aircraft that had not existed in 1896. The invasion succeeded. Ethiopia was occupied from 1936 to 1941. Haile Selassie went into exile in Britain. The League of Nations condemned the invasion, passed resolutions, and imposed sanctions that were too limited to deter the aggression and too disruptive to be sustainable, the worst possible combination, satisfying no one and stopping nothing. The liberation came in 1941 as part of the East African Campaign of the Second World War, when British and Commonwealth forces, supported by the Ethiopian resistance movement that had never fully submitted to Italian occupation, drove the Italians out. Haile Selassie returned to Addis Ababa on May 5, 1941, exactly 5 years after Italian forces had entered the city. He reportedly said that on that date 5 years earlier he had told his people that he would return, and that he had returned. The Italian Empire in East Africa, which Mussolini had proclaimed to such domestic enthusiasm 5 years earlier, lasted 5 years and was undone by the same combination of external military pressure and internal resistance that had undone the first Italian attempt at Ethiopian empire 45 years before. The legacy of Adwa extends beyond Ethiopia. The battle became a touchstone for Pan-African thought and for the anti-colonial movements that gathered strength through the first half of the 20th century. The founding of the Organization of African Unity in 1963 took place in Addis Ababa. Haile Selassie, who served as its first chairman, embodied the connection between Adwa's 19th-century assertion of African sovereignty and the 20th century's formal achievement of African independence. The hill where Africa said no is still there, outside the town of Adwa in Tigray, a mountain battlefield that produced a word the world needed, spoken in a language most of the world could not then read, but whose meaning every colonial subject understood immediately. The Ethiopian Empress Taitu Betul-Menelik II's wife accompanied the army to Adwa and reportedly contributed to the battle's outcome by her encouragement of the troops and her organization of water distribution to the fighting men. She is one of the few women recognized as a participant in a major 19th-century battle, and her role at Adwa has been celebrated in Ethiopian historical memory alongside her husband's. The Battle of Adwa, African Victory in the Age of Empire, Raymond Jonas, 2011. Chapter 62. The River That Stopped the Schlieffen Plan. The First Battle of the Marne, 1914. The Plan and its Failure. The Schlieffen Plan, Germany's strategic framework for a two-front war against France and Russia, had been in development since Alfred von Schlieffen's tenure as Chief of the German General Staff. Its essential logic was to avoid a prolonged two-front war by defeating France rapidly in the West in 6 weeks, according to Schlieffen's timeline, through a massive wheeling movement through Belgium and northern France that would envelope the French armies from the north and west while they were engaged in frontal combat on the Franco-German border. The plan required precise execution and depended on a series of assumptions: that Belgium would not resist the German advance, that Britain would not intervene effectively, that the French would not recognize the threat on their northern flank until it was too late, and that the German right wing would maintain its schedule. All 4 assumptions proved wrong. Belgium resisted, Britain intervened, the French recognized the threat, and the German right wing fell behind schedule through attrition, supply problems, and the physical exhaustion of men who had been marching and fighting continuously for more than a month. By the first days of September 1914, the German right wing under General von Kluck had wheeled east of Paris rather than west of it, a deviation from the plan that exposed the German First Army's flank to the French forces defending Paris. The French commander Joffre recognized the opportunity and ordered the counterattack that became the First Battle of the Marne. The taxes and the counterattack. The First Battle of the Marne, fought between September 5 and 12, 1914, was the battle that stopped the German advance and prevented the rapid French defeat that the Schlieffen Plan required. The battle was fought along a front of approximately 150 miles, involving approximately 1 million Allied and 900,000 German soldiers. It was the largest battle in history to that point and was decided not by any single dramatic engagement but by the accumulated effect of 6 Allied armies pressing simultaneously against a German line that had been weakened by the deviation from the original plan and by the exhaustion of troops that had been advancing for 30 days. The most famous episode of the Marne is the taxis of the Marne, the approximately 600 Parisian taxicabs that were requisitioned by the military governor of Paris, General Gallieni, to transport French infantry reserves to the battle at a critical moment. Approximately 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers were moved in this way. The taxis made a real contribution to a critical reinforcement, but their role has been somewhat mythologized. The soldiers they moved were a relatively small portion of the total forces engaged, and the battle's outcome was determined by factors much larger than any single reinforcement. The German commander Moltke, who had been directing the campaign from Luxembourg far from the front, received on September 9 a report from his liaison officer that the German position was critical and that retreat was necessary. Moltke ordered the retreat. He suffered a nervous collapse on the same day and was replaced by Falkenhayn as Chief of Staff, though the change was kept secret for weeks to prevent public demoralization. The war that lasted 4 years. The First Battle of the Marne ended the war of movement that the Schlieffen Plan had been designed to produce. After the German retreat to the Aisne River, both sides attempted to outflank each other to the north in a series of movements known as the Race to the Sea. By November 1914, both sides had reached the English Channel and the front had stabilized into a continuous line of trenches from Switzerland to the North Sea. The war of maneuver had become the war of attrition, the war of Verdun and the Somme and Passchendaele that would last 4 more years and kill millions. The Marne was the battle that made the First World War the war it became. If the Schlieffen Plan had succeeded, if France had been knocked out in 6 weeks, the war would have been shorter, the casualties smaller, and the political consequences less catastrophic. The long war that the Marne made possible was the long war that exhausted all the major European powers, destroyed 4 empires, produced the Russian Revolution, created the conditions for the Second World War, and remade the map of Europe and the Middle East in ways that are still generating consequences in the 21st century. The miracle of the Marne, as it has been called in French history, was not a miracle but a series of contingent military decisions, by German commanders who deviated from a plan, by French commanders who recognized an opportunity, and by soldiers on both sides who fought and died in the fields of northern France in the first weeks of September 1914. The river that stopped the Schlieffen Plan stopped it just in time. The plan and its lesson. The Schlieffen Plan's failure has been analyzed by military historians and strategists for more than a century, and the analysis has produced a consistent conclusion. The plan was fundamentally flawed because it depended on a level of precision and an absence of friction that military operations, by their nature, cannot sustain. The factors that derailed the German advance, Belgian resistance, British intervention, French recognition of the flanking threat, the exhaustion of marching men were all foreseeable. The deeper lesson is about the gap between planning and execution that all large-scale military operations experience but that plans systematically underestimate. The Schlieffen Plan was elegant on paper and irreducibly complex in execution. The complexity created opportunities for things to go wrong that the elegance obscured. Military planners in every subsequent generation have faced the same temptation, to believe that the precision of the plan on the map will survive contact with the actual operation in the field. It never quite does. The river that stopped the Schlieffen Plan was the Marne, which flows through the French countryside approximately 30 miles east of Paris. After the battle, it became one of the most famous rivers in the history of warfare, the river that saved France, saved the Allied cause, and consigned the First World War to 4 years of trench warfare. The river still flows. The trenches are mostly filled in, or preserved as monuments, or silently present in the farmland above them. The cemeteries are full. General Moltke's nervous collapse on September 9, 1914, the day he ordered the German retreat from the Marne, was kept secret from the German public and from most of the German military for weeks. Kaiser Wilhelm II reportedly said, when he learned the extent of Moltke's breakdown, "We have lost the war." He was premature by 4 years, but he was not wrong about the direction. The Guns of August, Barbara Tuchman, 1962. Chapter 63. The Peninsula that ended Churchill's career. The Gallipoli Campaign, 1915. The Strategic Imagination. The Gallipoli Campaign was born from a strategic insight that was genuinely correct and an operational execution that was comprehensively wrong. Winston Churchill, First Lord of the Admiralty, had been arguing since early 1915 that the Western Front stalemate could be broken not by more men thrown against the same trenches but by attacking the Ottoman Empire at its most vulnerable point, the Dardanelles Strait between the Aegean and the Black Sea. If the strait could be forced, the Allied fleet could reach Constantinople, knock the Ottomans out of the war, open a supply route to Russia, and threaten the Central Powers from the south. The naval attack on the Dardanelles in March 1915, which should have tested the defences before committing to the full operation, was called off after 3 battleships were sunk by mines, leaving the Ottoman defences intact and alerted to what was coming. The subsequent land operation, in which troops were landed on the Gallipoli Peninsula in April 1915, faced prepared defences, unfavourable terrain, and a Turkish army whose fighting quality had been underestimated in Allied planning. The Allied force that landed at Gallipoli included British, French, Australian, New Zealand, and Indian troops, approximately 489,000 men over the course of the campaign. The Turkish defenders were approximately 315,000 men under commanders that included Mustafa Kemal, who would later become Ataturk. Kemal's leadership at the critical early moments of the landing, his famous order to the Turkish soldiers that they were not ordered to attack but to die, knowing that the time it took them to die would allow reinforcements to arrive, was one of the factors that prevented the Allied forces from breaking through. The beaches and the bluffs. The Allied landings on April 25, 1915 at various beaches on the Gallipoli Peninsula were opposed with varying intensity. At Anzac Cove, where the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps landed in the wrong place and found themselves at the foot of steep ridges rather than the gentle slopes they had expected, Turkish defenders under Kemal's command arrived quickly and held the heights. At Cape Helles on the southern tip of the peninsula, British troops landed under ferocious fire from prepared positions and took enormous casualties. The campaign that followed was 8 months of trench warfare on narrow beaches and steep hills, under conditions that combined the claustrophobia of the Western Front with the additional challenges of extreme heat, inadequate water supply, disease, and the constant exposure to enfilading fire from elevated Turkish positions. The Allied forces captured approximately a mile of ground and could advance no further. 2 major offensives at Helles in June and at Anzac in August failed to break through the Turkish lines. The August offensive at Suvla Bay introduced approximately 20,000 fresh troops who landed against minimal opposition and had a brief window to advance to the high ground that would have given the Allies the position they needed. The commander, General Stopford, halted the advance while his troops rested and brewed tea, an inexplicable decision at the critical moment of the campaign's best opportunity. By the time the advance resumed, Turkish reinforcements had arrived and the opportunity was gone. The withdrawal and its lessons. The Allied evacuation from Gallipoli in December 1915 and January 1916 was the most successful operation of the entire campaign. The withdrawal of approximately 105,000 men from beaches under Turkish observation, without the Turks realizing what was happening until it was complete, was accomplished through a combination of deception, careful timing, and some creative improvisation, including a device that automatically fired rifles at intervals using a dripping water mechanism, maintaining the illusion of an occupied position while the last troops departed. Not a single Allied soldier was killed in the evacuation. The campaign cost approximately 250,000 Allied casualties and approximately 300,000 Ottoman casualties. It achieved none of its strategic objectives. Churchill, as the campaign's primary advocate, was removed from the Admiralty and resigned from the cabinet. He spent the subsequent months commanding a battalion on the Western Front before returning to politics. The campaign that he had championed had nearly destroyed his career. It did destroy many others. The Gallipoli campaign had consequences that extended far beyond the military failure. For Australia and New Zealand, the Anzac experience at Gallipoli became the foundational national myth, the moment at which 2 young nations proved themselves in the crucible of battle and discovered a national identity distinct from British imperial membership. Anzac Day, April 25, the date of the landing, is the most solemn commemoration in the Australian and New Zealand calendar. The military disaster at Gallipoli is simultaneously the birth story of 2 nations. Kemal and the nation he would build. Mustafa Kemal, the commander whose leadership at the critical moments of the Gallipoli landings helped prevent the Allied breakthrough, went on to become the most consequential figure in Turkish history. After the Ottoman defeat in the First World War and the Allied occupation of Constantinople, Kemal organized the Turkish War of Independence, defeated the Greek forces that had occupied the Aegean coast of Anatolia, and forced the renegotiation of the post-war settlement in the Treaty of Lausanne in 1923. As first president of the Turkish Republic, he implemented a modernization program of extraordinary scope and speed, the replacement of the Ottoman sultans and the caliphate with a republic, the abolition of the traditional religious courts and the introduction of secular law, the adoption of the Latin alphabet in place of Arabic script, the grant of women's suffrage before most European countries had achieved it. He took the surname Ataturk, father of the Turks, by which history knows him. The man who had told his soldiers at Gallipoli that they were not ordered to attack but to die, who had saved the Ottoman position by demanding of his men the ultimate sacrifice, became the man who rebuilt the Turkish state from the Ottoman Empire's ruins. His career traced one of the most dramatic arcs in 20th century political history, from the defense of a peninsula against the world's greatest naval power to the construction of a secular republic from the wreckage of a 600-year empire. Gallipoli was where Kemal's career began, Turkey was where it ended. The Anzac Day commemoration at Gallipoli, held annually on April 25 at the dawn service at Anzac Cove, attracts tens of thousands of Australian and New Zealand pilgrims each year, making it one of the largest recurring commemorations of a military campaign in the world. Ataturk's address to the mothers of the Allied soldiers who died at Gallipoli, those heroes that shed their blood and lost their lives / "You are now lying in the soil of a friendly country," is inscribed at memorials in Australia and New Zealand. Gallipoli, Alan Moorhead, 1956. Chapter 64. The Fortress that France Offered as a Sacrifice. The Battle of Verdun, 1916. Falkenhayn's calculation. The strategic concept behind the Battle of Verdun, if it deserves to be called a concept, was one of the most cynical military plans in history. General Erich von Falkenhayn apparently proposed in a memorandum to the Kaiser in December 1915 that Germany should not try to take Verdun but should use its attack on the fortress city to bleed France white, to force the French into committing their army to the defense of a position of enormous psychological importance, killing so many Frenchmen that France would be unable to continue the war. Verdun was chosen specifically because the French could not afford to let it fall. The memorandum, sometimes called the Christmas Memorandum, is of disputed authenticity. Some historians believe it was written by Falkenhayn after the war to provide a rationalization for what became a catastrophe for both sides. Whether Falkenhayn genuinely intended to bleed France white or whether the bloodletting was the accidental result of a conventional attack that failed to achieve its territorial objectives is a question that affects the moral evaluation of the German strategy but not the description of what happened. What happened was this: the German offensive that began on February 21, 1916 with the largest artillery bombardment in history to that point, approximately 1,200 guns firing approximately 2 million shells, drove the French forces back toward Verdun and captured Fort Douaumont in the first week. The French committed themselves to the defense, Pétain was appointed to command with orders to hold, and the French army organized the Voie sacrée, the sacred way, the single road into Verdun, to maintain a continuous flow of supplies and troops. The machinery of death. The Battle of Verdun lasted approximately 10 months from February 21 to December 19, 1916, and was the longest battle in the history of warfare. Both sides fed troops into the meat grinder continuously. The French rotated approximately 70% of the entire French army through Verdun during the campaign. The Germans rotated a similarly large fraction of their army through their side. The battle became not a test of generalship but a test of industrial capacity. Which side could deliver more shells, more men, more supplies to the battlefield faster than the other side could destroy them. The landscape of the Verdun battlefield was transformed beyond recognition. Artillery fire churned the earth to depths of several feet across the entire battlefield, obliterating villages, forests, and topography. Chemical weapons, tear gas, phosgene, chlorine added to the killing. Underground fortresses connected by tunnels became both refuge and target. Men fought for weeks in conditions of noise, gas, mud, and death that produced psychological breakdowns on a scale that the medical profession had never previously encountered. The German offensive, stalled by French resistance, became a French counteroffensive. In October and November 1916, the French retook Fort Douaumont and Fort Vaux in attacks that the improved French artillery made possible. By December 1916, the front was approximately where it had been in February. The battle had moved the lines by a few miles in each direction and had cost approximately 300,000 dead and 400,000 wounded on each side. The cost and the question. The question that Verdun asks, and that it has been asking since the last shell fell, is whether the casualties it produced were in any sense meaningful. The battle did not decide the war, neither side broke the other, the front returned approximately to where it had started. Approximately 300,000 soldiers on each side were killed in a battle that neither side won and that advanced the war's conclusion by no measurable amount. The French answer to this question is complicated by the mutinies that followed Verdun and the Nivelle offensive of April 1917. The French army, exhausted and demoralized by the cumulative cost of 2 years of attrition with nothing to show for it, refused to continue offensive operations. The mutinies were suppressed. Pétain was brought in to restore morale by improving conditions and promising to avoid pointless offensives while the American forces arrived. The German answer is that Falkenhayn's strategy failed. Germany was bled as white as France at Verdun, with no compensating strategic gain. Falkenhayn was replaced by Hindenburg and Ludendorff in August 1916, partly as a consequence of Verdun's failure to produce the decisive results it had cost. The German army that fought Verdun emerged weaker than it had entered, which was not the intended outcome of the strategy if the Christmas memorandum accurately describes it. The landscape and its memory. The Verdun battlefield is still visible in the landscape of the Meuse Valley. The ground that was churned by artillery fire in 1916 has grown over with forests in the century since, but the contours of the earth, the craters, the remains of fortifications, the irregular terrain that artillery created from flat farmland are still visible to anyone who walks through the area with attention. The forests are still alive with unexploded shells and human remains. The battlefield is an ongoing archaeological and forensic site, a century after the fighting ended. The ossuary at Douaumont contains the bones of approximately 130,000 unidentified soldiers, French and German, whose remains could not be individually identified after the battle. The bones are visible through glass windows in the building's lower section. The ossuary serves as the central memorial to the battle, and it is visited by hundreds of thousands of people annually, French, German, and international, who come to commemorate the dead of both sides. France and Germany reconciled formally at the Verdun Memorial in September 1984, when President Mitterrand and Chancellor Kohl stood side by side holding hands at the ossuary while the French and German national anthems were played. Verdun had been the place where France and Germany had tried to destroy each other. It became the place where they chose to be reconciled. The Voie Sacrée, the sacred way that maintained the French position at Verdun, was a single road into the fortress city on which a truck passed every 14 seconds for the duration of the battle. Approximately 190,000 vehicles made the journey. The road required constant maintenance by approximately 8,500 workers as the traffic destroyed its surface continuously. The logistics that sustained Verdun's defense were as impressive as the fighting itself, and as costly. Verdun, the lost history of the most important battle of World War I, John Mosier, 2013. Chapter 65. The first day nobody talks about honestly. The first day of the summer, 1916. The plan and its confidence. The British plan for the Battle of the Somme, which began on July 1, 1916, rested on a specific assumption, that the artillery bombardment that had been firing for 7 days approximately 1.5 million shells would destroy the German defensive positions, kill or stun the German soldiers in their trenches, and allow the British infantry to advance at a walking pace across no man's land and occupy positions that would be essentially undefended. The 7-day bombardment was the largest in British military history to that point. The confidence that it had achieved its objectives was general among British staff officers. The confidence was misplaced. The German defensive system on the Somme had been built with a depth and solidity that the British planners had underestimated. Deep concrete dugouts, some 30 feet underground, sheltered German soldiers from all but direct hits by the heaviest shells. The bombardment that was supposed to destroy the defenders instead suppressed them temporarily. When the bombardment lifted and the British infantry began to advance, the German soldiers emerged from their dugouts, manned their machine guns, and fired at a walking infantry line that had been told it would face no effective opposition. The British infantry walked forward, in many places in line abreast, across no man's land that was still covered by intact German machine gun positions. In some sectors, the attacking battalions were cut down before they reached the German wire, which the artillery had not cut as thoroughly as claimed. In other sectors, the initial objectives were taken. But the overall result of July 1, 1916 was the worst day in the history of the British Army. Approximately 57,470 casualties, of whom approximately 19,240 were killed. The battalions and the towns. The casualties of July 1, 1916 were not distributed evenly across the British Army. The units that bore the worst of the losses were the PALS battalions, units recruited from specific towns, neighborhoods, professions, and social groups, in which men had enlisted together as neighbors, friends, and workmates, were trained together, and were committed to battle together. The Accrington PALS, the Sheffield City Battalion, the Grimsby Chums, the Barnsley PALS. These unit names appear in the casualty lists of July 1 in numbers that tell a specific story about where the losses fell. A battalion was approximately 800 men. A battalion that suffered 500 casualties in one day had taken those casualties from the same community that had provided its men. The bereaved of Accrington or Sheffield or Barnsley were not distributed across a nation. They were concentrated in specific streets, specific factories, specific churches, and chapels. The grief of July 1 was local in a way that statistically aggregated national casualty figures cannot capture. The military purpose of the PALS battalions to maintain the morale-sustaining bonds of community within a military unit was real and had military value. The cost of the purpose that a community's losses were concentrated rather than dispersed was paid on July 1 in ways that affected those communities for a generation. The first day of the Somme is remembered by the communities that lost their PALS battalions with a specificity that national military commemoration rarely achieves, because the loss was specific rather than abstract. The battle that continued. The Battle of the Somme that began on July 1 continued until November 18, 1916, 4.5 months of fighting across a front of approximately 25 miles. The battle produced approximately 420,000 British casualties, approximately 200,000 French casualties, and approximately 450,000 German casualties. The territorial gain by the end of the battle was approximately 6 miles at the deepest point of advance. The battle also produced, on September 15, 1916, the first use of tanks in warfare, the British Mark I tank, which appeared in small numbers and to mixed effect but demonstrated the concept that would eventually break the trench warfare stalemate. The specific tanks of September 15, 1916 were too few and too mechanically unreliable to be decisive. The demonstration they made of the concept's potential was significant. The Somme is the battle that has most profoundly shaped British cultural memory of the First World War, more than Gallipoli, more than Verdun, more even than the armistice. The specific date of July 1, 1916, the specific number of 57,470 casualties in a single day, the specific image of men walking into machine gun fire after a bombardment that had failed to do what it was supposed to do. These are the images that British poetry, fiction, and memory have returned to repeatedly as the defining images of the war's cost and futility. The honest accounting. The honest accounting of the Somme requires acknowledging both its cost and its strategic context. The battle was launched partly to relieve the pressure on the French at Verdun, and it did relieve that pressure, drawing German forces and attention away from Verdun at a time when the French army was approaching its limits. The German casualties, approximately 450,000, were real and significant. The German army that fought the Somme was worn down by the attrition that the battle produced, even if the attrition was not limited to one side. The honest accounting also requires acknowledging what the Somme's commanders could not have known on July 1, that the artillery preparation had failed to destroy the dugouts, that the German defensive system was stronger than intelligence had suggested, That the walking pace of advance was a response to a training doctrine that assumed the bombardment had done its job. The decisions that produced July 1st were made in genuine ignorance of what would happen. The ignorance does not excuse the decisions, but it distinguishes them from the decision to continue the battle through November after the pattern of July 1st had been established. The Sommer's honest accounting is one that the British political and military establishment has never fully provided, partly because providing it would require acknowledging the specific decisions to continue the bombardment on a 7-day schedule rather than extending it, to attack on a front too wide for adequate artillery density, to order walking advances on a defended position that produced the casualties. The numbers are acknowledged, the decisions that produced them are less often examined. History honors the dead. It is less comfortable with the decisions that created them. The Accrington Pals, officially the 11th Battalion East Lancashire Regiment, suffered 584 casualties on July 1, 1916, of whom 235 were killed. The battalion had been raised from a single Lancashire mill town of approximately 45,000 people. The casualties were concentrated in specific streets and neighbourhoods where family members, friends, and neighbours had enlisted together. The news reached Accrington over several days. The town reportedly fell silent. The first day on the Somme, Martin Middlebrook, 1971. Chapter 66. The Sea Battle That Changed Nothing and Everything. The Battle of Jutland, 1916. The Fleets and the Standoff. The British Grand Fleet and the German High Seas Fleet had been watching each other across the North Sea since the beginning of the war without coming to a decisive engagement. The British strategic position was straightforward. They were blockading Germany, preventing imports of food and raw materials, and the blockade was working. German civilian malnutrition was measurable and increasing. As long as the Grand Fleet remained intact and dominant, the blockade remained intact, and Germany was slowly strangling. The British had no incentive to risk the fleet in a battle that could only damage their dominant position. The German strategic position was the inverse. The blockade was killing Germany slowly, and only a naval victory that broke British naval supremacy could break the blockade. The German fleet was significantly smaller than the British and could not hope to win a straightforward fleet engagement. The German strategy was to lure a portion of the British fleet into an engagement with the full German fleet, achieving local numerical superiority and destroying enough British ships to make the overall balance more favourable. The Battle of Jutland on May 31 to June 1, 1916 was the result of both fleets attempting this strategy simultaneously and finding themselves in a full fleet engagement that neither had planned for. The German fleet found that the British Grand Fleet was also at sea and approaching. The British fleet found that it could not cut off the German fleet from its home ports before darkness fell. The battle and its verdict. The Battle of Jutland was fought partly in the confusing light of a North Sea afternoon and partly in darkness, with both fleets maneuvering in conditions of poor visibility, mines, and torpedo threats that made conventional naval tactics difficult. The British battlecruiser force suffered disproportionate early losses. HMS Indefatigable, HMS Queen Mary, and HMS Invincible exploded and sank when German shells penetrated their inadequately armoured turrets and detonated their magazines. At the moment of Queen Mary's explosion, the British battlecruiser commander Admiral Beatty reportedly turned to his flag captain and said, "There seems to be something wrong with our bloody ships today." The British Grand Fleet under Jellicoe then joined the engagement and deployed in a manner that crossed the T on the German fleet, forcing the German fleet commander into a dramatic turn away under fire to reverse his fleet's course. She then turned back into the British fleet, inexplicably, and was forced to execute another turn away. By nightfall, the German fleet had escaped into the North Sea darkness. The tactical result was disputed. The British lost 6,094 men and 14 ships including 3 battlecruisers. The Germans lost 2,551 men and 11 ships. By the measure of ships and men lost, Germany won. By the strategic measure, which fleet controlled the North Sea the day after the battle, Britain won. The German fleet returned to port and did not challenge British naval supremacy again until the war's end. The blockade that was strangling Germany continued. The verdicts and their meaning. The contemporary summary that has been most quoted was the American press observation that the German fleet had assaulted its jailer but was still in jail. Admiral Xi's own after-battle report to the Kaiser was honest about the strategic situation. Germany could not win a naval battle against Britain, and the naval war could not break the blockade. He recommended the resumption of unrestricted submarine warfare as the only naval strategy that might change the war's outcome. The resumption of unrestricted submarine warfare in February 1917, which she had recommended and which the German government had previously restrained because of American protests, was the decision that brought the United States into the war. The sinking of American ships by German submarines, combined with the Zimmermann telegram, produced the American declaration of war in April 1917. The sea battle that changed nothing and everything is the battle that produced the German decision that changed the war. Jutland thus fits into the war's chain of causation in an indirect way. The battle demonstrated that the German surface fleet could not break the blockade, which led to the submarine campaign, which brought in the United States, which eventually provided the manpower and material that broke the stalemate on the Western Front. The battle that neither side unambiguously won produced a chain of strategic consequences that determined the war's outcome not through what happened at Jutland, but through what Jutland showed to be impossible. Jellicoe and the decision he didn't make. Admiral Jellicoe's command decision at Jutland to wait between the German fleet and its home ports rather than pursuing into the darkness has been debated ever since. The criticism is that a more aggressive pursuit might have destroyed the German fleet. The defense is that minefields, torpedo attacks, and the darkness made aggressive night pursuit more likely to cause British losses than German ones. Churchill's description of Jellicoe as the only man on either side who could lose the war in an afternoon was the most famous formulation of the dilemma that Jellicoe faced. The British Grand Fleet was the guarantee of British security. Losing it would be catastrophic. Therefore, Jellicoe had every incentive to be conservative rather than to accept risks in pursuit of a decisive victory. The description is accurate about the asymmetry of the position but unfair to Jellicoe, who was being asked to take risks with an asset that, if lost, could not be replaced. Every naval commander faces some version of this dilemma. The fleet that is dominant has an incentive to preserve its dominance rather than to risk it for a more complete victory. At Jutland, both sides fought for their objectives and both sides partially achieved them. The Germans escaped destruction, the British maintained dominance. The battle was inconclusive in the tactical sense and decisive in the strategic one precisely because the German fleet, having escaped, never again challenged the status quo that British naval power represented. The German fleet's maneuver at Jutland, the German destroyer torpedo attack that covered Xi's turn away and that the British fleet turned away from rather than accepting the torpedo threat, was commanded by Commodore Heinrich and involved approximately 50 destroyers launching approximately 300 torpedoes. The British fleet turned away from the torpedoes and lost contact with the German fleet in the process. The tactical decision to avoid the torpedoes cost the British the possibility of a decisive engagement. It probably also saved several British battleships from torpedo damage. Jutland, An Analysis of the Fighting, John Campbell, 1986. Chapter 67. The Mud That Swallowed an Offensive. The Battle of Passchendaele, 1917. The Commander and His Conviction. Field Marshal Douglas Haig, commanding the British Expeditionary Force in France in 1917, was one of those commanders who maintained confidence in his own judgment with a consistency that external events could not dent. He had commanded the Somme, he commanded Passchendaele. In both cases, he believed that the German army was on the point of collapse, that one more push would achieve the breakthrough, and that the casualties of the offensive were justified by the strategic gains that were imminent. In both cases, the breakthrough did not occur and the casualties were enormous. The Third Battle of Ypres-Passchendaele was launched on July 31, 1917 in the Flemish lowlands around Ypres in Belgium, an area whose drainage had been maintained for centuries by an elaborate system of ditches and canals. The British artillery preparation for the offensive destroyed the drainage system, converting the battlefield into a waterlogged swamp. The summer of 1917 was also an unusually wet summer for the region. The combination of destroyed drainage and heavy rainfall created conditions on the battlefield that infantry officers described with a combination of horror and black humor that defined a generation's understanding of the Western Front. Men and horses sank into the mud and drowned. Shell craters filled with water and became death traps. Duckboard paths were the only means of movement across the battlefield and were targeted by German artillery because the traffic on them was predictable. The offensive that was supposed to break through to the Belgian coast and destroy the German submarine bases at Bruges and Ostend advanced approximately 5 miles in 3 months at a cost of approximately 250,000 British casualties. The mud and its specific quality. The mud of Passchendaele has become, in literary and cultural memory, the defining image of the First World War, the specific physical condition that captured the war's larger meaninglessness. The accounts of Passchendaele describe mud in more specific detail than any other battle in any other war. The color of it, the consistency of it, the sound it made when disturbed, the effort required to move through it, the way it filled shell holes and transformed the landscape into a featureless gray expanse punctuated by water. The mud was not a natural condition that bad luck had imposed on the campaign. It was partly a natural condition, the Flemish lowland clay, the wet summer, and partly a condition that the British artillery preparation had created by destroying the drainage infrastructure. Haig's headquarters, which was some miles behind the front, was not visited by the mud in the same way that infantry battalions experienced it. Officers who attempted to convey to headquarters the impassability of the terrain were reportedly disbelieved. The disconnect between the experience of the front and the understanding of headquarters, between what the mud felt like to the men walking through it and what it looked like on a staff map, was a specific feature of Passchendaele that became a general indictment of the entire command culture of the First World War. The image of old men in comfortable headquarters sending young men into unimaginable conditions derives specifically from the campaign that the mud of Passchendaele defined. The village and its rubble. The village of Passchendaele, which gave the battle its informal name, was taken on November 6, 1917 by Canadian troops after months of fighting. The capture of the village was hailed as a success. What had been taken was unrecognizable as a village. The artillery had reduced it to rubble, the rubble had been churned into the mud, and there was essentially nothing identifiable as a settlement remaining. The specific cost of Passchendaele, approximately 250,000 British casualties for approximately 5 miles of advance, was absorbed by an army that had also absorbed the Somme the previous year and was still absorbing the continuous low-level attrition of trench warfare. The German army, which suffered approximately 250,000 casualties at Passchendaele, was also absorbing its losses, but the German army's replacement capacity was lower than the British, and the cumulative effect of Passchendaele, the Somme, and Verdun on German manpower was approaching a threshold that the German High Command was increasingly unable to deny. Haig's insistence on continuing the offensive through October and into November, when it was clear to most subordinate commanders that the conditions were making the operation militarily futile, reflects a command culture that valued the offensive principle above operational judgment. The principle that attacking was better than waiting, that pressure maintained on the enemy was strategically valuable regardless of specific territorial gain, was not wrong in the abstract. Applied to Passchendaele's specific conditions of October 1917, it produced the continued loss of life in conditions that subsequent generations have recognized as the paradigm case of military futility. The memory and its weight. Passchendaele's weight in cultural memory is disproportionate to its military significance, and the disproportion is appropriate. The battle did not decide the war, it did not achieve its territorial objectives, it did not break the German army. What it did was demonstrate, at a scale and in a form that was impossible to deny, the specific character of the war that the industrial age had produced, a war in which millions of men were consumed in conditions of unimaginable misery for the possession of a few square miles of Belgian farmland. The poets of the First World War, Wilfred Owen, Siegfried Sassoon, Isaac Rosenberg, wrote from the experience of the Western Front generally and from Passchendaele and the Somme specifically. The poems that have carried the war's meaning to subsequent generations, Owen's Dulce et Decorum Estate, Sassoon's The General, Rosenberg's Dead Man's Dump were written by men who had experienced the mud and the shells and the specific quality of the killing that Passchendaele represented. The debate about whether Passchendaele was worth its cost is a debate that has been conducted for a century and is unlikely to be resolved. What is not debated is the cost. The men who died in the mud of Passchendaele are dead, and their deaths are a permanent charge against the decisions that sent them there. The mud that swallowed the offensive has dried. The question of who sent the men into it has not been fully answered. Wilfred Owen, who wrote Dulce et Decorum Estate, arguably the most famous poem of the First World War, was killed on November 4, 1918, 1 week before the armistice, at the age of 25. His mother received the telegram informing her of his death on November 11, the morning the guns stopped. He had served at the Somme and had been hospitalized with shell shock before returning to the front. The poem that indicted the war he died in was not published until after his death. They called it Passchendaele, the story of the Third Battle of Ypres, Lynn MacDonald, 1978. Chapter 68. The Breakthrough That Arrived Too Late. The Spring Offensive, 1918. The Last Gamble. By the beginning of 1918, the German High Command under Hindenburg and Ludendorff had arrived at a strategic calculation that was simultaneously correct and desperate. The United States had entered the war in April 1917, and American troops were arriving in France in increasing numbers. By the summer of 1918, there would be enough Americans to make the Allied advantage in manpower insurmountable. If Germany was to win or to achieve a peace settlement short of defeat, it had to do so before the Americans arrived in force. Russia's revolution and exit from the war had released approximately 1 million German soldiers from the Eastern Front. Germany now had numerical superiority on the Western Front for the only time in the war. Ludendorff planned to use this temporary advantage in a series of massive offensives designed to break the Western Front, destroy the British Army, and force France to negotiate. The tactical doctrine that Ludendorff developed for the offensives, the Stormtrooper or Hutier tactics, was a genuine tactical innovation. Instead of broad front attacks preceded by week-long artillery barrages that sacrificed surprise, the German offensives would use short, intense artillery preparations followed by specially trained assault units that would infiltrate through weak points in the Allied line, bypassing strong points and advancing to the rear to disrupt communications and command rather than fighting for every position. Operation Michael and what followed. Operation Michael, launched on March 21, 1918, achieved the greatest single-day penetration of the Western Front in 3.5 years of trench warfare. German assault divisions, preceded by a 5-hour artillery bombardment that used gas shells to suppress Allied artillery and command positions, advanced as much as 40 miles in the first days, a breakthrough that had seemed impossible in the static conditions of trench warfare. The British Fifth Army under General Gough, which bore the brunt of the assault, disintegrated in places under the shock of the attack. The crisis was severe enough that Haig issued his backs to the wall order of April 11. Every position must be held to the last man, there must be no retirement. With our backs to the wall and believing in the justice of our cause, each one of us must fight on to the end. The order acknowledged that the situation was desperate enough to require the kind of language that military orders rarely use. And yet the offensive ultimately failed. The German stormtrooper units, advancing rapidly and bypassing strong points, outran their supply lines. Artillery could not keep up with the speed of the advance. The units that had achieved the deepest penetrations were exhausted and short of ammunition and food. They also discovered, in the villages and supply depots they overran, quantities of food and goods that the German civilian population had not seen in years, and discipline broke down in some units as soldiers stopped to eat and drink rather than continuing to advance. The 100 Days. The German spring offensive's 5 separate operations from March to July 1918 achieved enormous tactical gains at enormous cost. Perhaps 800,000 German soldiers became casualties in the offensives, including a disproportionate number of the best-trained stormtrooper units whose tactics had made the initial breakthroughs possible. The German army that had attacked in March was a weaker army by July, its best offensive capacity consumed by the operations that had not achieved the decisive result Ludendorff had needed. The Allied counteroffensive that began on August 8, 1918, the 100 Days Offensive that ended the war, found a German army that could not match the pace of Allied attack. The Battle of Amiens on August 8, which Ludendorff called the Black Day of the German Army, broke through the German lines with an Allied combination of tanks, aircraft, infantry, and artillery working in coordination that the Allies had been developing for 2 years and that the Germans could not replicate. The German army retreated, steadily and in order, from August to November 1918. Ludendorff informed the German government in late September that the military situation was hopeless and that an armistice was necessary. The armistice came on November 11, 1918, at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, a timing that was negotiated for symbolic rather than military reasons. The war was over. The stab in the back and its consequences. The German army's defeat in 1918 came in ways that made it possible for those who needed to believe otherwise to deny it. The German army had not been broken in a decisive pitched battle on German soil. It had retreated in order through France and Belgium and crossed the Rhine intact. The armistice was signed not by military commanders on the battlefield but by civilian representatives of the new German government. The soldiers who were still fighting on November 11 had no direct experience of defeat, only of an armistice that stopped the war. This was the raw material of the stab in the back myth, the Dolchstoßlegende, that attributed Germany's defeat not to military failure but to betrayal by civilians, socialists, and Jews who had surrendered a still fighting army. The myth was false. Germany's military situation was genuinely hopeless by November 1918, as Ludendorff's own assessment had acknowledged, but it was politically potent because the specific form of the defeat made it deniable. The stab-in-the-back myth became the foundation of Nazi political identity, Hitler's claim that Germany had not been defeated but betrayed, and that the mission of the Nazi movement was to avenge that betrayal. The Spring Offensive's failure to achieve its objectives produced a defeat that was politically usable in ways that a battlefield defeat on German soil might not have been. The breakthrough that arrived too late for Germany left behind a mythology that arrived too early for the Republic that replaced the Empire and ultimately destroyed it. The German army that crossed back into Germany after the armistice of November 11, 1918 marched in good order with its weapons, its colors, and its discipline intact to be greeted in Berlin by Field Marshal von Hindenburg with the words that the army had returned undefeated from the field. The claim was false in any strategic sense but was factually accurate in the narrow sense that no German division had been surrounded and forced to surrender in Germany itself. The gap between the strategic truth and the tactical appearance provided the space in which the stab-in-the-back myth grew. The German Army 1914-18, Martin Middlebrook, 1978. Chapter 69. The Miracle Nobody in the West Remembers. The Battle of Warsaw, 1920. The War After the War. The armistice of November 11, 1918 ended the First World War on the Western Front, and in the consciousness of the Western powers that had fought it, it did not end the fighting in Eastern Europe, where the collapse of the German, Austro-Hungarian, Russian, and Ottoman empires had created a vast zone of political vacuum in which every claimant to territory and sovereignty was simultaneously attempting to occupy it by force. The Russian Civil War between the Bolshevik Red Army and the White Armies would last until 1922. The Polish-Soviet War of 1920 was the largest and most consequential of the post-war conflicts in this zone, and the Battle of Warsaw was its decisive engagement. The battle that determined whether the Bolshevik Revolution would remain contained within the former Russian Empire or would expand westward into the revolutionary ferment of post-war Central Europe. The newly independent Polish state restored to the map of Europe after 123 years of partition among Russia, Prussia, and Austria was fighting the Soviet Union for control of the territories between them. The war had gone badly for the Soviets at first. Pilsudski's spring offensive in April 1920 had driven deep into Ukraine and captured Kyiv. Then the Red Army counteroffensive reversed everything, driving the Polish forces back across their starting positions and continuing to advance toward Warsaw with a speed that alarmed not only the Poles but the Western powers that had created the new Polish state at Versailles. By August 1920, the Red Army's Western Front under Mikhail Tukhachevsky was advancing on Warsaw with approximately 150,000 soldiers and the genuine conviction shared by Lenin and Trotsky that the capture of the Polish capital would trigger the German Revolution that the Comintern had been expecting since 1919. Poland, in this vision, was not the objective but the corridor, the road through which the Bolshevik Revolution would travel to reach the German working class, which was supposed to be waiting for it. The Western powers were watching the situation with a mixture of alarm and strategic helplessness. The miracle on the Vistula. The Battle of Warsaw, called the Miracle on the Vistula in Polish historiography, and called a miracle with less irony than such designations usually deserve, was fought between August 13 and 25, 1920. The Polish commander Józef Pilsudski, who had been studying the Red Army's dispositions carefully during the weeks of retreat, had identified a critical weakness in Tukhachevsky's operational plan. The Soviet advance was structured as a series of parallel thrusts that had outrun their lateral communications. The Soviet Southwestern Front under Budyonny, which was supposed to be coordinating with Tukhachevsky's Western Front, had been distracted by operations in Ukraine and was no longer in effective contact with the forces driving on Warsaw. There was a gap between the two Soviet fronts, a gap that Pilsudski could exploit if he moved fast enough. Pilsudski's plan was a double operation: hold the Soviet advance at Warsaw with sufficient force to prevent the city's fall, while assembling a strike force in the Dnieper River area to the south outside the Soviet line of advance, in territory that Tukhachevsky's intelligence had not adequately mapped. On August 16, the Polish strike force of approximately 20,000 men attacked northward against the gap between the Soviet fronts, cutting across the rear of the Soviet northern forces and threatening their supply lines and communications. Tukhachevsky, whose radio communications were disrupted and who was receiving contradictory reports about what was happening on his southern flank, did not understand what had occurred until his forces were already in disarray. The results were as complete as any encirclement since Tannenberg. The Soviet forces north of Warsaw, suddenly finding their rear threatened and their communications cut, began a disorganized retreat that quickly became a rout. Approximately 66,000 Soviet soldiers were taken prisoner, approximately 25,000 were killed, many more fled into German or Lithuanian territory and were interned. The Red Army that had been 5 days from Warsaw was, within 10 days, in full retreat eastward. Tukhachevsky, who had designed one of the great operational plans of the early 20th century, a canny-scale double envelopment at the strategic level, found that the plan had been intercepted, decoded by Polish signals intelligence, and countered with an improvised brilliance that military historians have been debating ever since. What the Vistula stopped. The miracle on the Vistula stopped the Bolshevik advance into Central Europe at what may have been the last moment at which stopping it was possible. The German Revolution that Lenin had been expecting had not materialized. The revolutionary crisis of 1918–19 in Germany had been suppressed by the SPD government in alliance with the Freikorps, but the political situation in Germany in 1920 was still volatile, enough that a Red Army on the German border, combined with the material support and organizational energy of the Comintern, might have produced outcomes that the stabilized political situation of 1921 would not have permitted. Lord Dabenham, the British ambassador in Berlin, later described the battle as one of the decisive battles of world history. The possibility was real enough that contemporaries on all sides took it seriously. For Poland, the miracle on the Vistula was the foundational military event of the interwar republic, the battle that established Polish independence as something more than a gift from the Versailles powers and demonstrated that the new state could defend itself against the Soviet Union by its own military capacity and its own operational ingenuity. The Treaty of Riga, signed in March 1921, established the eastern boundary of Poland along lines significantly more favorable to Poland than the Curzon line that the Western powers had proposed as a compromise. Poland had won at the negotiating table what it had won on the battlefield. The Battle of Warsaw is virtually unknown in Western Europe and the United States, overshadowed by the First World War that had just ended, by the subsequent rise of fascism and Nazism, by the Second World War that made everything before 1939 seem like a prelude, and by the Cold War that made Polish history difficult to discuss honestly in the decades when Poland was behind the Iron Curtain. It is very well known in Poland, where August 15th, the Feast of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary, which coincides with the battle's decisive phase, is simultaneously a religious holiday and a military commemoration. The Poles who fought and won at Warsaw saved something that the West did not, at the time, fully appreciate it needed saving, and the West has been slow to acknowledge the debt. Tukhachevsky's failure and its consequence. Mikhail Tukhachevsky, the Soviet commander whose advance on Warsaw was broken so comprehensively at the Vistula, went on to become one of the most innovative military theorists in the Red Army. His subsequent development of the theory of deep battle, the operational concept of attacking simultaneously throughout the enemy's entire depth rather than sequentially from front to rear, was an attempt to solve the problem that had defeated him at Warsaw: how to prevent an enemy from using his operational reserves to respond to a breakthrough before it could be exploited. The theory became the foundation of Soviet operational doctrine and shaped the campaigns that drove Germany from Soviet territory in 1943–45. Stalin executed Tukhachevsky in June 1937, along with approximately 35,000 other Red Army officers over the following 2 years, in the Great Purge's decimation of the military's professional leadership. The charges treason, collaboration with Germany, Trotskyism were fabricated. The effect was real. The Red Army that faced the German invasion of June 1941 had been stripped of the commanders who had been developing and implementing the doctrine that Tukhachevsky had created. The catastrophes of the first months of Operation Barbarossa, the encirclements, the disorganized retreats, the failure to use reserves effectively reflect in part the absence of the commanders who had been developing the doctrine that was supposed to prevent exactly those failures. The connection between Warsaw and Barbarossa is indirect but traceable. The commander defeated at Warsaw created the doctrine that would eventually win the Great Patriotic War. The dictator who feared that commander's talent and popularity had him killed. The officers trained in that doctrine were killed or imprisoned with him, and the army that was supposed to implement the doctrine collapsed in ways consistent with the absence of the officers who understood it. The battle that nobody in the West remembers is connected, through these threads, to battles that nobody in the world has forgotten. Tukhachevsky's cannon-level operational concept, defeated on the Vistula in 1920, was vindicated at Stalingrad in 1942 by men who had studied it, some of them, in the decade when Tukhachevsky was still alive to teach them. Lord Edgar Dabernon, the British ambassador to Germany who observed the Battle of Warsaw from a distance, published a book in 1931 calling it one of the 18 decisive battles of world history, placing it alongside Salamis, Marathon, and Waterloo. The assessment was made by a diplomat rather than a military historian and has not been universally accepted, but it reflects a genuine perception, from a contemporary observer, that the battle's consequences were of European significance. The Soviet-Polish War 1919–1920, Norman Davies, 1972. Chapter 70. The Kraal Where a Nation Was Forged in Blood. The Battle of Jekyll Hill, 1818. The Man Who Remade a People. Shaka Senzangakona, who would become Shaka Zulu, one of the most consequential and most debated military and political figures in African history, came to power as chief of the small Zulu clan in 1816 after a period of political struggle and a period of exile in the Mthethwa Confederation under the patronage of Chief Dingiswayo, whose military methods and political style Shaka absorbed and transformed. The Zulu at the time of his accession were a minor clan within a loose confederation of Nguni-speaking peoples in what is now KwaZulu-Natal, with a territory measured in a few dozen square miles and a military force measured in a few hundred men. Within a decade, through a combination of military innovation, political integration, and the specific quality of ruthlessness that historical transformations often require, he would convert them into the dominant military power in southeastern Africa. The military innovations that Shaka introduced were genuine and have been recognized as such by military historians who are careful to separate the specific tactical and organizational changes from the mythology that has accumulated around his name. Traditional Nguni warfare was conducted primarily at a distance with long throwing spears and exchange of missiles that minimized casualties and was more a ritual assertion of power than a decisive military instrument. Shaka replaced the long throwing assegai with a short stabbing spear, the ikla, whose name reportedly derived from the sucking sound it made when withdrawn from a wound, and a large cowhide shield that could be hooked against an opponent's shield to turn him sideways, exposing his left side to the stabbing spear. The change from missile to close-quarters combat was not merely tactical, it was psychological. It required warriors to close with the enemy rather than exchange missiles at a safe distance, and it produced a different kind of military culture. Shaka also reorganized the Zulu military around the Ibutho system age regiments, in which warriors of the same age cohort were organized into a single unit, lived together, trained together, and were forbidden from marrying until the regiment had distinguished itself in battle. The system created military units with a cohesion that the loose age-grade organizations of previous Nguni warfare had not achieved. Men who had grown up together, who knew each other's strengths and weaknesses, who shared the specific loyalty that shared hardship produces. Combined with the close-quarters tactical system and the specific fitness demands Shaka placed on his forces, his warriors were expected to be capable of covering 50 miles a day on foot when required. The Ibutho system produced a military instrument qualitatively different from anything the region had previously fielded. Jikli Hill and the Bull Formation. The Battle of Jikli Hill in April 1818 was Shaka's most important early military test, the engagement in which his still new military system was measured against the Ndwandwe, the most powerful military confederation in the region and the principal rival to the Mthethwa-Zulu alliance. The Ndwandwe, under their chiefs Wide, were the great power of the southeastern African interior. They had already destroyed the Mthethwa Confederation after killing its chief Dingiswayo, Shaka's patron. They brought a substantially larger force to Jikli Hill. Precise numbers are impossible to establish from oral tradition and early European accounts, but the Ndwandwe numerical advantage was significant. Shaka positioned his army on the summit of Jikli Hill, using the terrain's elevation to compensate for the numerical disadvantage. He deployed his forces in the formation that became the characteristic tactical arrangement of Zulu warfare, the chest and horns or bull formation, in which a central force, the chest, engaged the enemy frontally and held their attention and their mass, while two flanking forces, the horns, swept rapidly around the enemy's sides to encircle him before he could reorient to meet them. The formation required the horn forces to move at speed around distances that the enemy was not expecting them to cover, a requirement that the physical fitness of Shaka's warriors made possible in ways that opponents typically did not anticipate until the horns were already behind them. The Ndwandwe assaulted the hill repeatedly, and were repulsed repeatedly, at costs that their numerical superiority could sustain for longer than Shaka's forces could endure a war of attrition. The battle's resolution came through the combination of defensive success on the hill and the exhaustion of the Ndwandwe attacking force. The Ndwandwe withdrew. Shaka had survived the most dangerous challenge of his early reign. The system had worked. He would refine it through subsequent campaigns until the chest and horns became the most consistently effective tactical formation in southeastern African warfare, and until the army that used it became the most feared military force in the region. The Mefeking and its consequences. The military expansion of the Zulu kingdom under Shaka and the reactions of other peoples who either submitted to Zulu power, fought and were defeated by it, fled before it, or adopted its military methods to resist or replicate it, produced a period of upheaval across southeastern and central Africa that Zulu speakers call the Mefeking, the crushing, and Sotho speakers call the Difeking, the forced migration. The scale and the character of the Mefeking are among the most debated questions in southern African historiography. Older accounts emphasized the destructiveness of Zulu expansion. Revisionist scholarship of the 1980s and 1990s questioned whether the Mefeking was primarily a Zulu-driven phenomenon or whether its causes were more various. Subsequent scholarship has attempted a synthesis that acknowledges both the genuine disruption of Zulu expansion and the complexity of the regional dynamics it interacted with. What is not in dispute is that the region's political geography was transformed within a decade. The Swazi kingdom consolidated itself partly in response to and partly in imitation of Zulu military organization. The Sutu kingdom of Moshoeshoe, who proved to be one of the most gifted political leaders of 19th-century Africa, was built in the Drakensberg highlands partly from refugees fleeing the conflicts that Zulu expansion had set in motion. The Ndebele kingdom of Mzilikazi, one of Shaka's former commanders who broke with him and led his followers north into what is now Zimbabwe, carried the Zulu military system into Central Africa and created a powerful state that would persist until the British South Africa Company's conquest in 1893. The political map of Southern Africa in 1830 was almost unrecognizable compared to the map of 1815. Shaka was assassinated in 1828 by his half-brothers Dingane and Mlangana, who had decided that his increasingly erratic and violent behavior in his later years could no longer be tolerated. He was approximately 40 years old. The kingdom he had built survived him and would eventually fight the British Empire in the Anglo-Zulu War of 1879, deploying at Isandwana the same chest and horns formation against a British regiment that Shaka had used at Jeekley Hill 60 years earlier and winning, in the most stunning military defeat that Britain suffered at African hands in the 19th century. The tactical system that Shaka had created at Jeekley Hill was still working 6 decades after his death. The legacy and its complexity. Shaka's legacy in South African historical memory is contested in ways that reflect both the genuine complexity of his historical significance and the specific uses to which his memory has been put. Apartheid-era South African historiography used Shaka in contradictory ways, sometimes as evidence that pre-colonial African societies were violently unstable and therefore legitimately in need of colonial ordering, sometimes as an example of African military achievement that could be acknowledged without threatening the racial hierarchy that apartheid maintained. Post-apartheid scholarship has attempted to recover a more honest picture that acknowledges both the genuine innovations of Shaka's military and political regime and the real suffering the Mafekene's disruptions, the internal repressions of his later years that accompanied them. The specific military innovations, the Ikla and the Shield, the Ibutho Age Regiment system, the chest and horns formation, have been analyzed by military historians with the technical seriousness they deserve. The Zulu military system was an independent development, without any contact with or knowledge of European military thinking, of organizational and tactical principles that European military doctrine had been working toward since the Swiss cantonal militaries of the 15th century. The importance of unit cohesion built through shared training and shared identity, the combination of a fixing element with a flanking element, the physical fitness requirements that made rapid movement possible. The parallel development demonstrates that military effectiveness responds to universal tactical constraints in similar ways regardless of cultural context. The Battle of Jeekley Hill is the specific moment at which the Zulu military system was tested in its early form and survived the foundational event of a military tradition that would produce, 60 years later, the most significant African military resistance to British imperial expansion in the 19th century. The kraal where a nation was forged in blood is not a metaphor. It is a specific hill outside a specific town in what is now South Africa's KwaZulu-Natal province, and the specific battle fought on its slopes in April 1818 was the battle that proved the system worked. Everything that followed the Mafekene, the Zulu kingdom's expansion, Isandwana, the Anglo-Zulu War, the long and complicated history of Zulu political identity in post-apartheid South Africa follows from that proof of concept on a hill in the southern African highland. Shaka Senzanga was illiterate and left no written records of his own. The accounts of his reign come from oral tradition and from the observations of European traders who made contact with the Zulu kingdom in the 1820s. The figure of Shaka that emerges from these sources, brilliant, ruthless, innovative, psychologically complex, has been reconstructed from evidence that is necessarily incomplete and that has been processed through multiple layers of interpretation, including the specific distortions of colonial ethnography. Shaka Zulu, The Rise of the Zulu Empire, E. A. Ritter, 1955. Chapter 71. The morning Britain discovered it was beatable. The Battle of Isandwana, 1879. The Ultimatum and the Invasion. The Anglo-Zulu War of 1879 began not with a Zulu attack on British territory but with a British ultimatum that Zulu King Cethweo could not possibly accept, dismantle the Ibutho military system that was the foundation of Zulu sovereignty and social organization, accept a British resident at the Royal Kraal with effective veto power over Zulu government, compensate various individuals for alleged injuries, and deliver 2 Zulu men accused of a border incident for trial under British law. The ultimatum was designed to be unacceptable. The British High Commissioner Sir Bartle Frere had decided that Zulu independence was incompatible with British regional hegemony in southern Africa, and that an ultimatum that forced either humiliating submission or war was the mechanism for achieving that subordination. When Cethweyo could not comply without surrendering everything that made him king. Frere had his war. The British invasion force that crossed the Buffalo River into Zululand on January 11, 1879 was divided into 3 columns intended to converge on Cethweyo's Royal Kraal at Ulundi. The central column under Lord Chelmsford established a camp at the foot of a rocky outcrop called Isandwana on January 20. Chelmsford did not entrench the camp, did not form a wagon laager, and did not take the other precautions that standing orders required for a camp of this size in hostile territory. His reasoning was that the Zulus would not attack a camp in daylight, that the terrain made a laager unnecessary, and that entrenching would impede his ability to move quickly. He had been told by experienced colonists and former natal frontier police that the Zulus were formidable opponents. He did not believe them. The specific quality of Chelmsford's underestimation of the Zulu military is one of the most studied examples of colonial military overconfidence in 19th-century history. He had been in Zululand for less than 2 weeks. His intelligence about Zulu movements was poor and largely based on reports of native contingent scouts, whose information was misinterpreted. He sent out approximately half of his force on a reconnaissance in force on the morning of January 22, based on intelligence that placed the main Zulu army south and east of the camp, which was wrong. The main Zulu army was north and west, approximately 5 miles away, hidden in a valley that none of Chelmsford's scouts had examined. The morning of January 22. The main Zulu army, approximately 20,000 warriors of the Ibutho system, the same trained and cohesive age regiment force that Shaka had created at Jeekley Hill 60 years earlier, now fighting for a kingdom his successors had built, was discovered by accident by a British patrol at approximately 11 a.m. on January 22. The patrol stumbled over the edge of the concealing valley and found the Zulu army sitting in formation below, apparently waiting for a planned attack the following day. The discovery triggered the battle before the Zulu commanders had chosen to begin it. The army stood up and moved toward the camp with the specific discipline of men who had been training for this their entire adult lives. The British force remaining at the camp, approximately 1,700 men, deployed in extended order around the camp's perimeter and opened fire. For approximately 2 hours, the Martini Henry rifles of the British infantry held the Zulu advance at a distance, pouring volley fire into the mass of warriors at rates that the Zulus were absorbing at tremendous cost. The defense was working, in the sense that the Zulu advance was being checked. It was failing, in the sense that it could not be sustained indefinitely against 20,000 opponents. The disaster came when the rifle fire slackened because the battalion's ammunition reserves were in the hands of quartermasters who were slow to distribute them, for reasons that have been disputed ever since, and that probably combined bureaucratic rigidity, the physical difficulty of breaking open the heavy screwed-down ammunition boxes, and the chaos of a battle developing faster than anyone had planned for. When the fire slackened, the Zulu horns completed the encirclement that the chest and the 2 horn formations had been executing throughout the battle. The left horn swung around the camp's southern end, the right horn came over the rocky ridge behind which the camp's rear was supposed to be protected. The defenders, suddenly fighting on multiple sides with insufficient ammunition, broke. The killing that followed was total. Of the approximately 1,300 British and Allied soldiers who had been in the camp that morning, fewer than 60 reached safety. The Zulus suffered perhaps 1,000 to 3,000 killed, evidence that the British rifle fire had been effective even when it was insufficient. Isandwana was not a walkover. It was a battle that the Zulus won and the British lost, fairly, on the merits of the tactics each side employed. The shock and the response. The news of Isandlwana reached London on February 11, 1879, and produced a shock that no previous colonial military defeat had generated in Victorian Britain. The specific quality of the shock was not merely the loss of 1,300 men. Larger losses had been absorbed in India, in the Crimea, in various colonial campaigns, but the manner of the loss. A British infantry regiment, armed with the best rifle in the world, deployed in the open in a defensive line, had been destroyed by an African army armed primarily with spears and shields. The racial and cultural assumptions that sustained the imperial project, the belief that European military technology and discipline were inherently superior to any non-European military system, had been challenged publicly and catastrophically. The British response to Isandlwana was to reinforce heavily and to investigate what had gone wrong. The investigation, naturally, focused on the question of the ammunition, whether the quartermaster's slowness in distributing cartridges had caused the defensive line to collapse, rather than on the more fundamental question of whether Chelmsford's tactical dispositions and his underestimation of the Zulu military had created the conditions for disaster. Chelmsford was eventually recalled and replaced, but he was not court-martialed. The official narrative settled on the ammunition question as the proximate cause, which was more manageable than acknowledging that the Zulu military system had simply outfought the British one on January 22. The Anglo-Zulu War produced a secondary engagement that became almost as famous as Isandlwana in British memory, the defence of Rorke's Drift on the same afternoon and night, in which approximately 150 British soldiers held a mission station against approximately 4,000 Zulus for 12 hours, receiving 11 Victoria Crosses, the most ever awarded for a single action. The contrast between the two engagements was immediately noticed. The same regiment's 1st Battalion had been destroyed at Isandlwana, while its 2nd Battalion won the greatest concentration of Victoria Crosses in the history of the award. The contrast was used in contemporary British accounts to establish a narrative of heroic recovery from disaster that partially absorbed the shock of Isandlwana. Isandlwana and what it proved. Isandlwana proved several things simultaneously that the Victorian imperial establishment found difficult to hold together. It proved that the Zulu military system the one Shaka had created at Jeekley Hill and that 60 years of continuous refinement had developed was genuinely effective against the best-equipped European colonial army of the age. The chest and horns formation that had worked against the Ndwandwe in 1818 worked against the 24th Regiment in 1879 for the same structural reasons. It fixed the enemy with a frontal attack, while the Horn forces completed an encirclement that the fixed enemy could not respond to without abandoning its position. The specific weapons changed: Martini Henry rifles instead of throwing spears, but the tactical logic was the same. It also proved that colonial confidence in European military superiority was a more dangerous liability than colonial military commanders typically acknowledged. Chelmsford had received intelligence warnings, had been advised by people with direct experience of Zulu warfare, and had dismissed both in favor of his own assumptions about what an African army was capable of. The consequences of the dismissal were paid by 1,300 men who had trusted their commander's judgment. The pattern: the imperial officer whose racial and cultural assumptions prevented him from accurately assessing an opponent's capabilities, was not unique to Chelmsford or to Isandlwana. It was a systematic feature of the colonial military enterprise, and Isandlwana was simply the most dramatic demonstration of its cost. The British eventually won the Anglo-Zulu War. The Battle of Ulundi in July 1879, fought with adequate preparation and with the wagon laager that Chelmsford had not bothered to construct at Isandlwana, destroyed the Zulu army with artillery and rifle fire from a fortified position and ended organized Zulu military resistance. Sethwayo was captured and eventually taken to London, where he was received with the complicated celebrity that the Victorian public extended to defeated enemies who had inflicted significant damage before being subdued. But the morning at Isandlwana, the morning when 20,000 Zulu warriors stood up from a hidden valley and walked toward a British defensive line, was the morning that an empire discovered it was beatable. A discovery that empire could not quite bring itself to acknowledge fully, and that its subjects could not quite allow themselves to forget. The 11 Victoria Crosses awarded for the defence of Rorke's Drift remain the most ever given for a single engagement in British military history. The defense has been celebrated in poetry, painting, and film, most famously in the 1964 film Zulu, while Isandwana, which preceded it on the same day and killed 10 times as many British soldiers, has received significantly less cultural attention. The asymmetry reflects a preference for stories of heroic defense over stories of military disaster, regardless of which event had the larger military significance. The Washing of the Spears, A History of the Rise of the Zulu Nation under Shaka and Its Fall in the Zulu War of 1879, Donald R. Morris, 1965. Chapter 72. The River Where the Empire Announced Itself. The Battle of Omdurman, 1898. The Reconquest. The Anglo-Egyptian reconquest of the Sudan in 1896–98 was a campaign of extraordinary logistical complexity and brutal tactical simplicity. The logistics required building a desert railway, assembling a river flotilla, and sustaining an army at the end of a supply chain stretching hundreds of miles up the Nile. The tactical requirement was to close with the Mahdiist forces and destroy them with the firepower that British technology provided. General Herbert Kitchener, who commanded the expedition with the methodical precision of a man who had spent years planning it, gave the logistics the attention they required and trusted the firepower to handle the tactics. The confidence was justified. The Sudan had been lost to the Mahdiist uprising of the 1880s that had begun with the charismatic religious leader Mohammed Ahmed's proclamation that he was the Mahdi, the expected one of Islamic tradition, and his rallying of Sudanese peoples against Egyptian rule and its British backers. The destruction of an Egyptian army under Chinese Gordon at Khartoum in 1885, after a 10-month siege in which the British government had been too slow in sending relief, had been the most humiliating single event of the Victorian imperial era and had left the British establishment with a grievance against the Mahdiist state that 12 years had not diminished. Lord Salisbury's government authorised the reconquest partly from strategic concern about French expansion toward the Upper Nile. The Fashoda incident that would follow almost immediately after Omdurman was the direct result of this French countermove, and partly from the specific political desire to avenge Gordon, whose memory had become a national fixation. Kitchener's advance up the Nile was methodical to the point of slowness. He built a desert railway from Wadi Halfa into the Sudanese interior as he went, ensuring that his supply line was secure before he moved his fighting force forward. He constructed river gunboats to extend his reach and provide fire support in riverine operations. He progressively reduced the Mahdiist fortifications and forces that opposed him, winning engagements at Firkit, at Hafir, at the Atbara River, each of which was planned with the same careful attention to the relationship between available firepower and enemy position. By the summer of 1898, he was approaching Omdurman, the Mahdiist capital on the west bank of the Nile opposite the ruins of Khartoum. The Khalifa Abdallahi had assembled approximately 60,000 warriors for the defense of his capital. The battle and the charge. The Battle of Omdurman on September 2, 1898 was decided before the Mahdiist army reached the British and Egyptian lines. Kitchener had positioned his force in a defensive arc near the village of Kareri, with the Nile at his back and his Maxim guns, artillery, and rifle-armed infantry deployed to sweep the plain over which the Mahdiist force would have to advance. The Mahdiist army attacked in multiple waves, the characteristic dervish assault that had been effective against Egyptian forces earlier in the war, advancing across open ground under the fire of weapons against which their courage was the only compensation they had. The Maxim gun, firing 500 rounds per minute, did not recognize courage as a military variable. The one-sidedness of the engagement was extraordinary even by the standards of colonial warfare. In approximately 4 hours of fighting, approximately 10,000 to 11,000 Mahdiist warriors were killed and approximately 16,000 were wounded. Anglo-Egyptian casualties were approximately 430 killed and wounded. The body count reflects the specific technological gap between the opposing forces. The Mahdiists had rifles, but many were old or poorly maintained. They had artillery, but the British gunboats on the Nile had already destroyed most of it in a pre-battle bombardment. What the Mahdiists had in abundance was the willingness to advance under fire, which they demonstrated with a discipline and a courage that the British observers consistently acknowledged, even as the Maxim guns were demonstrating its futility. The battle also produced the charge of the 21st Lancers, in which approximately 320 cavalry troopers charged a body of Mahdiist troops that had positioned themselves in a depression the Lancers could not see until they were committed to the charge. The 150 visible warriors on the surface turned out to conceal approximately 3,000 in the core below. The charge succeeded. The Mahdiists were pushed back at a cost of 21 killed and 50 wounded. Among the subalterns who participated was a 23-year-old cavalry officer named Winston Churchill, who was present as both a soldier and a journalist. Churchill's account of the charge, published in his book The River War within a year of the battle, made the Lancers' charge famous and made Churchill more famous. It also included a critique of Kitchener's treatment of the Mahdiist dead and wounded that Kitchener never forgave. The Maxim gun and its meaning. Omdurman is remembered, and should be remembered, as the most extreme demonstration of the technological gap that made European colonial expansion possible in the late 19th century. Hilaire Belloc's satirical verse "Whatever happens, we have got the Maxim gun, and they have not" captures the essential military reality of the battle with an accuracy that the serious historians of the era sometimes preferred to soften. The Mahdiist army of 60,000 was not an undisciplined mob. Its soldiers were veterans of the campaigns that had defeated Egyptian armies and humiliated Britain. Its commanders had organized a defense of the Mahdiist state for 13 years against considerable pressure. It was defeated as comprehensively as it was because it was fighting with the military technology of the 1870s against an opponent using the military technology of the 1890s. The specific critique that Omdurman attracted from Churchill, from the liberal press in Britain, from journalists who covered the campaign, was directed not at the battle's military outcome but at Kitchener's management of its aftermath. Kitchener ordered the Mahdi's tomb in Omdurman destroyed and the Mahdi's bones scattered, to prevent the site from becoming a center of religious resistance. He kept the Mahdi's skull as a trophy, intending by some accounts to use it as an inkwell. The skull was eventually ordered destroyed after Churchill's public criticism and Lord Cromer's diplomatic intervention. Kitchener claimed it had been buried with full Muslim rites, which most observers doubted. The treatment of the Mahdi's remains was a small incident in the larger context of the reconquest, but it provided the specific evidence that critics needed to argue that British imperialism was conducting itself with a contempt for the peoples it was subjugating that the official discourse of civilization and improvement could not sustain. Winston Churchill's critique of Kitchener in The River War, he described the destruction of the tomb as an act of vandalism and folly was remarkable for a junior cavalry officer writing about his superior. It contributed to the long mutual antagonism between the two men that would periodically surface in subsequent decades, when Churchill was a politician and Kitchener was a field marshal and Secretary of State for War. The battle that made both men famous, Churchill as the dashing young observer, Kitchener as the efficient conqueror, also established the specific moral question that British imperialism would face with increasing urgency in the 20th century. What did it mean to bring civilization to peoples whose resistance to it was being overcome by Maxim guns? Kitchener and the Fashoda incident. Immediately after securing Omdurman, Kitchener led a small flotilla of gunboats south up the Nile to Fashoda, a remote outpost approximately 600 miles upriver, where a French expedition under Major Jean-Baptiste Marchand had arrived after an extraordinary 19-month journey across Africa from the Atlantic coast. Marchand's 150 Senegalese soldiers had crossed the continent to plant the French flag on the Upper Nile, establishing a French claim to the watershed that the British regarded as exclusively theirs. The encounter between Kitchener's force, which arrived with 5 gunboats and approximately 1,500 soldiers, dwarfing Marchand's expedition, and the French, was the climax of the scramble for Africa's great strategic competition, which European power would control the Nile from source to mouth. The meeting between Kitchener and Marchand on September 19, 1898 was conducted with the elaborate formality that Europeans of the period deployed when they wanted to convey both their mutual respect and their mutual inflexibility. Kitchener offered champagne, Marchand accepted. Both commanders asserted their government's claims to the territory. Kitchener left a small British force at Fashoda and returned to Khartoum. The diplomatic crisis that followed in Paris and London lasted 3 months. during which France and Britain came closer to war than at any point since the Napoleonic era. In the end, France backed down. The French government was not willing to risk war with Britain over a remote outpost in the African interior. The Fashoda incident ended French ambitions for a trans-African empire and established British control of the Nile Valley, a control that would shape Egyptian and Sudanese history for the following half-century. It also, paradoxically, began the process of Anglo-French rapprochement. The mutual recognition that the two countries had specific, geographically separated imperial interests that could be reconciled rather than contested was the foundation of the Entente Cordiale of 1904, which was the foundation of the alliance that went to war together in 1914. The river where the empire announced itself was also the river where France and Britain discovered that they could divide the world between them without fighting each other for it, a discovery with consequences far larger than the Battle of September 2, 1898 that made it possible. Winston Churchill's account of his participation in the charge of the 21st Lancers at Marne, published in his book The River War in 1899, was the beginning of a writing career that would eventually produce a Nobel Prize in Literature in 1953. The young cavalry officer who charged Mahdiist warriors with a pistol because a shoulder injury prevented him from using his sword became, through the accident of being present at Marne, one of the most consequential writers of the 20th century. The River War, an account of the reconquest of the Sudan, Winston Churchill, 1899. Chapter 73. The Guerrillas Who Invented Modern War. The Peninsular War, 1808–1814. The Occupation and its Resistance. Napoleon's occupation of Spain beginning in 1808 was the consequence of a dynastic manipulation that he later called his greatest mistake. He had tricked the Spanish royal family into abdicating, installed his brother Joseph as King of Spain, and expected the Spanish population to accept the change with the docility that other occupied Europeans had shown. The Spanish did not. What erupted instead was the first sustained popular resistance movement against Napoleonic occupation, a war that the Spanish called the Guerra de la Independencia and that gave the English language a new word, guerrilla, the Little War. The specific character of the Peninsular War was the combination of conventional warfare and guerrilla resistance that neither element alone could have sustained. The British Expeditionary Force under Arthur Wellesley, later the Duke of Wellington, provided the conventional military corps that defeated French armies in pitched battle, Tolover, Salamanca, Vitoria. The Spanish guerrillas, irregular bands of fighters ranging from a few dozen to a few thousand, operating throughout the country, tied down French troops in pacification operations, disrupted supply lines, assassinated collaborators, and maintained a level of insecurity that prevented any French garrison from being fully confident of its position. The guerrillas were not a unified force with a unified command. They were organized around local leaders, often priests, local notables, or former soldiers who used local knowledge, local loyalty, and the mobility that irregular forces could achieve to make the French occupation intolerably expensive. The French army of 250,000 to 300,000 that attempted to pacify Spain was never sufficient for the task, because the task was not purely military. It was political, social, and cultural, and no amount of military force could address those dimensions of the resistance. Wellington and the army he built. Wellington's campaigns in Portugal and Spain between 1808 and 1814 produced an army and a set of operational principles that military historians have studied ever since. He was fighting with an army numerically inferior to the French forces he faced, in a theatre of operations far from British supply bases, with unreliable allied Spanish and Portuguese forces whose cooperation was essential and whose reliability was variable. The operational art he developed was the art of the inferior force, how to defeat a larger enemy by choosing ground, timing engagements, and maintaining logistical lines that the enemy could not threaten. The specific tactical innovations, the use of the reverse slope to shelter infantry from artillery, the firing line rather than the column, the integration of light infantry with the main body were refinements of existing British practice, but applied with a consistency and effectiveness that made Wellington's army the most technically proficient in the world by 1813. The army that fought at Waterloo was the army that the Peninsular War had created, tested by 6 years of continuous campaigning, led by officers who had learned their trade in the school of the most demanding operational environment in Europe. The cost of the Peninsular War to France was the most significant consequence of the campaign. The French committed approximately 500,000 soldiers to Spain over the course of the war, of whom approximately 300,000 became casualties. The resources consumed in Spain were resources not available for the Russian campaign of 1812 or the subsequent campaigns in Germany and France. The guerrilla template. The Peninsular War established the template for what 20th-century strategists would call insurgency and counterinsurgency, the specific combination of conventional and irregular forces, of popular resistance and external military support, that proved capable of defeating a conventional army in an occupation scenario. The template was not immediately recognized as such. It took the subsequent century of colonial wars, followed by the partisan warfare of the Second World War and the independence struggles of the post-war period, for the Peninsular War's operational lessons to be fully articulated. The specific lessons were uncomfortable for conventional military powers. An occupying force that cannot distinguish combatants from civilians, that faces a population that does not recognize its authority as legitimate, and that cannot concentrate its forces without exposing its supply lines and garrisons to irregular attack, is in a position of structural disadvantage regardless of its conventional military superiority. The Vietnam War, the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan, the American occupation of Iraq and Afghanistan all repeated versions of the Peninsular War's dynamic. A conventionally superior occupying force facing a combination of conventional and irregular resistance in a political environment where the population's loyalty was the decisive variable. The guerrillas who invented modern war in Spain between 1808 and 1814 created the most durable problem in military affairs: how to win a war when the enemy will not stand and fight on your terms, and left it as an inheritance for every subsequent generation of military planners. Spain and its consequences. The Peninsular War's consequences for Spain itself were mixed. Independence from French occupation was achieved, but the war had produced enormous destruction. Estimates of Spanish casualties range from 500,000 to 1 million and had disrupted the social and political order in ways that made the subsequent century of Spanish politics unusually turbulent. The returning king, Ferdinand VII, rejected the constitution of 1812 that the resistance movement had proclaimed, triggering the liberal movements and counterreactions that would characterize Spanish politics until the Civil War of 1936–39. The Spanish colonies in the Americas, which had been administered from a Spain under French occupation for 6 years, used the disruption to begin independence movements that produced the Latin American republics of the early 19th century. The Peninsular War thus contributed to the end of the Spanish Empire in the Americas in a way that was entirely unintended by either Napoleon, who had wanted to control Spain, or the Spanish resistance, which had been fighting for Spanish sovereignty. Wellington's victory in the Peninsula contributed directly to Napoleon's final defeat. The resources consumed by the Spanish campaign weakened the Grande Army that invaded Russia. The experienced British army that emerged from the peninsula provided the core of the forces that defeated Napoleon in 1815. The guerrillas who had begun the resistance with ambushes and assassinations in 1808 had set in motion a chain of events that ended at Waterloo in 1815. The little war that began in Spain produced consequences as large as the great wars that surrounded it. The word guerrilla entered the English language during the Peninsular War. It is a diminutive of the Spanish guerra, war, meaning little war. The concept that a small, irregular war conducted by civilians could be militarily effective against a conventional army was not new, but the Peninsular War gave it a name and demonstrated it at a scale and over a duration that made the lesson impossible to ignore. The word outlasted the war by 2 centuries and is still in daily use in military and political discourse worldwide. Wellington, the Iron Duke, Richard Holmes, 2002. Chapter 74. The Train That Carried the Wrong General. The Battle of Tannenberg, 1914. The Eastern Front and its opening. While the German army was grinding its way through Belgium and northern France in the opening weeks of the war, the Russian army mobilized with a speed that German planners had not anticipated and invaded East Prussia, German sovereign territory, the homeland of the Junker military class, in August 1914. The invasion was earlier than German strategic planning had assumed the Russian army could achieve, a product of the military reforms since the Russo-Japanese War and of genuine political will in St. Petersburg to honor Russia's treaty obligations to France by applying pressure on Germany from the east before the French army was destroyed in the west. Two Russian armies entered East Prussia from different directions, General von Rennenkampf's First Army from the east, and General Samsonov's Second Army from the south, separated by the Masurian Lakes, a chain of lakes and marshes that made direct coordination difficult and that the German defense was designed to exploit. The German Eighth Army was caught between two opponents whose combined strength significantly exceeded its own. Its commander, General von Prittwitz, responded to the crisis with a phone call to Supreme Headquarters in which he announced his intention to retreat behind the Vistula River, abandoning East Prussia entirely, and then suffered what appears to have been a nervous breakdown during the conversation. He was relieved of command within hours. The German High Command reached for two generals who were available and whose complementary talents offered what the crisis required: Paul von Hindenburg, a retired Prussian general of 6-6 who had commanded in East Prussia before his retirement and who knew the terrain intimately, and Erich Ludendorff, who had just distinguished himself by capturing the Belgian fortress of Liege and had a reputation as one of the most capable operational planners in the German army. Hindenburg provided the authority and the calm that the situation required. Ludendorff provided the operational intelligence. The train that carried them east to take command carried, in the combination of their complementary talents, the solution to the crisis that Prittwitz's breakdown had created. It also carried, in embryo, the command partnership that would eventually run Germany's entire war effort and run it into the ground. The plan and the intercepts. The German operational plan that Ludendorff found waiting for him when he arrived at 8th Army headquarters was based on an intelligence asset of extraordinary value. The Russian armies were transmitting their operational orders by radio in clear text unencoded. The reason was straightforward logistical failure. The Russian signal service did not have enough trained cipher clerks or enough cipher materials to handle the volume of communications that a major offensive operation generated. The result was that German signals intelligence had a complete, real-time picture of what both Russian armies were doing, where they intended to go, what their supply situations were, and how they were coordinating with each other. The intelligence picture showed Ludendorff something crucial: Rennenkampf and Samsonov were not coordinating effectively. Rennenkampf's First Army, after the Battle of Gumbinnen on August 20, had halted and was not advancing aggressively toward Samsonov's rear. The gap between the two Russian armies was large enough that Ludendorff could strip forces from the front facing Rennenkampf, concentrate them against Samsonov, destroy Samsonov's army, and then turn against Rennenkampf before the First Army could effectively intervene. A famous story claimed that Rennenkampf and Samsonov had quarreled physically at a railway platform during the Russo-Japanese War, and that Rennenkampf was deliberately allowing Samsonov to suffer. The story is probably apocryphal, but it captured the operational reality. The gap between the two Russian armies was real and decisive. The plan required holding Rennenkampf with a cavalry screen that was little more than a bluff, and concentrating all four available German corps against Samsonov's Second Army in a double envelopment. The risk was real. If Rennenkampf advanced aggressively while the German forces were concentrated against Samsonov, the entire 8th Army could be caught between the two Russian forces and destroyed. Ludendorff apparently lost his nerve briefly and proposed withdrawing some forces from the southern concentration. Hindenburg, in the specific exercise of the authority that his calm and his rank provided, declined to authorize the withdrawal. The plan was executed as designed. The intelligence intercepts continued to confirm that Rennenkampf was not moving. The encirclement. The Battle of Tannenberg between August 23 and 30, 1914 was one of the most complete military encirclements in the history of warfare, a canny on the operational scale, achieved in 8 days against a force of approximately 150,000 men. The German corps executed the double envelopment with the precision that the intelligence intercepts had made possible. The Northern Corps swung east and south to cut Samsonov's line of retreat. The Southern Corps swung north and east to cut it from the other side. Samsonov's army, fighting in the center against the German forces that were fixing it frontally, did not understand what was happening on its flanks until the encirclement was closing. Samsonov, who had ridden forward with his forward troops and was out of effective communication with his flanks and his rear, received the news of the catastrophe piecemeal. He attempted to organize a breakout. He failed. On August 29, surrounded and with his army disintegrating around him, he rode away from his staff into the forest. His staff heard a single gunshot. His body was found some weeks later. The Germans buried him with military honors. He was a capable officer who had been given an impossible task coordinating a major offensive in terrain he did not know, with supply lines already overstretched, against an opponent reading his orders in real time, and he paid for the institutional failures that had made his task impossible with his life. The result was categorical. Approximately 92,000 Russian soldiers were taken prisoner, approximately 30,000 were killed, and the Second Army ceased to exist as a military force. Hindenburg named the battle Tannenberg, for the nearby town that had been the site of a famous medieval battle in 1410 in which Polish and Lithuanian forces had destroyed the Teutonic Knights. The naming was an act of deliberate historical reversal, a German victory over a Slavic army in a forest near the site of the Knights' defeat. The partnership of Hindenburg and Ludendorff had produced, in its first major engagement, a result that would make both men famous and eventually, fatally, powerful beyond what either the military situation or their individual characters could well sustain. Tannenberg's lesson and its cost. Tannenberg demonstrated in the war's first month that the Eastern Front would have a fundamentally different character from the Western. The vast spaces of the East, the distances between objectives, the lower density of forces relative to the front length, the less developed railway network produced a war in which operational maneuver remained possible in ways that the Western Front's density of forces and mutual exhaustion had already foreclosed. German commanders in the East could conduct encirclements and achieve dramatic advances that the Western Front denied. Tannenberg was the first proof of this operational character, and the subsequent campaigns in the East confirmed it. The cost that Tannenberg imposed on the larger German strategic situation was less visible but real. The Russian invasion of East Prussia had produced a panic in the German High Command that resulted in the transfer of 2 corps from the Western Front to the Eastern in mid-August. The corps arrived in the East to find the crisis already resolved, too late to fight at Tannenberg, too late to return to the West for the Marne. The question of whether those 2 corps would have been sufficient to tip the balance at the Marne to prevent the Allied counteroffensive that produced the 4-year trench stalemate is genuinely unanswerable, but the transfer is one of the specific decisions that contributed to the Schlieffen Plan's failure and to the war of attrition that Germany had identified as fatal. The larger paradox of Tannenberg is that a victory so complete as to be almost unprecedented in modern warfare ultimately contributed to a strategic outcome that the German military establishment had identified as fatal: the prolongation of a 2-front war against opponents whose combined resources exceeded Germany's own. Hindenburg and Ludendorff, who parlayed Tannenberg's fame into the dominant command position in the German war effort by 1916, eventually responded to this problem by recommending unrestricted submarine warfare, the gamble that brought the United States into the war and sealed Germany's defeat. The train that had carried them east to win at Tannenberg carried, in the same compartment, the seeds of the end they were unable to prevent. General Alexander Samsonov, whose Second Army was destroyed at Tannenberg, had been given command of the force partly because of his friendship with the Russian commander-in-chief, Grand Duke Nicholas. He and Rennenkampf, commanding the First Army, had a long-standing personal enmity dating from the Russo-Japanese War, an enmity that some historians believe contributed to Rennenkampf's failure to advance to support Samsonov at Tannenberg. If true, the battle that destroyed 100,000 Russian soldiers was influenced partly by the bad blood between 2 commanders who had quarreled a decade earlier. August 1914, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, 1971. Chapter 75. The Summer That Britain Refused to End. The Battle of Britain, 1940. After Dunkirk. The summer of 1940 was, by any reasonable military calculation, Germany's to win. France had fallen in 6 weeks. The British Expeditionary Force had been evacuated from Dunkirk but had left its equipment on the French beaches. Britain was alone against a German military machine that had just demonstrated its ability to defeat the combined armies of France, Belgium, and the Netherlands in a campaign of unprecedented speed and effectiveness. The German army stood on the Channel coast. The Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, was the most experienced and most effective in the world. Adolf Hitler expected Britain to negotiate. The German leadership could not understand why a country in Britain's position would continue fighting. The rational calculation, in their assessment, was that Britain should accept a settlement that left it its empire while ceding continental Europe to German dominance. Churchill's refusal to negotiate, expressed in the speeches of May and June 1940 that remain among the most powerful political oratory in the English language, was, from the German perspective, a failure of rationality. From Churchill's perspective, it was the only course that offered any prospect of ultimate survival. For an invasion of Britain to succeed, Germany needed air superiority over the English Channel and southern England to prevent the Royal Navy from destroying the invasion fleet and to provide air cover for the crossing. The Battle of Britain was Germany's attempt to achieve that air superiority, and the Royal Air Force's attempt to prevent it. It lasted from July 10 to October 31, 1940. The RAF Fighter Command that faced the Luftwaffe in the summer of 1940 had approximately 650 operational Hurricanes and Spitfires at the beginning of the battle, against a Luftwaffe force of approximately 2,600 aircraft of all types. The Messerschmitt Bf 109 fighter was comparable to the Spitfire in most respects. The Hurricane was a solid gun platform that was effective against German bombers. The key British advantage was neither aircraft type but geography. The battle was being fought over British territory, which meant that British pilots who were shot down and survived could return to their squadrons, while German pilots who were shot down became prisoners of war. The other British advantage was the Chain Home Radar Network, a system of radio direction finding stations along the British coast that gave Fighter Command warning of incoming German raids approximately 15 minutes before they arrived. The warning allowed RAF controllers to vector fighters to intercept incoming raids rather than maintaining expensive standing patrols. The Dowding system, named after Air Chief Marshal Sir Hugh Dowding, who commanded Fighter Command, was the operational framework that integrated radar, ground observation, radio communications, and fighter control into a system more sophisticated than anything the Luftwaffe had anticipated. The battle went through several phases. In July and early August, the Luftwaffe attacked British coastal shipping and radar stations. From mid-August through September 6, it attacked RAF airfields and aircraft factories, the phase that came closest to defeating Fighter Command. The attrition of pilots and aircraft was severe. Several airfields were badly damaged and some were temporarily out of operation. The blunder and the Blitz. On September 7, 1940, the Luftwaffe shifted its attacks from RAF airfields to London. The switch was partly in retaliation for a British bombing raid on Berlin, partly a strategic calculation that bombing London would force Fighter Command to defend the capital in conditions that would accelerate its attrition, and partly an expression of Göring's conviction that the RAF was nearly finished and that the final blow should be delivered against Britain's heart rather than its airfields. The switch saved Fighter Command. The airfields that had been degraded by German attack were repaired, the pilots who had been flying to exhaustion got some rest, the production of replacement aircraft continued without the disruption that direct attacks on factories had been producing. The Blitz that began on September 7, the sustained bombing of London and subsequently of other British cities, killed approximately 43,000 British civilians and destroyed or damaged millions of homes. It did not break British civilian morale in the way that German air power theorists had expected, and it did not achieve the air superiority over southern England that Operation Sea Lion, the planned German invasion, required. On September 15, 1940, Battle of Britain Day in British Commemoration, Fighter Command inflicted such heavy losses on the Luftwaffe in a major daylight attack that the German High Command began to reconsider the feasibility of the invasion. On September 17, Hitler postponed Operation Sea Lion indefinitely. The Battle of Britain was over in any strategic sense, though the Blitz continued until May 1941. The few and what they preserved. Churchill's tribute to the RAF pilots never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few was delivered on August 20, 1940, before the battle's outcome was clear, and its reference to the few was the origin of the pilots' collective identity that subsequent history confirmed. The few were approximately 3,000 pilots who flew in fighter command during the battle. British, Polish, Czechoslovak, Canadian, Australian, New Zealand, South African, and pilots of several other nationalities who had made their way to Britain after their own countries had been occupied. What they preserved, by not losing, was the possibility of eventual Allied victory. If Britain had been forced to negotiate in the summer of 1940, if fighter command had been broken and the invasion had succeeded, the war in Europe would have ended on German terms. The Soviet Union would have been attacked in 1941 by a Germany with no Western Front to worry about. The United States, even after Pearl Harbor, would have faced a Nazi-controlled Europe with no British base from which to threaten it. The specific outcome of the Battle of Britain was not Allied victory that was still 4.5 years away. The outcome was that Allied victory remained possible. The summer that Britain refused to end preserved the circumstances in which the war could eventually be won. The Hurricanes and Spitfires that turned back the Luftwaffe's bombers over southern England in the summer of 1940 did not win the war, they prevented the war from being lost. The distinction is everything. The summer of 1940 was, in Churchill's phrase, Britain's finest hour, not because Britain won but because Britain refused to lose when losing was the rational option, and the refusal made winning possible. The Polish pilots who flew in the Battle of Britain, approximately 145 in the RAF's No. 303 Polish Squadron and other units, had the highest kill ratio of any fighter squadron in the battle, shooting down more German aircraft per pilot than any RAF equivalent. They were fighting not just for Britain but for a Poland that had already been destroyed. Their motivation had a specific quality that the RAF's British pilots, fighting for a country still intact, could not quite replicate. The Battle of Britain, the greatest air battle of World War II, Richard Hough and Dennis Richards, 1989. Chapter 76. The beach nobody expected to survive. The Dunkirk evacuation, 1940. The trap. By May 26, 1940, the British Expeditionary Force and a large portion of the French army were trapped against the English Channel at Dunkirk. The German army's advance through the Ardennes had been so rapid and so unexpected that it had cut the Allied forces in two, encircling the northern armies against the sea. Approximately 400,000 British and French soldiers were crowded into a shrinking perimeter around the port of Dunkirk, with German armoured forces on three sides and the Channel at their backs. The military situation was, by conventional analysis, catastrophic. The beaches at Dunkirk were exposed and shallow large vessels could not approach close enough to embark men without the men wading deep into the water. German aircraft were attacking continuously. The perimeter was shrinking daily as German infantry pressed the defense. Churchill told the War Cabinet to expect that no more than 30,000 men might be saved. The loss of the British Expeditionary Force would have been a blow from which British military capacity might not have recovered. What happened instead was Operation Dynamo, the 9-day evacuation that lifted approximately 338,000 men off the beaches between May 27 and June 4, 1940. The operation succeeded because of a combination of factors that individually seem insufficient: the famous halt order that stopped German armor for 2 days, giving the perimeter time to consolidate, the extraordinary performance of the Royal Air Force Fighter Command, which kept the Luftwaffe from free rein over the beaches despite fighting at the limit of its range, and the fleet of small vessels, the little ships of Dunkirk, that brought men off the beaches where larger vessels could not reach. The little ships. The flotilla of small vessels that participated in the Dunkirk evacuation has become one of the most celebrated images of British collective resilience in the Second World War. The fishing boats, pleasure craft, ferries, and Thames River barges that crossed the Channel to bring men off the beaches. Approximately 700 to 900 small vessels of various types participated in the evacuation, crewed by civilian volunteers as well as naval personnel. The little ships did not rescue most of the men. The majority were taken off by naval vessels, destroyers, and transport ships that could approach the harbor's eastern mole even when the beaches were inaccessible. But the small vessels were essential for the beach operation itself. They ferried men from the shallow water to the larger ships waiting offshore, and they ran independently to beaches that the organized naval operation could not cover. The image of the little ships, the civilian armada that answered the national emergency, was both real and mythologized. It was real in that civilian vessels did make the crossing and did rescue men who would otherwise have been left on the beach. It was mythologized in that the image emphasized civilian heroism at the expense of the naval and military planning that organized the evacuation, and the RAF's costly battle to keep the Luftwaffe off the beaches. The full picture is more complex than the legend, and the legend is more true than the cynics claim. The Halt Order and its mystery. The German Halt Order of May 24, 1940, which stopped the German armored advance for approximately 2 days at the moment when the encircled Allied forces were most vulnerable, remains one of the most analyzed and least resolved decisions of the entire war. Various explanations have been offered: Hitler's personal intervention, driven by political or strategic considerations not purely military; Göring's assurance that the Luftwaffe could finish off the encircled forces without the army's help; the exhaustion of the German armor after its rapid advance; the concern that the soft ground around Dunkirk would endanger the tanks. The most likely explanation involves all of these factors combined: a German command structure that was still surprised by its own success and uncertain about what to do with it, operating under a commander-in-chief who was making his first independent strategic decisions and was understandably cautious. The Halt Order, whatever its cause, gave the Dunkirk perimeter time to stabilize and the evacuation time to begin. 2 days that the Germans gave back to the Allies proved to be worth 300,000 soldiers. Churchill, who had feared disaster, found himself addressing the House of Commons on June 4 in language that turned a military catastrophe into a national myth. "We shall fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds, we shall fight in the fields and in the streets, we shall fight in the hills, we shall never surrender." The speech that transformed Dunkirk from retreat into defiance is one of the most consequential acts of political rhetoric in modern history, and it was spoken over an evacuation, not a victory. What Dunkirk preserved. What was saved at Dunkirk was not just 338,000 soldiers, though the preservation of the trained corps of the British Army was itself enormously significant. What was saved was the political and strategic possibility of continued British resistance. A Britain that had lost its army on the beaches of Dunkirk would have faced enormous pressure to negotiate from within the war cabinet, from the public, from the logic of military helplessness. The men who were evacuated from Dunkirk formed the cadre of the armies that fought in North Africa, in Italy, and eventually on the beaches of Normandy. Their experience of retreat, of evacuation, of survival against the odds gave them a quality that fresh troops could not have: the knowledge that German forces were not invincible, that British soldiers could survive even in the worst circumstances, that the war was not over simply because it was going badly. Dunkirk is remembered in Britain as a kind of victory, which it was not in military terms. It was a comprehensive defeat from which the soldiers were rescued by luck, courage, and German error. What made it a victory in the larger sense was what the British did with the survivors. They rebuilt their army, continued fighting, and eventually returned to France 4 years later with the forces that the Dunkirk evacuation had preserved. The beach that nobody expected to survive became, in retrospect, the beach that made D-Day possible. The last British soldier was evacuated from Dunkirk on June 4, 1940, and within hours the German army entered the town. The French rearguard, approximately 40,000 French soldiers who had held the perimeter while the British were evacuated, was taken prisoner. The French contribution to the Dunkirk evacuation, in both fighting the rearguard action and providing soldiers for the evacuation itself, was significant and has been underemphasized in the British narrative of the operation. Approximately 123,000 French soldiers were evacuated alongside the British. Dunkirk, Fight to the Last Man, Hugh Sebag Montefiore, 2006. Chapter 77. The Desert Where Rommel's Luck Ran Out. The Battle of El Alamein, 1942. The Fox and His Army. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, the Desert Fox, as his own soldiers and his enemies called him, had been winning in the North African desert for 18 months when the Second Battle of El Alamein began in October 1942. His Afrika Corps had driven the British back from Libya into Egypt, had seemed on the verge of taking Alexandria and the Suez Canal, and had made Rommel the most famous German general of the war outside Germany itself. British officers who faced him often seemed as impressed by his reputation as by his army. By October 1942, however, the situation had changed in ways that Rommel's reputation obscured. His army was at the end of supply lines that stretched back across the Mediterranean, supply lines that the Royal Navy and the RAF were attacking with increasing effectiveness. His force of approximately 104,000 men was outnumbered and outgunned by the 8th Army that General Bernard Montgomery had been rebuilding since his appointment in August. Approximately 195,000 men, 1,029 tanks against Rommel's 496, and a logistical chain that delivered ammunition, fuel, and replacements at a rate that the Afrika Corps could not match. Rommel was ill. He had been evacuated to Germany for medical treatment in September and had returned to command only after the battle began, on October 25. He returned to an army that had already been fighting for 5 days and was running short of fuel. The retreat that his army was about to conduct 1,400 miles from El Alamein to Tunisia would be the longest retreat in German military history. Montgomery's method. Bernard Montgomery had inherited the 8th Army in August 1942 after Auchinleck's dismissal and had spent 2 months rebuilding it, restoring confidence, improving logistics, training for the specific battle he intended to fight. His method was the antithesis of Rommel's, where Rommel improvised, attacked with inferior forces, and relied on speed and surprise. Montgomery planned, waited until his forces were overwhelming, and then attacked with a methodical pressure that used his material superiority systematically. The Second Battle of El Alamein, that began on October 23, 1942 with the largest artillery bombardment in the North African campaign, approximately 900 guns firing simultaneously, was Montgomery's battle in its essentials. A set-piece attack on a prepared position, using overwhelming firepower to breach the German and Italian minefields, followed by a grinding attrition that Montgomery's superior resources could sustain and Rommel's could not. The battle lasted 12 days and consumed approximately 13,000 British casualties and approximately 59,000 German and Italian casualties. The breakthrough came on November 2, when Montgomery committed his armored reserve in Operation Supercharge, a concentrated thrust through the northern sector of the German line that opened the way for his armor to operate in the open desert behind Rommel's position. Rommel ordered the retreat that Hitler had been forbidding him to order. Hitler countermanded the retreat order. Rommel obeyed for a day and then resumed the retreat anyway, knowing that his army would be destroyed if it stayed. The Afrika Corps began the retreat that would end in Tunisia. The significance and the timing. El Alamein was the first significant British land victory over German forces in the Second World War, the first time the British Army had beaten a German army in a sustained engagement on the terms that the Germans had chosen to fight on. Its symbolic importance was enormous. It demonstrated that German forces were not invincible, that British generalship had recovered from the series of disasters that had characterized the war's early years, and that the material advantage the Allied coalition was accumulating was beginning to show in battle results. The timing was also significant. El Alamein began on October 23, 1942, 6 days before the Anglo-American landings in Northwest Africa, Operation Torch, on November 8, and 2 weeks before the Soviet counteroffensive at Stalingrad that encircled the German Sixth Army on November 19 to 23. The three events together represented the turning of the tide in all three of the war's major theaters simultaneously, a convergence that Churchill celebrated in his famous observation that El Alamein was not the end, nor even the beginning of the end, but it was perhaps the end of the beginning. Churchill's observation was characteristically precise. El Alamein did not win the war in North Africa. The Axis forces in Tunisia did not surrender until May 1943, 6 months after El Alamein. It did not win the war in any larger sense. What it did was establish, for the first time in the war's 3 years, that the direction of travel had permanently changed. The desert where Rommel's luck ran out was the desert where the Allied coalition began to believe that it was going to win. Montgomery and his critics. Montgomery's victory at El Alamein was complete, and his subsequent conduct of the North African campaign, the pursuit of Rommel's retreating army. The battle for Tunisia has been criticized for excessive caution that allowed the German forces to escape destruction more than once. The criticism is largely justified. A more aggressive pursuit after El Alamein might have trapped and destroyed the Afrika Korps before it reached Tunisia, shortening the North African campaign by several months. The criticism does not diminish what El Alamein achieved or how it was achieved. Montgomery had inherited an army whose confidence had been badly shaken, had rebuilt it in 2 months, and had then used it to defeat a German general with a legendary reputation in a battle that was won through superior planning, superior logistics, and the patient application of overwhelming force. The method was not glamorous, it was effective. Rommel himself, whose reputation survived El Alamein better than his army did, was appointed to command the Atlantic Wall defenses against the Allied invasion of France in late 1943. He was wounded when his car was strafed by Allied aircraft in July 1944, and was subsequently given the choice of suicide or trial in connection with the July 20 assassination plot against Hitler. He chose suicide in October 1944, and was given a state funeral. The Desert Fox died, as he had lived, in the shadow of a war that his tactical brilliance had never been able to compensate for the strategic impossibility of Germany's position. The Second Battle of El Alamein consumed approximately 2 million artillery shells during its 12 days of fighting, a logistical achievement that required hundreds of ships and thousands of trucks to deliver to the desert front. The Axis forces, whose supply lines across the Mediterranean were under continuous Allied air and naval attack, received a fraction of what they needed. The battle that is remembered as a clash of generalship was fundamentally a battle of logistics, won by the side that could keep its soldiers fed, fueled, and armed. El Alamein, John Beeman and Colin Smith, 2002. Chapter 78. The 4 Minutes That Won the Pacific War. The Battle of Midway, 1942. The Ambush. The Battle of Midway in June 1942 was an American ambush of a Japanese fleet that believed it was conducting a surprise attack. The Japanese plan, devised by Admiral Yamamoto Isoroku, was to seize Midway Atoll, the westernmost American outpost in the Central Pacific, and thereby lure the American carrier fleet into a battle in which the superior Japanese carrier force would destroy it. The destruction of the American carriers would give Japan unchallenged naval supremacy in the Pacific for long enough to complete the defensive perimeter that would make the American counteroffensive prohibitively costly. The plan failed because the Americans were reading Japanese naval codes. The cryptanalysts at Station HYPO in Pearl Harbor, led by Commander Joseph Rochefort, had broken enough of the Japanese naval code to provide Admiral Chester Nimitz with the essential elements of the Japanese plan: the objective, the approximate timing, and the composition of the attacking force. Nimitz positioned his 3 carriers Enterprise, Hornet, and Yorktown, the last hastily repaired after damage at the Coral Sea to the northeast of Midway, where they could strike the Japanese fleet before it knew they were there. The Japanese fleet that approached Midway on June 4, 1942 had 4 fleet carriers: Akagi, Kaga, Sarayu, and Hiryu, carrying 250 aircraft, supported by battleships, cruisers, and destroyers. The Japanese carriers were the veterans of Pearl Harbor, the most experienced carrier force in the world. Against them, Nimitz had 3 carriers, inferior aircraft, and the advantage of knowing exactly what the Japanese were planning. The 4 minutes. The Japanese attack on Midway Island on the morning of June 4 went well. The island's defenses were battered, though not destroyed, and the Japanese strike commander radioed that a second strike would be needed. The Japanese carriers began rearming their aircraft for a second attack on Midway, a complex operation that required removing the torpedoes that had been loaded for an anti-ship strike and replacing them with bombs for shore bombardment. At this moment, American torpedo bombers, Devastators from all 3 carriers, attacking without fighter escort and at low altitude, began their attack on the Japanese fleet. The attacks were courageous and catastrophic, Of 41 Devastator torpedo bombers that attacked, 35 were shot down by Japanese Zeros and anti-aircraft fire, and no torpedoes hit. The sacrifice of the torpedo bombers appeared to have accomplished nothing. But the torpedo bombers had drawn the Japanese combat air patrol, the Zero fighters that guarded the fleet, down to low altitude to intercept them. At this moment, 4 minutes after the last of the torpedo bomber attacks, American dive bombers from Enterprise and Yorktown arrived at high altitude to find the Japanese fighters out of position. In 4 minutes of diving attacks, the dauntless dive bombers hit and fatally damaged 3 Japanese carriers, Akagi, Kaga, and Sarayu, which were laden with armed and fueled aircraft on their decks. All 3 sank within hours. A 4th carrier, Hiryu, was sunk later the same day by a follow-up strike. Japan had lost 4 fleet carriers in a single day. The turning point. The Battle of Midway destroyed the offensive capacity of the Japanese Navy in a single day. The 4 carriers that were sunk at Midway, the veterans of Pearl Harbor, the core of Japanese naval air power, represented years of training, experienced aircrew that Japan could not quickly replace, and the specific offensive capability that had made Japan's rapid Pacific conquests possible. Japan could build more carriers. It could not quickly train the aviators to fly from them. The battle that was fought in the Central Pacific on June 4, 1942 was the battle that transferred naval superiority in the Pacific from Japan to the United States. The Americans also suffered significant losses. The Yorktown was sunk by Japanese submarine attack while being towed to Pearl Harbor for repairs, and 147 aircraft were lost. But the loss of 307 experienced Japanese aviators was irreplaceable in ways that American losses were not. The American training pipeline, which the United States' vast industrial and population base was filling, would produce enough pilots and enough aircraft to replace the losses and expand beyond them. Japan's pipeline could not keep pace. The strategic implications of Midway took time to manifest. The Guadalcanal campaign that began in August 1942, the first American offensive operation of the Pacific War, was bloody and contested, fought by forces that were still learning the lessons of the new kind of warfare that the Pacific required. But the long American advance that eventually reached Tokyo Bay in September 1945 began at Midway, where 4 minutes of dive bombing eliminated the carrier force that might have stopped it. Nimitz, Spruance, and the intelligence. The victory at Midway was won by the intelligence officers who broke the Japanese code, by Admiral Nimitz, who trusted the intelligence enough to act on it, and by Rear Admiral Raymond Spruance, who commanded the carrier task force with a cold-blooded judgment that complemented the aggressive instincts of his pilots. Spruance was not an aviator, he was a surface warfare officer given the task force command when Admiral Halsey was hospitalized, and his unfamiliarity with carrier aviation may have helped rather than hindered. He trusted his aviation staff and made his key decisions with a clarity undistorted by the habits of experienced carrier commanders. The decision to launch the American strike at extreme range, before the Japanese position was confirmed beyond doubt, was Spruance's gamble. If the Japanese had not been where the intelligence said they were, the American strike would have found empty ocean and returned to land on ships with their fuel nearly gone. The gamble was based on the intelligence, which was based on Rochefort's codebreaking, which was based on a cryptanalytic effort that had been running for months against an enemy that believed its code was unbreakable. The chain of causation from the codebreaker's basement in Pearl Harbor to the 4 minutes of dive bombing over the Japanese fleet is one of the clearest examples in military history of how intelligence shapes battlefield outcomes. The pilots who dove through the anti-aircraft fire and hit the Japanese carriers were the instrument of a victory whose foundations had been laid months earlier by men in a basement who read intercepted Japanese radio traffic and understood what it meant. Commander Joseph Rochefort, whose team broke the Japanese naval code and provided the intelligence that made Midway possible, was denied the Distinguished Service Medal that the Navy Department recommended for him, blocked by officers in naval intelligence, who resented his team's success and disputed credit for the codebreaking. He received the medal posthumously in 1985, 43 years after the battle his work had won. The man most responsible for the intelligence victory at Midway was recognized for it only after his death. Miracle at Midway, Gordon Praying, 1982. Chapter 79. The City That Ate the German Army Alive. The Battle of Stalingrad, 1942–43. The city and its name. The Battle of Stalingrad, fought from August 1942 to February 1943 in and around the city on the Volga River that bore Stalin's name, was the largest and most destructive single battle in human history. The total casualties on both sides, over the 6 months of fighting, were approximately 2 million, approximately 750,000 German and Axis killed, wounded, or captured, approximately 1,130,000 Soviet killed and wounded. The city itself was reduced to rubble, so complete that the rubble became the terrain of the battle. Walls that were still standing were fighting positions, basements were command posts, every floor of every building that remained was a separate battlefield. The battle was fought over a city that Hitler had decided must fall because it bore Stalin's name, a symbolic fixation that distorted German strategy throughout the summer and autumn of 1942. The original objective of Case Blue, the German summer offensive of 1942, was the oil fields of the Caucasus. Stalingrad was a secondary objective, a communications hub and industrial center that mattered strategically. Hitler's insistence on taking the city as a matter of prestige converted a secondary objective into the primary fixation of German operational planning and diverted forces from the Caucasus campaign that might have succeeded. Stalin's decision that the city bearing his name must not fall mirrored Hitler's fixation on the opposite side. Stalingrad became a matter of personal prestige and political symbolism for both dictators, and the soldiers of both armies paid the price of that symbolism in blood that can scarcely be comprehended in the aggregate and can barely be imagined in the specific. The city fight. The German Sixth Army under General Friedrich Paulus reached the western outskirts of Stalingrad in late August 1942 and began the street fighting that would consume it. The fighting in Stalingrad was unlike any warfare the German army had experienced. Its tactical advantages, combined arms, mobile warfare, the Blitzkrieg doctrine that had won in Poland, France, and the opening phase of Barbarossa were negated by the urban terrain. In the rubble of Stalingrad, the initiative was with small units, with individual soldiers, with the man who moved fastest between shell craters and through basement windows. The Soviet defenders, under the command of General Vasily Chuikov, developed the tactic of hugging, maintaining such close contact with the German forces that German artillery and air power could not be used without hitting their own troops. Chuikov's 62nd Army held a strip of the Volga bank that at its narrowest was only a few hundred meters wide, supplied across the river at night by boats that German air attacks were trying to sink. The men who crossed those boats and held that strip fought in conditions that veterans compared to nothing they had previously experienced or imagined. The specific battles within the larger battle for the grain elevator, for the Red October factory, for Pavlov's house, a 4-story building held by a Soviet platoon for 58 days, produced a military literature of almost unbearable intensity. The grain elevator changed hands multiple times in a single day. The Red October factory floor was a no-man's land between German and Soviet positions separated by a few meters. Pavlov's house was fortified with machine guns in every window and anti-tank guns in the basement, and its garrison of 25 men held it against German attacks for nearly 2 months. Operation Uranus. While the German Sixth Army was grinding itself to pieces in Stalingrad's rubble, the Soviet command was preparing the counteroffensive that would decide the battle's outcome. Operation Uranus, planned by General Georgy Zhukov and General Alexander Vasilevsky, was a double envelopment on the grand scale. Soviet armies would attack the German flanks held by Romanian, Italian, and Hungarian forces whose reliability and equipment were significantly inferior to the German formations and encircle the entire Sixth Army in Stalingrad. The attack, launched on November 19, 1942, broke through the Romanian armies on both flanks of the German position within days. The two Soviet pincers met at Kalach on November 23, encircling approximately 330,000 German and Axis soldiers in a pocket, the Kessel, around Stalingrad. Hitler forbade Paulus to break out. A relief attempt by Army Group Don under Field Marshal Erich von Manstein came within 50 kilometers of the pocket before being stopped. The Sixth Army in the pocket was supplied by air. The Luftwaffe's attempt to deliver the minimum 500 tons per day that Paulus required consistently fell short, delivering on average approximately 90 tons. The soldiers in the pocket ate their horses, then leather belts, then nothing. Temperatures dropped to -40 degrees Celsius. The sick and wounded who could not be evacuated died in the basements and ruined buildings of the city they had spent 4 months trying to take. Paulus surrendered on February 2, 1943. Approximately 91,000 German soldiers were taken prisoner, fewer than 6,000 returned to Germany after the war. The turning point. Stalingrad was the turning point of the Second World War in the East, the moment at which the Wehrmacht's capacity for decisive offensive action was broken beyond recovery. The loss of the Sixth Army, the best equipped and most experienced formation in the German order of battle, the army that had led the advance to the Volga, could not be replaced in quality even if numbers could be partially restored. The officers who died or were captured at Stalingrad were the product of years of training and operational experience that the German army could not regenerate. The psychological impact of Stalingrad was equally significant. The German army that had seemed invincible in 1940 and 1941 had been encircled and destroyed. The Soviet army that had been dismissed as a rabble in the early months of Barbarossa had planned and executed an operation of strategic sophistication that destroyed it. The propaganda effort that Goebbels deployed to manage the German public's reception of the Stalingrad defeat, the lying reassurances, the manipulation of casualty figures, the eventual admission of catastrophe after Paulus's surrender was confirmed, could not conceal what had happened. What had happened was this: Germany had lost the war. Not immediately, not in a single event, but at Stalingrad. The trajectory that would end in Berlin in May 1945 became the trajectory of the war. The city that ate the German army alive consumed it so thoroughly that the army never recovered the capacity for strategic offensive action. Every German offensive after Stalingrad-Kursk in July 1943, the last was smaller, less ambitious, and less successful. The direction of the war, from February 1943 onward, ran in one direction, west, toward Berlin. General Friedrich Paulus surrendered at Stalingrad on February 2, 1943, the day after Hitler promoted him to Field Marshal, a promotion designed, the German soldiers who heard of it understood, as an implicit instruction to commit suicide, since no German Field Marshal had ever surrendered. Paulus chose surrender over suicide. He spent the remainder of the war in Soviet captivity, eventually became a critic of the Nazi regime, and died in East Germany in 1957. The man who surrendered the Sixth Army was the only German field marshal to be captured alive in the entire Second World War. Stalingrad, the fateful siege, 1942–1943, Anthony Bever, 1998. Chapter 80. The longest day nobody survived cleanly. D-Day, Omaha Beach, 1944. The plan and the beach. The Allied invasion of Normandy on June 6, 1944, the largest amphibious operation in history, went according to plan on 4 of the 5 beaches where American, British, and Canadian troops landed. On the 5th beach, Omaha, it went catastrophically wrong in ways that no plan had adequately prepared for, and the men who landed there on the morning of June 6 faced conditions that should, by any military calculation, have driven them back to the sea. The plan for Omaha Beach rested on several assumptions that the reality of June 6 violated. The preliminary aerial bombardment that was supposed to destroy the German defenses on the bluffs above the beach missed almost entirely the bombers, flying through cloud cover and afraid of hitting the landing craft below, had delayed their release point and deposited their bombs miles inland. The naval bombardment that followed was too brief to compensate. The amphibious tanks that were supposed to provide armored support on the beach were launched in heavy seas miles from shore, most sank with their crews. What the men who landed at Omaha found was a beach commanded by German positions on the bluffs above that were largely intact, manned by German soldiers who had been reinforced by the 352nd Infantry Division, whose presence Allied intelligence had detected but not communicated to the troops who were about to land. The beach was approximately 300 meters wide between the waterline and the bluffs, with no cover except for a few scattered obstacles. The first waves of the assault were cut down on the sand before they could find cover. The morning. The first wave at Omaha Beach suffered casualties that no military planner had prepared for. In the first hour, some companies lost 90% of their men before reaching the waterline. The German fire from the bluffs was devastating and largely unanswered. Men crouched behind beach obstacles and bodies, unable to advance and unable to retreat. The second and third waves landed into the carnage of the first, adding to the bodies on the sand without yet adding to the effective fighting force. What turned the battle was individual leadership at the lowest levels, sergeants and junior officers who recognized that staying on the beach meant dying on the beach and that the only option was to move. Two kinds of people are staying on this beach, reportedly said General Norman Cotter, moving among the pinned men, the dead and those who are going to die. Now let's get the hell out of here. Small groups of men, under the fire that had stopped the larger formations, found gaps in the wire, found draws up the bluffs, and began to move upward. By midday, American soldiers were on top of the bluffs and beginning to attack the German positions from above and behind. By evening, the beachhead was established barely, at enormous cost but established. The approximately 2,000 American casualties at Omaha Beach on June 6, the bloodiest of the D-Day beaches, had bought a strip of Norman coastline that was the foundation of the liberation of Western Europe. What the beach cost. The men who died at Omaha Beach on June 6, 1944 were Americans from specific communities, small towns and large cities, farm families and factory workers, and their deaths created specific absences in specific places that the war's aggregate casualties cannot convey. The companies that suffered the worst losses: Company A of the 116th Infantry, which lost 96% of its men in the first 15 minutes, came from specific Virginia communities where the impact of a single morning's casualties was concentrated in particular streets and families. The German defenders who held the bluffs above Omaha Beach and who were eventually killed, captured, or driven off by the Americans who finally reached them were also specific people, soldiers from specific German towns, with families who received specific telegrams. The battle that is remembered as the liberation of Europe was also, specifically and simultaneously, a catastrophe for both sides: the victors who paid the price of landing and the defenders who paid the price of being unable to hold what they had defended through the morning. The American military cemetery at Colville-sur-Mer, above Omaha Beach, contains 9,387 graves arranged in perfect rows on the cliff above the beach where the men buried in it died. The cemetery is the most visited American military cemetery in the world, visited by millions of people who come to understand, in a specific place with specific graves, what the liberation of Europe cost. The beach below, which is now a tourist destination, still occasionally produces German and American ordnance from the sand. The longest day is still giving up its dead. Eisenhower's letter. General Dwight Eisenhower, the Supreme Allied Commander, had written a letter before the invasion accepting personal responsibility for its failure if it failed. Our landings in the Cherburg-Havel area have failed to gain a satisfactory foothold and I have withdrawn the troops. My decision to attack at this time and place was based upon the best information available. The troops, the air and the navy did all that bravery and devotion to duty could do. If any blame or fault attaches to the attempt, it is mine alone. The letter was never sent. The landings succeeded. Eisenhower's acceptance of personal responsibility written before the landings, placed in his pocket if needed, captures something essential about the nature of military command at the highest level, the weight of decisions that commit other people's lives to an enterprise whose outcome is genuinely uncertain. The letter that was never sent was written by a man who understood that the men landing on the beaches were landing at his order, and that if they died without achieving their objective, the responsibility was his. D-Day was not won by Eisenhower's planning or by the tactical ingenuity of the commanders on the beach, though both mattered. It was won by the men who got up from behind the beach obstacles and moved toward the bluffs when every instinct of self-preservation told them to stay down. The longest day nobody survived cleanly was won in the specific moments when specific men chose to move forward rather than stay, to advance rather than cower, to accept the risk of being shot while moving rather than the certainty of dying while still. Those specific moments, multiplied by thousands, are what liberation looks like. Eisenhower's unsent message accepting responsibility for the failure of the D-Day landings was found in his papers after the war. It had been misdated. He wrote July 5 instead of June 5, which suggests he wrote it in haste, under the pressure of the final hours before the decision became irrevocable. The misdating is a small human detail in a document of great historical weight. The supreme commander of the largest military operation in history was so stressed that he wrote the wrong month. D-Day, June 6, 1944, Stephen E. Ambrose, 1994. Chapter 81. The Bridge That Was Always Too Far. The Battle of Arnhem, 1944. The Plan. Operation Market Garden. The airborne assault on a series of bridges in the Netherlands in September 1944 was Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery's attempt to end the war before Christmas. The concept was audacious. 3 airborne divisions would drop on successive bridges along a 65-mile corridor from the Belgian border to Arnhem on the Rhine, holding them open while the British XXX Corps Armoured Column drove north along the single road to link up with each division in turn. If Arnhem, the furthest bridge, crossing the Rhine itself, could be taken and held, Allied armour would be across the Rhine and into the North German plain, with a clear route to Berlin. The plan was ambitious to the point of recklessness, and several of the officers who reviewed it said so. The intelligence that suggested the corridor was lightly defended was wrong. 2 SS Panzer divisions were resting and refitting near Arnhem. The plan depended on a single road. Any delay anywhere on the road would cascade forward to leave the furthest units unsupported. The airborne divisions would be dropped miles from their objectives because the planners believed the area immediately around the bridges was too heavily defended for a close drop. The timing gave the Germans hours to react before the armor arrived. Montgomery pushed the plan through over objections. The airborne divisions were dropped on September 17, 1944, in the largest airborne operation in history. Approximately 35,000 men delivered by parachute and glider. The first 2 bridges at Eindhoven and Nijmegen were eventually taken. At Arnhem, only 1 battalion of the 1st Airborne Division reached the bridge, Lieutenant Colonel John Frost's 2nd Battalion, approximately 740 men, which seized the northern end of the Arnhem Bridge and held it for 4 days. The bridge and the weight. John Frost's battalion at the northern end of the Arnhem Bridge held against German armoured attacks SS Panzer troops who were supposed to be resting and who instead found themselves fighting British paratroopers for control of a Rhine bridge for 4 days. The battalion's radios, which were supposed to communicate with the rest of the division, largely failed to work due to frequency problems that had been identified before the operation and not corrected. Frost's men held the bridge without knowing what was happening to the rest of the division, without knowing that XXX Corps was far behind schedule on the road to the south, without knowing that relief was not coming. The rest of the 1st Airborne Division was fighting its way toward the bridge through Arnhem streets, making progress against heavy German resistance, gradually being pushed back. The division's commander, Major General Roy Urquhart, was temporarily unable to communicate with his headquarters because he had been caught in a German advance and had spent a night hiding in a Dutch attic while German soldiers searched the building. When he returned to command, the situation had deteriorated further than he knew. XXX Corps, moving north on the single road, was repeatedly delayed by German counterattacks that blocked the road at various points, by the difficulty of moving armor rapidly on a single elevated road with flooded fields on both sides, and by the sheer congestion of moving an army corps along one carriageway. It reached Nijmegen on schedule but was then delayed again. By the time elements of XXX Corps reached the south bank of the Rhine opposite Arnhem, it was too late. The withdrawal and its aftermath. The remnants of the 1st Airborne Division were withdrawn from Arnhem on the night of September 25 to 26, 1944. Operation Berlin, the evacuation that saved approximately 2,400 men out of the approximately 10,000 who had been dropped. Approximately 1,400 were killed, the remainder were taken prisoner. John Frost's battalion, which had held the bridge for 4 days, was overwhelmed on September 21 when ammunition ran out. Frost himself was wounded and taken prisoner. The bridge at Arnhem, which was the objective of the entire operation and which was never captured in its entirety, was destroyed by Allied bombing in 1944 and rebuilt after the war. It is now named the John Frost Bridge, after the commander who got closest to taking it. The Dutch city of Arnhem was liberated in April 1945, 7 months after the operation that was supposed to have freed it in September 1944. Market Garden's failure cost the Allies approximately 17,000 casualties and prolonged the war in the West by at least several months. The war in Europe did not end in 1944, it ended in May 1945, after a winter of fighting that included the Battle of the Bulge, after an assault crossing of the Rhine that was completed in March 1945. The bridge that was always too far because the plan that was supposed to reach it was always too ambitious, always too optimistic, always dependent on a margin of error that war routinely eliminates. Cornelius Ryan and the title. The phrase that has defined the battle in cultural memory, "a bridge too far," comes from Cornelius Ryan's 1974 book of the same name, which in turn took it from a remark attributed to Lieutenant General Frederick Browning, the commander of the British Airborne Forces, who reportedly said before the operation, "I think we might be going a bridge too far." Whether Browning actually said this, and whether he intended it as a warning or as a casual observation, is disputed. The phrase has nevertheless become the definitive description of military overreach. A bridge too far has entered English as the standard idiom for any enterprise that exceeds its own grasp, any plan that is too ambitious for the resources available to execute it, any goal that is one step beyond what is achievable. It is the idiom of hubris expressed in military metaphor, and it derives from a specific bridge on the Rhine in the Netherlands in September 1944, where a plan that was marginally too ambitious failed at a cost that was not marginal at all. Market Garden was neither the last nor the most costly example of military overreach in the Second World War, but it is the most culturally embedded because Ryan's book and the subsequent film named the phenomenon precisely. The bridge that was always too far gave the English language the phrase for the condition it exemplified, the one step too many that converts audacity into catastrophe. The Dutch civilians of Arnhem and the surrounding area, who had welcomed the Allied paratroopers as liberators on September 17, 1944, suffered severe German reprisals after Market Garden's failure. The city was evacuated by German order in September 1944. Returning residents found their homes looted and many buildings destroyed. The winter of 1944–45, the Hunger Winter, killed approximately 20,000 Dutch civilians in the Western Netherlands, partly as a consequence of German punitive measures. The liberation that Market Garden was supposed to deliver arrived 7 months late, after a winter of starvation. A Bridge Too Far, Cornelius Ryan, 1974. Chapter 82. The Bulge That Almost Finished Everything. The Battle of the Bulge, 1944–45. The Last Gamble. Adolf Hitler's plan for the Ardennes offensive of December 1944. The operation that became known as the Battle of the Bulge rested on a strategic calculation that was simultaneously desperate and not entirely unreasonable. The Allied coalition was not, in December 1944, as unified or as confident as it appeared. The British and Americans disagreed about strategy. Montgomery and Eisenhower were barely speaking. The American public's enthusiasm for the war was real but not inexhaustible, and the political situation in France was unstable. A major German military success might, Hitler believed, crack the coalition apart. The plan was to concentrate Germany's last substantial armored reserve, approximately 250,000 men and 600 tanks, in the Ardennes, break through the American lines at their thinnest point, cross the Meuse River, and capture Antwerp, the port through which the Allies were receiving most of their supplies. Without Antwerp, the Allied offensive would stall, the coalition might fracture, a negotiated peace on acceptable terms might become possible. The plan required achieving complete surprise, which it did. It required the American forces to collapse under the initial shock, which some of them did. It required capturing fuel depots because the German tanks were operating on fuel they expected to capture, which they did not. It required the Meuse to be reached within a few days, which it was not. The gap between what the plan required and what the battle produced was the gap between the last German offensive in the West and the Allied counteroffensive that followed it. The shock and the stand. The German offensive began on December 16, 1944, with the largest artillery bombardment on the Western Front since Normandy. Approximately 85,000 American soldiers, holding a thinly stretched front in the Ardennes forest, were hit by the full weight of the German assault. In some sectors, the American lines collapsed, German armored columns drove deep into the Allied rear, creating the bulge in the front that gave the battle its name. The most famous episode of the battle was the defense of Bastogne, a crucial road junction that the Germans needed to capture to maintain the momentum of their advance. The 101st Airborne Division, surrounded at Bastogne by German forces, refused to surrender when the German commander demanded it. The American General Anthony McAuliffe's response, "Nut," became the most famous two-letter word in the history of American military communications, a defiance so complete that it required no elaboration. The German advance stalled for reasons that the plan had not adequately addressed: the American soldiers who did not collapse, the armored reserves that Eisenhower rushed to the flanks, and most critically the weather, which cleared on December 23 and allowed Allied air power to attack the German supply lines that had been sustaining the offensive. When George Patton's Third Army turned north from its position in France and drove through winter conditions to relieve Bastogne on December 26, the strategic initiative had shifted permanently back to the Allies. The massacre and the reckoning. The Battle of the Bulge produced one of the most notorious atrocities of the Western Front, the Normandy massacre of December 17, 1944, in which approximately 84 American prisoners of war were shot by soldiers of the SS Kampfgruppe Paper at a crossroads near the town of Normandy. The massacre, one of several atrocities committed by German SS units during the offensive, produced a reaction in the American units that learned of it. Some American soldiers subsequently gave no quarter to SS troops, shooting prisoners rather than taking them. The Normandy massacre and the American reprisals are part of the battle's history that is less often discussed than McAuliffe's nuts or Patton's relief of Bastogne, the parts of the battle that are less amenable to the heroic narrative. Wars produce atrocities when the pressures of combat combine with the dehumanization of the enemy, and the Battle of the Bulge, the most desperate fight of the American experience in Western Europe, produced its share. The German offensive was defeated by January 1945. The battle had cost approximately 75,000 American casualties and approximately 60,000 to 100,000 German casualties. More significantly, Germany had committed its last armored reserve, the forces that were supposed to hold the Rhine, to an offensive that failed. When the Allied armies crossed the Rhine in March 1945, the German army had nothing left to stop them. The bulge that almost finished everything had, in failing, finished Germany. The cold and its soldiers. The Battle of the Bulge was fought in conditions winter in the Ardennes, with temperatures regularly below freezing, heavy snowfall, and the specific misery of soldiers who were not adequately equipped for the cold they were experiencing that the American army's experience in Western Europe had not prepared it for. The casualties from cold weather injury, frostbite, trench foot, hypothermia were nearly as numerous as the combat casualties in some units. The soldiers who fought the Battle of the Bulge were, in many cases, the same soldiers who had landed in Normandy in June, had fought through the summer and autumn, and who arrived at the Ardennes tired, under-equipped, and expecting a quiet sector in which to rest before the final push into Germany. What they got instead was the largest German offensive of the Western Front, in the worst winter conditions of the war, with no adequate preparation and no adequate equipment. These men, the cold, the exhausted, the surprised, the survivors of 6 months of continuous combat, held the line, recovered from the shock, and then went on the offensive themselves. The personal resilience that the Battle of the Bulge required of the soldiers who fought it was not of the glamorous kind, not the theatrical courage of a cavalry charge or a dramatic last stand, but the grinding, ordinary, enduring kind that keeps a man moving when every instinct tells him to stop. The Bulge is their battle. The 101st Airborne Division that held Bastogne during the Battle of the Bulge was surrounded for 8 days before Patton's relief column arrived. During those 8 days, the division received some supplies by airdrop, but was significantly short of ammunition, food, and medical supplies. The wounded could not be evacuated. The temperature was below freezing. General McAuliffe's nuts response to the German surrender demand is the famous moment. The 8 days of holding without adequate supply is the substance of what that response meant in practice. A Time for Trumpets, The Untold Story of the Battle of the Bulge, Charles B. MacDonald, 1985. Chapter 83. The Island Nobody Needed but Everybody Died For. The Battle of Iwo Jima, 1945. The Island and Its Purpose. Iwo Jima is a volcanic island of approximately 21 square kilometers in the western Pacific, approximately 1,200 kilometers south of Tokyo. It smells of sulfur. It has no fresh water. Its soil is volcanic ash that collapses under weight and clogs machinery. Before the war, it had no significant civilian population. After the war, it was returned to Japan and its American military installations were closed. It is difficult to identify, in retrospect, what made it worth the 26,000 American and 21,000 Japanese casualties that its conquest produced. The military rationale was this: American B-29 bombers flying from the Mariana Islands to bomb Japan had to pass over Iwo Jima, where Japanese fighters based on the island could intercept them. American fighters, flying from the Marianas, lacked the range to escort the B-29s to Japan and back. If Iwo Jima were taken, it could serve as an emergency landing field for crippled B-29s returning from Japan, saving both aircraft and crews. It could also serve as a base for fighter escorts. The rationale was real. Approximately 2,400 B-29s made emergency landings on Iwo Jima after the island was captured, and the fighter escorts that eventually flew from the island contributed to the destruction of Japanese air power. Whether these benefits justified the cost of the battle is a question that military historians have debated for 70 years. The answer depends on the value assigned to the lives lost in taking the island against the lives saved by having it. The arithmetic is genuinely uncertain. The defenses and the fight. General Tadamichi Kuribayashi, who commanded the Japanese garrison of approximately 21,000 men on Iwo Jima, had constructed defenses of extraordinary sophistication. He had abandoned the Japanese practice of contesting the beach, which had led to rapid defeats on other islands when the beach defenses were overwhelmed, in favor of a system of underground tunnels, bunkers, and mutually supporting firing positions that would force the Americans to fight for every yard of ground, and that would be extremely difficult to destroy by the naval and aerial bombardment that had preceded other landings. The American assault that began on February 19, 1945 encountered exactly the defense that Kuribayashi had prepared. The first waves landed on the beach and found it relatively quiet. Then the Japanese opened fire from positions that the bombardment had not reached. The battle that followed lasted 36 days, consumed 26,000 American casualties including 6,800 killed, and was described by Admiral Chester Nimitz as a battle in which uncommon valor was a common virtue. The specific image that defined the battle and that became one of the most famous photographs in American military history was Joe Rosenthal's photograph of 6 Marines raising the American flag on Mount Suribachi, the dominant volcanic cone at the island's southern tip, on February 23, 4 days after the landing. The photograph was taken of the second flag raising, not the first, and 3 of the 6 men depicted were killed in the subsequent fighting. The image became the model for the Marine Corps War Memorial in Washington and for the mythology of Marine Corps service. The cost and the question. Iwo Jima was the only battle of the Pacific War in which American casualties exceeded Japanese casualties. The Japanese garrison of approximately 21,000 men was almost entirely killed. Approximately 216 Japanese soldiers survived as prisoners of war. The rest died fighting, died in their tunnels when the exits were sealed, or chose suicide over capture. The American casualties were approximately 26,000, of whom approximately 6,800 were killed. The disproportion, the near-total death of the Japanese garrison against the heavy American casualties, reflects the specific character of the Japanese defense. Kuribayashi had designed a defense intended to inflict maximum casualties on the attackers, not to hold the island indefinitely. The tunnels and bunkers that made the Japanese garrison so difficult to root out also made it impossible for the garrison to counterattack effectively. The Japanese died in place, fighting to the last, as their doctrine and their commander required. The question that Iwo Jima poses, whether the island was worth its cost, was not the question that the men who fought there were asking. They were asking how to survive, how to reach the next position, how to suppress the fire that was killing the men on their left and right. The strategic question was decided by the planners. The tactical reality was experienced by the men in the volcanic ash who dug their foxholes in ground that collapsed around them and who counted their dead every morning. The island nobody needed but everybody died for is the battle that most honestly represents what the Pacific War cost. Kuribayashi and his end. General Kuribayashi sent his last message to Tokyo on March 17, 1945, expressing regret that the island had fallen and pride in the defense his men had conducted. He was promoted posthumously to full general. His body was never found. He is believed to have led one of the final banzai charges that ended organized Japanese resistance on Iwo Jima in late March 1945. The letters that Kuribayashi wrote to his family during the battle describing the progress of the defense, his care for his soldiers, his affection for his children were published after the war and have been widely read in Japan as a document of Japanese military character. The commander who devised the most sophisticated defensive scheme of the Pacific War was also a man who wrote tender letters to his family about his concern for their welfare and his pride in their accomplishments. The gap between Kuribayashi's private tenderness and his professional lethality, the gap between the father who worried about his children and the general who organized the deaths of 26,000 Americans and 21,000 Japanese, is the gap that the Pacific War's most celebrated battle contains. The island nobody needed but everybody died for was defended by a man whose humanity makes the battle's inhumanity more rather than less difficult to comprehend. Of the 6 men depicted in Joe Rosenthal's famous photograph raising the flag on Mount Suribachi, 3 were killed in the subsequent fighting on Iwo Jima. The 3 who survived, Rene Gagnon, Ira Hayes, and John Bradley, were brought back to the United States to participate in a war bond tour. Ira Hayes, a Pima Native American, struggled with alcoholism after the war and died in 1955 at age 32. His struggle became the subject of Johnny Cash's ballad The Ballad of Ira Hayes. Flags of Our Fathers, James Bradley with Ron Powers, 2000. Chapter 84. The City That Fell Last and Cost the Most. The Battle of Berlin, 1945. The Endgame. By April 1945, Adolf Hitler was living in the Führerbunker beneath the Reich Chancellery in Berlin, directing armies that no longer existed against an enemy that was inside the city. The Soviet forces that had crossed the Oder River in mid-April, approximately 2.5 million men under Marshals Zhukov and Konev, with more than 6,000 tanks and 41,000 artillery pieces, were closing on Berlin from the east and south in the largest concentration of military power in the history of warfare. The Battle of Berlin should, by any military calculation, have ended quickly and with minimal cost. The city's defenses were a patchwork of regular army units, Volkssturm Home Guard, Hitler Youth, SS formations, and whatever could be scraped together from the wreckage of the Eastern Front. Against the overwhelming Soviet force, these defenders had little chance of prolonging resistance for more than a few days. The battle lasted approximately 2 weeks and cost approximately 81,000 Soviet soldiers killed and approximately 100,000 German military personnel killed, plus an unknown number of civilian casualties estimated at 20,000 to 125,000. The discrepancy between the military logic which suggested the battle should be brief and the actual cost reflects the specific character of urban fighting, German fanaticism at the end of a lost war, and the specific incentives that Soviet soldiers had been given to take the city quickly. The race and its politics. The Battle of Berlin was also a race between the Soviet forces of Zhukov's First Belarusian Front, approaching from the east, and Konev's First Ukrainian Front, approaching from the south. Stalin had deliberately set his 2 marshals in competition for the prize of Berlin, a competition that drove both commanders to accept higher casualties than a more methodical approach would have required. The desire to be first into Berlin and the fear of being displaced by the rival front pushed Zhukov and Konv to attack without the operational patience that had characterized earlier Soviet operations. The Allies, the British and Americans who had advanced to the Elbe River from the west, did not attempt to take Berlin. Eisenhower had decided, on grounds of military economy and the pre-agreed division of Germany into occupation zones, not to race the Soviets to Berlin. The decision was controversial at the time. Churchill argued that Berlin should be taken by the Western Allies and has remained controversial since. It is not clear that taking Berlin would have changed the post-war political settlement, since the occupation zones had been agreed in advance. It is clear that it would have cost American lives for a city that would have been handed to the Soviets under the agreements. Hitler committed suicide on April 30, 1945, in the Führerbunker as Soviet forces fought their way through the streets above him. He had been in the bunker since January, conducting his last strategic fantasies, ordering phantom armies to counterattack, dismissing commanders who told him the truth, promoting officers who agreed with him to positions of command over forces that no longer existed. His suicide was the final act of a political career that had lasted 12 years and had produced approximately 60 million deaths. The fall and its images. The images that defined the fall of Berlin: the Soviet flag raised over the Reichstag on May 2, 1945, the ruined streets through which Soviet soldiers moved, past the bodies of German soldiers and civilians, the enormous artillery barrages that lit the night sky over the dying city were images of an ending that had been postponed for too long at too great a cost. The war in Europe had been, arguably, effectively decided at Stalingrad in February 1943. The 2 years and 3 months between Stalingrad and Berlin's fall cost millions of additional lives that a German government willing to accept defeat could have spared. The German government was not willing to accept defeat. Hitler was not willing, and the political system he had created was not capable of removing him while he lived. The war continued until Hitler chose to die, and the city he had made his last stand in paid the price of that choice. The rape of Berlin, the systematic sexual violence against German women by Soviet soldiers that accompanied the city's fall was one of the worst atrocities of the European war, and it reflects the specific character of the Soviet army's advance. Men who had fought for years through the destruction that Germany had brought to the Soviet Union, who had seen their own families' losses, and who were given, explicitly or implicitly, permission to take what they wanted from the country that had done this to them. The city that fell last and cost the most was reduced to rubble by the time the fighting ended. The Berlin that was rebuilt, the divided Berlin of the Cold War, with the wall that cut through the center of the city from 1961 to 1989, was built on the physical and moral ruins of the Third Reich that had made its own capital into its last battlefield. The war that had begun with Germany's aggression ended in Germany's destruction. The city that had been the center of that aggression was the city that paid the final price. The bunker and what ended in it. The Führerbunker, where Hitler died on April 30, 1945, was demolished after the war. Its location beneath what became East Berlin was not publicly acknowledged for decades, partly because the East German government did not want the site to become a pilgrimage destination for neo-Nazis. A parking lot now covers part of the site. A small information board marks the location. The end of the Third Reich, the suicide of the man who had started the war, in a bunker beneath a city he had destroyed, is commemorated by a parking lot and a sign. The specific manner of Hitler's death, suicide by gunshot, with Eva Braun poisoned beside him, their bodies burned in the Chancellery Garden as he had instructed, was designed to prevent a repetition of the humiliation that Mussolini had suffered days earlier, when his body had been hung upside down in a Milan square. Hitler's death was, characteristically, a performance managed for the effect it would have, designed to shape the memory of him rather than to accept whatever end the war brought. The performance partly succeeded. The burning of the bodies, the disputed discovery by Soviet forces, the years of rumor about Hitler's survival, the mythology that surrounds his death is larger than the death itself deserves. What is not disputed is the result. The man who had caused the war was dead, the city he had governed was destroyed, and the war he had started was over. The city that fell last had outlasted the man who had made it last. The Soviet soldiers who raised the flag over the Reichstag on April 30, 1945 Meliton Kantaria and Mikhail Yegorov were specifically selected by their political officer to represent the Soviet Union's multinational character. Kantaria was Georgian, Yegorov was Russian. The famous photograph of the flag raising, like Rosenthal's Iwo Jima photograph, was staged for maximum visual effect. The original flag raising was photographed poorly. The iconic image was taken the following day, with a different flag, in better light. Both the Iwo Jima and Berlin flag photographs are genuine documents of moments that occurred. Both were composed for maximum visual impact. The Fall of Berlin, Anthony Reed and David Fisher, 1993. Chapter 85. The 900 Days That Couldn't Break a City. The Siege of Leningrad, 1941–44. The Encirclement. The German Army Group North reached the outskirts of Leningrad, the Soviet Union's second city, the cradle of the Bolshevik Revolution, and the city that bore Lenin's name in September 1941, completing an encirclement that would last 872 days. Hitler's decision not to assault the city directly but to besiege it to starve it into submission was partly strategic, partly ideological. The assault on a major urban center would have been costly. The starvation of a city of approximately 2.5 million people would be slower but, he calculated, ultimately more certain. The siege that followed was one of the most prolonged and most deadly in the history of warfare. German forces maintained the encirclement on three sides. Finnish forces held the fourth. The only connection to the outside world, the only route by which food, fuel, and military supplies could reach the city was across Lake Ladoga, first by boat and then, in winter, by truck over the ice that the Soviets maintained as the Road of Life. The Road of Life, the ice road across Lake Ladoga that was the city's sole supply connection, was continuously under German air attack, constantly at risk from the ice's thickness and structural reliability, and chronically inadequate for the volume of supplies that the city needed. In the first winter of the siege, approximately 800,000 civilians died primarily of starvation, but also of cold, disease, and shelling. The daily bread ration fell to 125 grams for non-working civilians in November 1941, approximately 4 thin slices, and people ate glue, leather, wallpaper paste, and each other. The starvation. The famine that killed approximately 800,000 Leningraders in the winter of 1941–42 was the worst urban famine in recorded history. The specific quality of the starvation, the gradual weakening, the inability to maintain body heat in winter conditions, the deaths that came first to children and the elderly, then to men who had been weakened by the demands of labor and military service, was documented by the survivors in diaries, letters, and memoirs that constitute one of the most harrowing bodies of witness literature ever produced. Vera Inba, a poet who survived the siege, wrote, "Our city does not surrender." The sentence is both historically accurate. Leningrad did not surrender and morally complex. The decision not to surrender was made by the Soviet authorities. The people who paid the price of that decision were the approximately 1 million civilians who died during the siege. They did not choose to stay, they were trapped, without the possibility of evacuation. The city's heroism was, in many cases, the heroism of people who had no alternative. The Soviet authorities' management of the siege, the rationing decisions, the evacuation priorities, the maintenance of artistic and cultural life even at the cost of calories, has been the subject of debate that Soviet-era historiography suppressed and post-Soviet scholarship has reopened. The Leningrad Philharmonic performed Shostakovich's Seventh Symphony in the besieged city on August 9, 1942, broadcast on loudspeakers so that the German forces could hear it, a performance that required finding enough musicians who were still alive and strong enough to play, and that is one of the most extraordinary cultural events of the entire war. The breakthrough and the end. The siege was partially broken in January 1943. Operation Iskra opened a narrow land corridor south of Lake Ladoga that allowed rail supplies to reach the city, reducing but not ending the siege. The full lifting of the siege came in January 1944. Operation Never 2, the Soviet offensive that drove the German forces back from the city's outskirts and ended the 872 days of encirclement. The Soviet forces that lifted the siege were different in character from the forces that had defended the city in 1941, better trained, better equipped, operating with a strategic coordination and an operational sophistication that the desperate improvisations of 1941 had not possessed. The Red Army that finally broke the Leningrad blockade in January 1944 was the army that would be in Berlin in May 1945, transformed by 2.5 years of continuous warfare from the force that had barely survived the German onslaught into the force that would end it. The city that emerged from the siege was scarred in ways that went beyond the physical destruction. Approximately 1 million people had died, the population was a fraction of the pre-war level. The psychological and social damage of 872 days of starvation, bombardment, and isolation had affected everyone who had lived through it. Leningrad was awarded the title Hero City by the Soviet government, a designation that acknowledged what the city had suffered without quite acknowledging what its inhabitants had been required to endure. The siege and its meaning. The siege of Leningrad is the largest human catastrophe of a war that produced catastrophes on an almost incomprehensible scale. The approximately 1 million civilians who died during the siege represent a number greater than the total military casualties of Britain or the United States in the entire Second World War. The 900 days that couldn't break a city broke approximately 1 million of its inhabitants instead. The siege is remembered in Russia and was remembered in the Soviet Union as a monument to Soviet resilience and patriotism, the city that refused to surrender, the people who endured the unendurable. This memory is not false. The people of Leningrad did endure the unendurable, and they did not surrender, but it elides the question of why they were placed in a position where endurance was the only option. The evacuation that might have saved many of the civilians who died was not adequately organized. The authorities who managed the rations made choices that distributed suffering unequally. The memorial complex at Piskarevsky Cemetery in St. Petersburg, as Leningrad was renamed after the Soviet Union's dissolution, contains the mass graves of approximately 500,000 of the siege's victims, in a series of mounds that stretch across a large park. The cemetery is maintained with quiet dignity, flowers are placed on the graves. The 900 days that couldn't break a city are remembered, in this cemetery, by the faces they couldn't save, the ones who were broken by what the city survived. Dmitri Shostakovich composed his 7th symphony, the Leningrad Symphony, during the siege, partly in the besieged city and partly after being evacuated. He is photographed in his apartment in Leningrad wearing a fire warden's helmet, prepared to fight incendiary bombs. The photograph became an iconic image of Soviet cultural resistance. The symphony's premiere in Leningrad in August 1942 required augmenting the surviving musicians with soldiers brought from the front. The conductor had to be supplied with extra food to ensure he had the strength to complete the performance. The 900 Days, The Siege of Leningrad, Harrison Salisbury, 1969. Chapter 86. The Valley Nobody Came Back from Unchanged. The Battle of Ia Drang, 1965. The First Battle. The Battle of Ia Drang Valley in November 1965 was the first major engagement between American and North Vietnamese regular forces in the Vietnam War, and it established the character of a conflict that would last another decade and produce 58,000 American and approximately 3 million Vietnamese deaths. The battle was fought in the central highlands of South Vietnam, in a dry river valley near the Cambodian border, between Lieutenant Colonel Harold Moore's 1st Battalion 7th Cavalry and a North Vietnamese regular army force that outnumbered the Americans by at least 3-1. The American strategy, as Moore later described it, was to use helicopter mobility to concentrate overwhelming firepower at a point where the enemy could not match it, supported by artillery and airstrikes that would compensate for the American numerical disadvantage. The North Vietnamese strategy, as General Nguyen Huyen conceived it, was to grab the enemy by the belt buckle to get so close to the Americans that their supporting firepower could not be used without hitting their own troops, negating the advantage that American technology provided. The two strategies collided at Landing Zone X-Ray on November 14, 1965. Moore's battalion landed in a clearing surrounded by North Vietnamese troops who had been planning to attack an American Special Forces camp nearby and who immediately attacked the helicopters and the infantry as they landed. The battle that followed 3 days of fighting at ranges so close that the artillery and airstrikes that the Americans depended on were sometimes called in on positions that were within meters of American lines was the most intense combat that most of the American participants had ever experienced. The cost and the lesson. The Battle of Ia Drang, both the engagement at LZ X-Ray and the subsequent ambush at LZ Albany, where another American battalion was caught in a column march and nearly destroyed, cost approximately 305 American dead and approximately 3,561 North Vietnamese dead. The casualty ratio, approximately 12-1 in American favor, was the kind of result that the American military establishment found encouraging. If the United States could consistently exchange 1 American life for 12 North Vietnamese lives, the arithmetic of attrition would eventually exhaust the North Vietnamese. The lesson that the North Vietnamese drew was different. They could fight the Americans, could inflict significant casualties, and could survive. General Nguyen Huan's assessment that the Americans used firepower superbly but that the firepower was insufficient to compensate for the Vietnamese willingness to accept casualties was the strategic reality of the entire Vietnam War in a nutshell. The United States could kill North Vietnamese soldiers faster than they could be recruited and trained. It could not kill them faster than Hanoi was willing to send them south. The lesson that the American Army drew that helicopter mobility and firepower could compensate for numerical inferiority and achieve acceptable casualty ratios was also correct as a tactical observation and wrong as a strategic conclusion. The United States could win battles, consistently and at favorable exchange rates. It could not, by winning battles, win the war. The valley that nobody came back from unchanged produced the first clear demonstration of this fundamental misalignment between tactical success and strategic failure that would characterize the entire American experience in Vietnam. Moore and his men. Harold Moore's 1st Battalion 7th Cavalry, the Gary Owen Battalion, named after an Irish drinking song that had become the regimental march, was one of the most thoroughly prepared units in the American Army when it landed at LZ X-Ray. Moore had trained his men specifically for airmobile warfare and had spent months studying the North Vietnamese Army's tactics and capabilities. When the battle began, his preparations showed, the battalion maintained its cohesion under intense pressure, called in supporting fires with precision, and critically never lost the landing zone that was its only connection to resupply and evacuation. The men who fought at Ia Drang were mostly young 18, 19, 20, and mostly inexperienced in combat. Within 3 days they had experienced more combat than most soldiers of previous wars experienced in their entire service. The specific quality of that experience, the intensity, the closeness, the knowledge that the next moment might be the last, was described in the memoirs and oral histories that Moore and journalist Joe Galloway later collected as We Were Soldiers Once / and Young. The title is exact. They were young when they went to the valley, and they came back different. The battle changed them in ways that the subsequent decades of their lives were shaped by. The 305 Americans who did not come back at all were changed most completely and most permanently. The valley nobody came back from unchanged is the valley where the American experience of the Vietnam War began, where the specific character of that war, the gap between tactical success and strategic futility, was first fully visible. The war it predicted. Ia Drang predicted the Vietnam War as clearly as any single battle has predicted any war. The pattern was established. American firepower and mobility could destroy any North Vietnamese unit that was caught in conventional battle. The North Vietnamese could choose the time and place of many engagements. The North Vietnamese could absorb casualties at rates that American public opinion could not sustain indefinitely. The war would be decided not by military superiority but by the willingness to absorb losses over time. The United States spent another 9 years in Vietnam after Ia Drang, applying the strategy that the battle had appeared to validate: search and destroy, body count, attrition, and discovering that the strategy could not achieve its political objective of a stable, independent South Vietnam. The North Vietnamese spent those 9 years accepting the casualties that the strategy inflicted and continuing to send soldiers south and to support the Viet Cong insurgency in the south. The Paris Peace Accords of January 1973 ended American military involvement in Vietnam, South Vietnam fell to North Vietnamese forces in April 1975. The war that Ia Drang had characterized in its essentials ended with the outcome that Ia Drang's strategic lesson had predicted. American tactical superiority was insufficient to compensate for the political will of an adversary that was prepared to accept indefinite casualties for its political objective. The Valley Nobody Came Back From Unchanged was the first chapter of a story whose final chapter was written on the roof of the American Embassy in Saigon. Joe Galloway, the journalist who accompanied the 1st Battalion 7th Cavalry to LZ X-Ray and who co-wrote We Were Soldiers Once / and Young with Harold Moore, was the only civilian to receive the Air Medal for Valor during the Vietnam War, awarded for his actions in helping to carry wounded soldiers under fire during the battle. He was 24 years old and had been given a rifle by a sergeant who told him he would need it. He used the rifle and kept the story. We Were Soldiers Once / and Young, Harold G. Moore and Joseph L. Galloway, 1992. Chapter 87. The 6 Days That Rewrote the Middle East. The Six-Day War, 1967. The Build-Up. The Six-Day War of June 1967 began, in military terms, on the morning of June 5, 1967, when Israeli Air Force jets flew west over the Mediterranean, turned south, and attacked Egyptian air bases from directions that Egyptian radar was not monitoring. Within 3 hours, approximately 300 Egyptian aircraft had been destroyed, most of them on the ground, and Egypt's air force had effectively ceased to exist as a fighting force. The war was decided in those 3 hours, though it took 6 days to complete. The political crisis that preceded the war had been building for weeks. Egypt's President Nasser had expelled the United Nations Emergency Force from Sinai, closed the Straits of Tiran to Israeli shipping, and moved Egyptian forces to the Israeli border. Jordan and Syria signed mutual defense pacts with Egypt. The Arab states that surrounded Israel were mobilizing for a war that Nasser was promising would eliminate the Jewish state. Israel's government was debating whether to strike first or wait for the attack that seemed inevitable. The Israeli military's case for a preemptive strike rested on a simple calculation. If Egypt attacked first, the Arab coalition's numerical advantage, approximately 340,000 Arab soldiers against approximately 264,000 Israeli, would be compounded by the initiative. If Israel struck first, it could neutralize the Egyptian Air Force before it could be used, after which Israeli air power would be decisive on every front. The preemptive strike was authorized. The specific genius of the strike's execution, the timing, the approach routes, the targeting that destroyed radar and aircraft and runways in the optimal sequence, was the product of years of Israeli Air Force planning. The 6 days. With Egyptian air power destroyed in the first hours, Israeli ground forces crossed into Sinai on June 5 and drove toward the Suez Canal against an Egyptian army that was fighting without air cover in terrain where Israeli armored forces, operating at speed, could exploit the mobility that air dominance permitted. The Sinai campaign that had taken the Israeli army 8 days in 1956 was completed in 3 days in 1967. Jordan's King Hussein, who had been told by Nasser that Egypt was winning, entered the war on June 5 and began shelling Israeli positions including West Jerusalem. Israel responded by attacking Jordanian forces and by the end of June 7 had captured East Jerusalem, including the Old City and the Western Wall, which had been under Jordanian control since 1948 and was advancing toward the Jordan River. The capture of Jerusalem's Old City was, for Israel, the most emotionally significant moment of the entire war. The Western Wall, Judaism's holiest accessible site, was in Israeli hands for the first time since 135 CE. Syria, which had been shelling Israeli settlements from the Golan Heights for years, was attacked on June 9 after the Egyptian and Jordanian fronts had been resolved. The Golan Heights, a basalt plateau overlooking Israeli territory, was taken in approximately 27 hours of fighting against Syrian defenders who retreated faster than the Israeli advance in many sectors. A ceasefire was agreed on June 10, ending a war that had lasted 6 days and transformed the political geography of the Middle East. The map that 1967 made. The Six-Day War gave Israel control of the Sinai Peninsula, the Gaza Strip, the West Bank of the Jordan River, and the Golan Heights approximately 3 times Israel's pre-war territory. The map that the war made is the map that has defined the Israeli-Palestinian conflict ever since. The West Bank and Gaza, captured from Jordan and Egypt respectively, contained approximately 1 million Palestinian Arabs who are now under Israeli military administration. The specific question that the Six-Day War created, what to do with the occupied territories and with the Palestinian population within them, has been the central question of Middle Eastern politics for more than half a century. The Israeli settlement movement that began in the West Bank after 1967, the Palestinian national movement that organized itself in response to Israeli occupation, the Camp David Accords that returned Sinai to Egypt in 1979, the Oslo Accords that created the Palestinian Authority in 1993, the continuing conflict over Gaza and the West Bank, all of these developments flow from the map that 6 Days of Warfare produced in June 1967. The Six-Day War was a military triumph of the first order, the kind of decisive victory that military historians describe as a masterpiece of planning and execution. It was also the origin of the political problems that have made the Middle East the most persistently unstable region in the world for the subsequent decades. The 6 days that rewrote the Middle East rewrote it in ways that have not yet been resolved, in a story whose final chapter has not yet been written. Moshe Dayan and the Wall. General Moshe Dayan, the one-eyed defense minister who became the face of the Six-Day War for the world media, was photographed at the Western Wall on June 7, 1967, the day Israeli paratroopers captured the Old City of Jerusalem. The photograph of Dayan at the wall was one of the defining images of the war: the eye patch, the military uniform, the ancient stones, the expression of a man who understood what had just happened. Dayan placed a written prayer in a crack in the wall, a tradition at the holiest site in Judaism, and then told a journalist what he had written: "May peace descend upon the whole house of Israel." The prayer was appropriate to the moment and the site. It has not yet been answered in the sense that Dayan intended. The peace that the Six-Day War's military triumph seemed to make possible by giving Israel the strategic depth and the bargaining chips to negotiate from strength proved more elusive than the victory itself. The eye patch that made Dayan recognizable around the world covered the injury from a 1941 battle in which he had been shot in the face by a Vichy French sniper in Lebanon, shot while using binoculars whose lens the bullet shattered. The binoculars that had cost him an eye had been British. The conflict in which he lost it had been a British operation. The man who stood at the Western Wall in June 1967 carried, in his face, the entire complicated history of the region's wars. The Israeli Air Force pilots who executed the opening strikes of the Six-Day War flew their first missions, returned to base, refueled and rearmed in approximately 7.5 minutes, and flew second missions against the airfields they had just struck. The 7.5-minute turnaround time achieved through intensive ground crew training that had been specifically developed for the preemptive strike was shorter than any comparable turnaround time in any air force in the world. The speed of the turnaround was as important as the accuracy of the strikes in destroying the Egyptian Air Force before it could respond. The Six-Day War, Jeremy Bowen, 2003. Chapter 88. The Base That France Should Never Have Built. The Battle of Dien Bien Phu, 1954. The Strategy and Its Flaw. The French decision to establish a fortified base at Dien Bien Phu, a remote valley in northwestern Vietnam near the Laotian border, was based on a strategic theory that the subsequent battle proved catastrophically wrong. The theory was that a strong French garrison in the valley would force the Viet Minh forces of General Vo Nguyen Giap to attack it directly, and that in a direct battle, French firepower would destroy the Viet Minh forces that had been fighting a successful guerrilla campaign for 8 years. The French would finally get the set-piece battle they needed to destroy the Viet Minh's main force. The theory had a fundamental geographical flaw that the French commander, General Henri Navarre, and the officer who commanded the Dien Bien Phu garrison, General Christian de Castries, had not adequately assessed. The valley was surrounded by hills that dominated the airstrip through which the garrison would be supplied and reinforced. If the Viet Minh could get artillery onto those hills, and Giap spent 3 months moving artillery through jungle terrain that the French considered impassable, the garrison's airstrip could be rendered unusable, cutting off the supply and reinforcement that the garrison depended on. Giap moved 105mm howitzers, disassembled, through the jungle on the backs of porters and on bicycles approximately 300,000 men and women in the logistics operation that supplied the siege. He positioned his artillery in reverse slope positions that the French could not effectively counter-battery. When the battle began on March 13, 1954, the French artillery commander who had claimed the Viet Minh could not position artillery effectively in the hills shot himself after his own artillery was destroyed. The base that France should never have built had been built, and the battle that France expected to win was already being lost. The siege. The Battle of Dien Bien Phu lasted 57 days, from March 13 to May 7, 1954. The Viet Minh siege methodically reduced the French fortified positions one by one, using trench warfare techniques that had not been seen in Asia since the Russo-Japanese War. Viet Minh trenches extended toward and eventually under the French positions, allowing infantry to assault at close range without crossing the open ground that French firepower covered. The French airstrip, the garrison's connection to the outside world, was under continuous Viet Minh artillery fire from the opening of the battle. Resupply became increasingly difficult and eventually impossible except by parachute drop at night. The parachutes frequently landed in Viet Minh territory or in areas where the drops could not be recovered. The garrison's ability to hold deteriorated as supplies ran out and casualties mounted. The wounded filled the garrison's medical facilities beyond capacity. Men who required evacuation by air could not be evacuated. The French government in Paris, desperate to prevent the fall of the garrison, approached the United States government with a request for direct military intervention, specifically for American tactical airstrikes on Viet Minh positions. The Eisenhower administration, which was unwilling to commit to the use of American air power without congressional authorization and without British support, declined. Britain declined to participate. The French garrison at Dien Bien Phu was on its own. The fall and its consequences. The fall of Dien Bien Phu on May 7, 1954, the day before the Geneva Conference was scheduled to address the Indochina question, was the decisive event of the First Indochina War. The French garrison surrendered. Approximately 11,000 French soldiers were taken prisoner, of whom approximately 3,000 died in captivity during the march to prisoner of war camps. General de Castries, who was taken prisoner with his garrison, was promoted to brigadier general the day before the garrison's fall, a promotion that arrived too late to change the outcome. The Geneva Accords that ended the First Indochina War in July 1954 temporarily divided Vietnam at the 17th parallel, with the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, North Vietnam, under Ho Chi Minh in the north and the State of Vietnam, eventually the Republic of Vietnam, in the south. The accord specified that nationwide elections would be held in 1956 to reunify the country. The elections were never held, partly because the South Vietnamese government and its American backers expected Ho Chi Minh to win them. Dien Bien Phu established the pattern that Ia Drang later confirmed and that the entire American experience in Vietnam expressed: a Western military power, with superior technology and firepower, was unable to compensate for the political will and the strategic patience of a Vietnamese force that was willing to accept casualties indefinitely for its political objective. France had been fighting in Vietnam for 8 years, the United States would fight for 10 more. The political objective that both pursued, a stable, non-communist South Vietnam, was never achieved. Dien Bien Phu was the first clear demonstration of why it could not be. Giap and his legacy. General Vo Nguyen Giap, who commanded the Viet Minh forces that besieged and captured Dien Bien Phu, was arguably the most successful guerrilla commander of the 20th century. He defeated, in succession, the French and the Americans, the two most powerful military forces of the post-war world, by applying the principles that Mao Zedong had articulated and that Ho Chi Minh's political vision had made applicable to Vietnam: the patient accumulation of strength, the avoidance of decisive battles until the conditions were favorable, the integration of military and political struggle, and the willingness to accept whatever casualties were required to outlast the opponent's political will. Giap's strategic patience at Dien Bien Phu, spending 3 months moving artillery through terrain the French considered impassable, Waiting until his siege preparations were complete before attacking was the quality that distinguished his command. He could have attacked earlier, he waited until he could win. The artillery that his soldiers had carried through the jungle, piece by piece, was the artillery that rendered the French airstrip unusable and sealed the garrison's fate. Giap died in 2013 at the age of 102, having outlived the French colonialism he had defeated, the American intervention he had outlasted, and the unified Vietnam that his army had created. He is the only commander in modern history to have defeated two great powers in succession, and he did it without nuclear weapons, without air power, and without a comparable industrial base. He did it with political will, strategic patience, and the specific understanding that wars are won not by destroying armies but by breaking the political will that sustains them. The French officers captured at Dien Bien Phu who survived the march to prisoner of war camps and were eventually repatriated included several who later played important roles in French political and military history. Among them was Colonel Pierre Langley, who had commanded the French counterattacks during the siege with considerable tactical skill. The experience of Dien Bien Phu shaped a generation of French military thinking and contributed to the doctrine of guerre révolutionnaire that French officers developed in the subsequent decade and applied, with ultimately limited success, in the Algerian War. Hell in a very small place. The Siege of Dien Bien Phu, Bernard Fall, 1966. Chapter 89. The reservoir nobody was supposed to reach. The Battle of Chosin Reservoir, 1950. The Advance. In late November 1950, United Nations forces, primarily American Marines and Army soldiers, with smaller contingents of British and South Korean troops, were advancing northward in North Korea toward the Yalu River, the border with China. General Douglas MacArthur had assured President Truman that Chinese intervention was unlikely, that the war would be over by Christmas, and that the UN forces could advance with confidence toward the conclusion of the Korean War. The advance was overextended, the weather was deteriorating, and approximately 300,000 Chinese soldiers had already crossed the Yalu River and were moving into position around the advancing UN force. The 1st Marine Division and the Army's 7th Infantry Division had advanced to the Chosin Reservoir in the mountainous northeast of North Korea in temperatures that were already falling below -30°C. They were at the end of a single road, the main supply route that wound through mountains toward the coast at Hungnam. When approximately 120,000 Chinese soldiers of the 9th Army Group attacked on the night of November 27, 1950, the UN force was surrounded, cut off, and outnumbered approximately 6-1. The temperature during the battle fell to -40°C, cold so extreme that weapon oil froze, morphine syrettes had to be held in the mouth to thaw before injection, and men who stopped moving died of hypothermia. The Marines held their positions through the night attacks, called in air support at first light, and began planning the breakout that would become one of the most celebrated military operations in American history. The breakout. The breakout from Chosin, 78 miles through enemy-held territory to the port of Hungnam, took 17 days, from November 27 to December 13, 1950. The Marines and soldiers of the 1st Marine Division fought their way south through a Chinese army that had cut the road in multiple places, through temperatures that killed men who were not killed by the enemy, through mountain terrain that offered no shelter and no protection from the cold. The Marines called it attacking in a different direction, a characterization that captured both the military reality. They were moving south because the enemy was between them and the sea was their only way out, and the psychological stance of men who refused to accept that they were in retreat. The distinction between a fighting withdrawal and a rout is maintained by the decision to maintain formation, to protect the wounded, to fight through each obstacle rather than around it. The air cover that sustained the breakout was provided by Marine Aviation operating from the carrier USS Philippine Sea close air support that destroyed Chinese roadblocks, suppressed Chinese attacks on the column, and maintained the air bridge that delivered ammunition and evacuated some of the most seriously wounded. Without the air support, the breakout would almost certainly have failed. The integration of ground and air that the Chosin breakout demonstrated, the specific coordination between Marine infantry and Marine aviation, became one of the defining characteristics of American combined arms doctrine. The cold and its casualties. The cold at Chosin was as lethal as the Chinese army. Approximately 4,400 American soldiers died at Chosin, approximately 7,500 were wounded, and approximately 7,500 were non-battle casualties, primarily frostbite and hypothermia. A significant proportion of the men who survived did so with permanent damage, amputated fingers, toes, and feet from frostbite that had frozen flesh beyond recovery. The Chinese Ninth Army Group that attacked at Chosin suffered catastrophic losses, approximately 40,000 killed in action and an unknown number of additional deaths from cold. Chinese soldiers, many of whom were not adequately clothed for the Korean winter, froze to death in their assault positions before the attacks began. Some Chinese units approached the Marine positions and were found to have died of cold rather than of battle casualties. Their weapons were still in their hands, their formations intact, frozen in position. The specific quality of the Chosin Reservoir campaign, the cold, the mountains, the darkness, the enemy that came in waves through the night, the breakout through 78 miles of hostile terrain produced in the men who survived it a bond and a pride that the survivors maintained for the rest of their lives. The Chosin Few, as the veterans called themselves, are the most tightly organized community of military veterans in American history, bound by the specific shared experience of something that cannot be adequately described to those who were not there. What Chosin showed. The Chosin Reservoir campaign showed several things that the American military establishment needed to learn. It showed that Chinese infantry, attacking in mass at night, could overrun American defensive positions if the Americans were not adequately positioned and if their supporting fires could not be called effectively. It showed that the assumption of Western technological superiority, the assumption that underlay MacArthur's confident advance toward the Yalu, was insufficient to compensate for the Chinese willingness to accept casualties on a scale that American military planning did not anticipate. It also showed what American soldiers could accomplish when they had adequate leadership, adequate air support, and the training and unit cohesion that the Marine Corps specifically had cultivated. The 1st Marine Division fought its way out of Chosin intact, battered, frostbitten, exhausted, but intact as a fighting force. The Army units on the division's flanks, which did not have the same training or unit cohesion, suffered significantly higher casualty rates and were less effective as fighting forces at the end of the breakout. The Korean War that produced Chosin ended in July 1953 in an armistice that left the Korean peninsula divided approximately where it had been before the war began. The specific question of whether the Chinese intervention that Chosin represented could have been anticipated and prevented has been argued ever since MacArthur's crossing of the 38th parallel, his dismissal of Chinese warnings, his confident advance toward the Yalu. The reservoir that nobody was supposed to reach was reached because the advance that should have stopped did not. The men who paid for that mistake paid in cold and blood. The Marines who broke out of Chosin carried their dead with them, a decision made by Major General Oliver P. Smith, the 1st Marine Division commander, because he would not leave dead Marines to the enemy and would not leave the families of the dead without the bodies of their sons and husbands. The dead were carried on vehicles, strapped to the hoods of jeeps and trucks, frozen solid by the cold that had killed the living as efficiently as the Chinese army. The decision to carry the dead added to the logistical burden of the breakout and is remembered by the survivors as the most characteristic expression of the Marine Corps values that sustained the operation. The Frozen Hours, Mike Chinoy, 2017. Chapter 90. The Canal Crossing That Changed Everything About Surprise. The Yom Kippur War, 1973. The Surprise. On October 6, 1973, Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the Jewish calendar, when most of Israel's Jewish population was fasting and in synagogue, Egypt and Syria attacked simultaneously. Egyptian forces crossed the Suez Canal into Sinai, which Israel had held since the Six-Day War of 1967, using a combination of water cannons to breach the sand rampart on the Israeli side and amphibious equipment to establish bridgeheads. Syrian forces attacked the Golan Heights with approximately 1,400 tanks against approximately 177 Israeli tanks. The surprise was achieved despite intelligence warnings that Israel had received and had discounted. Israeli military intelligence, whose assessment of Arab capabilities after the Six-Day War was characterized by the overconfidence that decisive victory produces, had concluded that the Arabs would not attack until they had achieved air parity with Israel and the ability to attack Israeli airfields deep in Israeli territory. The specific military preparations that Egypt and Syria were making were interpreted as defensive exercises rather than offensive preparations. The cost of the intelligence failure was severe. Israeli forces on the Suez Canal were overwhelmed in the opening hours. The Bar-Lev line of fortifications along the canal was breached. On the Golan, the small Israeli armored force fought a desperate defensive battle to prevent Syrian tanks from reaching the Jordan River and Israeli population centers beyond. The war that Israel had been certain it would not face had begun, and Israel was losing. The canal crossing. The Egyptian crossing of the Suez Canal on October 6, 1973 was one of the most carefully planned and technically accomplished military operations of the post-war era. General Saad el-Shazli, the Egyptian chief of staff who designed the crossing operation, had spent 3 years working through every detail: the sequence in which units would cross, the method of breaching the sand rampart, the positioning of the anti-aircraft missile systems that would prevent Israeli air power from attacking the crossing forces, the timing that would take advantage of the sun being in Israeli pilots' eyes. The anti-aircraft missile umbrella Soviet-supplied SA-6 missiles that Israeli aircraft had not previously encountered in combat was the specific technological surprise that prevented Israel from using its air power to destroy the crossing. Israeli aircraft that had been decisive in every previous conflict were shot down in significant numbers by the missile system. Israeli pilots had not developed the countermeasures that would have allowed them to suppress the missiles effectively. The air power that Israel had counted on to compensate for its ground forces' numerical inferiority was temporarily neutralized. Israel's recovery from the initial shock was rapid and ultimately complete. The United States airlifted replacement equipment, Israel mobilized its reserves with extraordinary speed, and the Israeli counteroffensive in Sinai eventually crossed the canal itself, encircling the Egyptian Third Army on the eastern bank. The ceasefire negotiated by the United States and the Soviet Union on October 22 to 25, 1973 left Israel in a stronger position than the opening of the war had suggested, but the war's psychological impact, the demonstration that Israel was not invulnerable, was permanent. What the war changed. The Yom Kippur War changed the Middle East in ways that the Six-Day War had not. The Six-Day War had left Israel with the impression of absolute military superiority. The Yom Kippur War demonstrated that Arab armies had learned from 1967 that Soviet equipment was capable of neutralizing Israeli advantages, and that the political will of Egypt and Syria had not been broken by the previous defeat. Egypt and Syria had not won the Yom Kippur War in military terms, but they had restored their dignity, had demonstrated that Israel could be hurt, that the occupied territories could be contested. The restoration of Egyptian military dignity was, paradoxically, what made peace possible. Anwar Sadat had launched the Yom Kippur War not primarily to reconquer Sinai but to restore Egyptian self-respect and create the political conditions for a negotiated settlement. The war that he started gave him what he needed to make peace. The Camp David Accords of 1978, negotiated by Sadat and Israeli Prime Minister Menachem, begin with the mediation of President Jimmy Carter, returned Sinai to Egypt in exchange for peace and recognition of Israel. It was the first peace treaty between Israel and an Arab state. The peace that Sadat made cost him his life. He was assassinated by Egyptian Islamic extremists during a military parade on October 6, 1981, exactly 8 years after the war he had launched. The treaty he negotiated has held for more than 40 years, through multiple crises, multiple Israeli governments, and multiple Egyptian governments. The canal crossing that changed everything about surprise ultimately changed the political geography of the Middle East more lastingly than the military outcome of the war itself. The intelligence failure and its lesson. The Israeli intelligence failure of 1973, the failure to recognize the offensive preparations that were visible in Egyptian and Syrian military activity in the weeks before the war, has been analyzed extensively and has produced a concept that intelligence analysts call the concept The specific framework of prior assumptions that caused Israeli analysts to interpret evidence in ways that confirmed their existing conclusions rather than updating those conclusions in response to new evidence. The concept in 1973 was that Egypt would not attack without air power capable of striking Israeli airfields deep in Israeli territory. The evidence of offensive preparation was interpreted through this framework. Since Egypt was attacking without that air capability, the preparations must be defensive exercises. The circular reasoning the conclusion determined the interpretation of the evidence rather than the evidence determining the conclusion is one of the most common and most dangerous failure modes in intelligence analysis. The lesson of Yom Kippur is not merely that intelligence can fail that is always true, but that intelligence is most likely to fail when analysts are overconfident, when prior success has produced the assumption that the enemy is predictable, and when the organizational culture rewards conclusions that confirm existing beliefs rather than evidence that challenges them. The Six-Day War's decisive Israeli victory had produced exactly the overconfidence that made the intelligence failure of 1973 possible. Military success, as Yom Kippur demonstrated, is the most dangerous predecessor to intelligence failure. The airlift that the United States conducted to resupply Israel during the Yom Kippur War Operation Nickel Grass delivered approximately 22,000 tons of military equipment in approximately 567 sorties over 32 days. The decision to conduct the airlift was made by President Nixon and Secretary of State Kissinger over the objections of the Defense Department, which was concerned about the reaction of Arab oil states. The Arab oil embargo that followed the airlift, which quadrupled oil prices and produced the first oil shock of the 1970s, was the Arab response to American support for Israel. The geopolitical consequences of the airlift lasted decades. The Yom Kippur War, Abraham Rabinovich, 2004. Chapter 91. The City That Took 3 Weeks and 100 Years. The Battle of Kyiv, 1968. The Tet Offensive. The Tet Offensive of January 30 to 31, 1968, the simultaneous attack by North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces on approximately 100 South Vietnamese cities and military installations during the Vietnamese Lunar New Year, was the largest military operation of the Vietnam War and the event that broke the American public's confidence in the war's progress. The specific battle for the city of Kyiv, the former imperial capital of Vietnam, the country's cultural and religious heart, was the longest and most costly urban battle of the entire war. The North Vietnamese forces that attacked Kyiv on the night of January 30 to 31 had been infiltrating the city for weeks, concealed within the population that was preparing for the Tet holiday. Approximately 10,000 North Vietnamese and Viet Cong soldiers took control of most of the city in the first hours of the attack, including the ancient citadel, the walled imperial palace complex that covered approximately 1.5 square miles. American and South Vietnamese forces were driven back to two small enclaves, the American MACV compound and the South Vietnamese 1st Division headquarters. The battle to retake Kyiv lasted 26 days, the longest sustained urban combat of the Vietnam War. American Marines and Army soldiers, fighting alongside South Vietnamese forces, had to clear the city block by block, house by house, room by room. The fighting was unlike anything in the American experience since the Pacific Islands campaign of the Second World War, close, brutal, with no room for the maneuver and firepower that American doctrine relied on. The city and its ruins. The fighting in Kyiv damaged or destroyed approximately 40% of the city's buildings, including many of the ancient structures of the citadel that had survived centuries of Vietnamese history. The use of artillery, naval gunfire, and airstrikes that American doctrine called for in support of infantry was constrained by the presence of civilians and by the desire to preserve the city's cultural heritage, but was not eliminated. The buildings that still bore the scars of the 1968 battle, decades later, are the evidence of what the constraint permitted. The North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces that occupied Kyiv during the 3 weeks before being driven out conducted systematic executions of South Vietnamese government officials, military officers, and civilians they identified as enemies. The Kyiv massacre, in which approximately 2,800 to 6,000 civilians were killed and buried in mass graves that were discovered over the following years, was one of the worst atrocities of the Vietnam War, and it was an atrocity committed by the North Vietnamese rather than by the Americans, which complicated the anti-war narrative that the Tet Offensive had otherwise provided. The political impact of the Tet Offensive and of the Battle of Kyiv as its most prolonged and visible expression was to destroy the credibility of the official American narrative that the war was being won and the enemy was weakening. Walter Cronkite's television editorial of February 27, 1968, in which he concluded that the war was a stalemate and that negotiation rather than escalation was the only rational course, is often cited as the moment when American public opinion turned against the war. President Johnson reportedly said, after watching Cronkite's broadcast, that if he had lost Cronkite, he had lost Middle America. What Kyiv showed. The Battle of Kyiv showed, with a specificity that the broader Tet Offensive statistics could not provide, what urban warfare in a Vietnamese city required of the American military. It required close-quarters fighting at ranges where firepower advantage was negated, patience and method that the American military's organizational culture had not fully developed, and an understanding of the political and cultural significance of the terrain that the purely military analysis could not capture. The Marines who fought in Kyiv, and who wrote about it in memoirs and oral histories, described the experience as unlike anything they had been trained for or anything they had previously experienced in Vietnam. The guerrilla warfare of the jungle and the rice paddies, the Vietnam that most Americans knew from the news, was replaced by something that resembled the street fighting of the Second World War, except that the streets were narrower, the buildings older, and the enemy more tenacious than any calculation had suggested. The city that took 3 weeks and 100 years to capture was taken in 3 weeks of fighting and 100 years of Vietnamese history. The ancient capital of the Vietnamese emperors, the city of the Citadel and the Perfume River, was the specific place where the American military encountered most directly the weight of the history it was trying to fight against, the history of a people who had been fighting foreign occupiers, with varying success, for 1,000 years before the Marines of 1968 arrived at its gates. The aftermath and the question. The Battle of Kyiv ended on March 3, 1968, when the last North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces were driven from the citadel. American casualties were approximately 216 killed and 1,584 wounded. South Vietnamese casualties were approximately 384 killed and 1,830 wounded. North Vietnamese and Viet Cong casualties were estimated at approximately 5,000. The city was liberated. The war continued for another 7 years. The question that Kyiv poses and that it posed to the American government and public in 1968 is the same question that Ia Drang had posed in 1965 and that Dien Bien Phu had posed in 1954. What does it mean to win a battle in a war you are losing politically? American forces won the Battle of Kyiv by every military measure. The Tet Offensive, of which the Battle of Kyiv was the centerpiece, was a military disaster for the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong. And yet the Tet Offensive was a political victory for Hanoi, because it demonstrated that the American claims of progress were false and that the war's end was not in sight. The city that took 3 weeks and 100 years came back to those 3 weeks, to the images of Marines fighting in the rubble of a city's ancient center whenever the question of the Vietnam War's meaning was raised in the subsequent decades. Kyiv is the battle that most clearly shows the gap between military competence and strategic failure. The Americans fought superbly and achieved nothing lasting. The city that was liberated fell to the North Vietnamese 7 years later, when the American forces that had liberated it were gone. The North Vietnamese flag that was raised over the Citadel's flag tower on January 31, 1968, and that flew there for 24 days until Marines tore it down, was a 40 by 30-foot red and blue Viet Cong banner that was visible across the city. Its presence over the ancient imperial capital of Vietnam was a deliberately chosen symbol of the Tet Offensive's political significance. The liberation flag over the imperial citadel, visible to every resident and to every television camera. The symbolism was more important than the military position it represented. Kyiv 1968, a turning point of the American war in Vietnam. Mark Bowden, 2017. Chapter 92. The 100 Hours That Ended a 40-Year Standoff. The Gulf War Ground Campaign, 1991. The Invasion and the Coalition. Iraq's invasion of Kuwait on August 2, 1990 was the most unambiguous act of international aggression since the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979, and it produced the most unified international response since the Korean War. The United Nations Security Council authorized the use of force to expel Iraq from Kuwait, a coalition of 34 nations including Arab states such as Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Syria assembled under American command with approximately 750,000 soldiers, the largest military coalition since the Second World War. The 5-month build-up that followed the invasion Operation Desert Shield, which became Operation Desert Storm, was both a military preparation and a political demonstration. The military preparation was genuine. General Norman Schwarzkopf was assembling the most technologically sophisticated military force ever fielded, planning an operation that would use precision-guided munitions, stealth aircraft, and overwhelming air power to degrade Iraqi military capability before the ground campaign began. The political demonstration was equally important. The coalition's breadth, including Arab states, showed that the international consensus against Iraq's aggression was not merely Western. The air campaign that began on January 17, 1991 lasted 38 days and struck Iraqi military infrastructure, command and control systems, supply lines, and military positions in Kuwait and southern Iraq with a precision that previous air campaigns had not achieved. By the time the ground campaign began on February 24, the Iraqi army in Kuwait had been subjected to 5 weeks of bombing that had degraded its ability to communicate, to move, and to supply itself. The 100 Hours. The ground campaign that began on February 24, 1991 lasted 100 hours from the crossing of the Saudi-Iraqi and Saudi-Kuwait borders on the morning of February 24 to the ceasefire declaration on February 28. The speed of the campaign shocked military observers around the world and exceeded the most optimistic planning estimates. Iraqi resistance, in most sectors, collapsed quickly. Soldiers who had been subjected to 5 weeks of air attack and who were short of food, water, and hope, surrendered in large numbers. The specific genius of the ground campaign was the left hook, the massive flanking movement of the US 7 Corps and 18 Airborne Corps through the desert to the west of the Kuwait-Iraq border, which placed American armored forces behind the Iraqi defensive lines before the Iraqis could adequately respond. The flanking movement required moving approximately 250,000 soldiers and their equipment hundreds of miles in secret, a logistical achievement that the Iraqi intelligence services apparently did not detect until the movement was already underway. The Battle of 73 Easting on February 26, in which American armored cavalry destroyed a large Iraqi armored force in a 23-minute engagement, was the largest tank battle in American military history since the Second World War and demonstrated the overwhelming technological advantage of American M1 Abrams tanks over Iraqi T-72s. The thermal imaging that allowed American crews to see Iraqi tanks before the Iraqis could see them, the reactive armor that protected American tanks from Iraqi rounds, the accuracy of the American guns all combined to produce an engagement in which approximately 160 Iraqi vehicles were destroyed with minimal American casualties. The ceasefire and its consequences. President George H.W. Bush declared a ceasefire on February 28, 1991, 100 hours after the ground campaign began. Saddam Hussein remained in power in Baghdad. The Iraqi forces that had been in Kuwait were expelled, with approximately 25,000 to 30,000 Iraqi soldiers killed and approximately 80,000 taken prisoner. The coalition achieved its stated objective, the liberation of Kuwait, with approximately 400 coalition killed. The decision to stop at 100 hours without driving to Baghdad without removing Saddam Hussein from power was the defining decision of the Gulf War and the one that would shape Middle Eastern politics for the next 3 decades. The Bush administration's reasoning was straightforward. The UN mandate was limited to the liberation of Kuwait. Going to Baghdad would require extending the operation beyond its mandate, would leave coalition forces occupying an Arab country with no clear plan for what came next, and would likely fracture the coalition. The ceasefire left Saddam Hussein in power, where he continued to threaten his neighbors, to develop weapons programs, and to suppress internal opposition. The unfinished business of 1991 became the pretext for the Iraq War of 2003, which removed Saddam but produced the instability, the insurgency, the sectarian violence, the emergence of ISIS that the Bush administration of 1991 had foreseen and had specifically sought to avoid by stopping at 100 hours. The 100 hours that ended a 40-year standoff began a different kind of entanglement that lasted decades more. The revolution in military affairs. The Gulf War was the first demonstration in large-scale combat of what military theorists were calling the revolution in military affairs, the transformation of warfare by precision-guided munitions, stealth technology, satellite navigation, and real-time intelligence that allowed military force to be applied with a precision and speed that previous generations of warfare could not match. The images of laser-guided bombs entering specific windows of specific buildings broadcast on CNN to a global audience established a new standard for what modern military technology could achieve. The specific lesson that military establishments around the world drew from the Gulf War that American military technology had created an insurmountable conventional military advantage was accurate as far as it went. It did not go far enough. The technology that made the Gulf War's conventional phase so one-sided provided no advantage in the counterinsurgency and state-building that followed the Iraq War of 2003, which was fought against opponents who specifically avoided the conventional confrontation that American technology dominated. The 100 hours that ended the Cold War's 40-year standoff over Kuwait also ended the era in which conventional military confrontation with the United States was a rational strategic option for any adversary. Every potential American opponent drew the same lesson from 1991. If you fight the Americans conventionally, you lose. The subsequent decades of asymmetric warfare, guerrilla tactics, terrorism, cyber attacks, proxy forces are the strategic response to the military dominance that the Gulf War demonstrated. The coalition that won in 100 hours created the strategic environment in which winning took decades. The Iraqi soldiers who surrendered during the Gulf War ground campaign, approximately 80,000 in total, created a logistical challenge for which the coalition was not fully prepared. Coalition forces had planned for approximately 30,000 prisoners of war. They received nearly 3 times that number. The processing, feeding, and housing of 80,000 prisoners in the Kuwaiti and Saudi deserts, in the immediate aftermath of the ground campaign, required a significant improvisation that the official campaign history tends to underemphasize. The General's War, the inside story of the conflict in the Gulf, Michael Gordon and Bernard Traynor, 1995. Chapter 93. The street where the world's last superpower looked small. The Battle of Mogadishu, 1993. The mission and its context. The Battle of Mogadishu on October 3 to 4, 1993, known in American military culture as the Battle of Black Hawk Down, was an 18-hour firefight in the streets of the Somali capital that killed 18 American soldiers, wounded 73, and killed approximately 500 to 1,000 Somali fighters and civilians. It was fought between Delta Force and Army Rangers attempting to capture lieutenants of the Somali warlord Mohammed Farah Aidid, and Aidid's militia and the civilian population of the neighborhood in which the raid was attempted. The United States was in Somalia as part of a United Nations humanitarian intervention operation Restore Hope that had been launched in December 1992 to protect the delivery of food aid to a population suffering from a combination of famine and civil war. The mission that had been humanitarian in its original conception had evolved, by October 1993, into an attempt to neutralize Aidid's militia, which had been attacking UN peacekeepers and disrupting the humanitarian mission. The evolution from humanitarian intervention to warlord hunting without an adequate analysis of whether the available forces and rules of engagement were appropriate to the new mission was the strategic error that made the Mogadishu battle possible. The raid on October 3 was planned as a quick operation. Helicopters would fast-rope Delta Force operators onto the target building, the operators would capture the aided lieutenants, and a ground convoy would extract everyone within approximately 30 minutes. The operation had been run successfully multiple times in the preceding weeks. This time, 2 Black Hawk helicopters were shot down by Somali rocket-propelled grenades, and what was planned as a 30-minute operation became an 18-hour battle to rescue the crews of the downed helicopters. The night in Mogadishu. The 18 hours of the Battle of Mogadishu produced the kind of close-quarters urban fighting that the American military had not experienced since Hue in 1968 and had not significantly prepared for. The Delta operators and rangers who defended the crash sites while awaiting rescue were surrounded by Somali militia who knew the city's alleys and rooftops, who had the advantage of numbers, who were motivated by the presence of foreign soldiers in their city, and who had access to weapons that the humanitarian intervention's intelligence had underestimated. The Pakistani and Malaysian armored vehicles that eventually reached the crash sites after a night of fighting through streets blocked by burning tires and sniper fire were part of the UN force that the American military had been operating alongside but had not fully integrated into its planning. The extraction that finally rescued the survivors of the crash sites used UN armor that the American planners had not intended to need, coordinated at the last possible moment. The images that were broadcast around the world, the body of an American soldier being dragged through the streets of Mogadishu by a crowd, were the specific images that converted the battle from a military setback into a political crisis. The images were seen by President Clinton, by the American public, and most consequentially by Osama bin Laden and other adversaries who drew specific conclusions about American political will from the speed with which the United States subsequently withdrew from Somalia. The withdrawal and its lessons. President Clinton withdrew American forces from Somalia in March 1994, approximately 6 months after the Battle of Mogadishu. The withdrawal was presented as a policy adjustment rather than a defeat. It was interpreted around the world as a retreat under fire. The specific lesson that adversaries drew that the United States could be deterred from military operations by inflicting casualties visible enough to produce domestic political pressure for withdrawal shaped the strategy of groups that would challenge American power in the subsequent decade. Bin Laden, who would later describe the Mogadishu withdrawal as evidence that the United States was a paper tiger, cited it explicitly in his strategic calculations. The September 11, 2001 attacks were partly designed to produce an American military response that would, like Mogadishu, turn into an unwinnable conflict, a quagmire that would drain American resources and will. That the calculation was at least partially correct is the most consequential strategic consequence of the Battle of Mogadishu. The military lessons of Mogadishu were taken seriously. The American military invested significantly in urban warfare training and doctrine in the subsequent decade, and the soldiers who fought in Iraq and Afghanistan were better prepared for urban combat than the soldiers of 1993. The political lesson that the American public's tolerance for casualties in conflicts where the vital national interest is not clearly at stake is limited and can be exploited was taken seriously by both American adversaries and American political leaders, with complicated consequences for the interventions that followed. Mark Bowden and the story. Mark Bowden's book Black Hawk Down, published in 1999, 6 years after the battle, was based on hundreds of interviews with American and Somali participants and produced the most detailed account of a single military engagement in the post-Vietnam era. The book was successful because it did what great war literature always does. It moved from the strategic level, the policy errors, the intelligence failures, the political decisions, to the specific level of individual soldiers in specific streets at specific moments, and it showed what the strategic errors cost in human terms. The film adaptation of Bowden's book, directed by Ridley Scott, released in 2001, was seen by millions of people who had not read the book and was released in the weeks after the September 11 attacks, at a moment when American audiences were particularly receptive to stories of American soldiers fighting in Muslim cities. The film's specific representation of the battle, the heroism of the American soldiers, the anonymous mass of Somali fighters, was criticized for its political implications. The book from which it was adapted was more nuanced. The street where the world's last superpower looked small is still in Mogadishu, a city that has been at war, in various configurations, since 1991, and that continues to be the site of military and political contests that the 1993 battle did not resolve. The battle that was supposed to be a 30-minute raid became an 18-hour battle, became a 6-month withdrawal, became a strategic lesson that shaped 20 years of subsequent American foreign policy. The streets of Mogadishu are the first chapter of a story that is not yet finished. The Somali militia fighters who shot down the 2 Black Hawk helicopters with rocket-propelled grenades had been given specific instructions by AIDID's commanders about targeting American aircraft, instructions that reflected lessons learned from watching American military operations in the preceding months. The adaptation of the Somali militia to American tactics and equipment, the specific intelligence work that identified the RPG as the weapon capable of reaching American helicopters, is the tactical dimension of the asymmetric strategy that Mogadishu exemplified. Black Hawk Down, A Story of Modern War, Mark Bowden, 1999. Chapter 94. The City That Russia Had to Take Twice. The Battle of Grozny, 1994–95 and 1999–2000. The First Battle. The Russian assault on Grozny that began on New Year's Eve, 1994 December 31st, 1994 was one of the most catastrophic military failures in Russian history. The attack was launched with the expectation that the Chechen resistance would collapse quickly. Defense Minister Pavel Grachev reportedly boasted that a single airborne regiment could take Grozny in 2 hours. The 3 Russian armored columns that drove into the city on December 31st were ambushed in the streets by Chechen fighters who had prepared the city's defenses with a sophistication that the Russian intelligence services had not detected. The Chechen fighters allowed the Russian columns to enter the city before attacking them from the upper floors of buildings with RPGs, snipers, and machine guns. The Russian tanks and armored vehicles, which were effective in the open steppe but vulnerable in urban terrain where they could be attacked from above, were destroyed in the streets. The Maykop Brigade, an elite Russian unit that entered Grozny on December 31st, was virtually destroyed in the first hours of the assault. Its commander was killed, most of its tanks were burning in the streets, and approximately 800 of its soldiers were killed or captured. The battle that followed lasted until February 8, 1995, when Russian forces finally captured the presidential palace, a battle that cost approximately 1,000 to 2,000 Russian soldiers killed and approximately 3,000 to 4,000 Chechen fighters and civilians killed. Grozny, which had been a city of approximately 400,000 people before the war, was reduced to rubble. The UN described it as the most destroyed city on Earth. The Second Battle. The First Chechen War ended in 1996 with a ceasefire that was, in effect, a Russian defeat. The Chechen fighters had not been subdued and the peace agreement acknowledged their de facto independence. The Russian military's failure in Grozny was analyzed, and the specific lessons about the vulnerability of armor in urban terrain, about the importance of suppressing rooftop positions before armored columns advance, about the need for infantry-armor cooperation in urban fighting, were incorporated into doctrine. The Second Chechen War, which began in 1999 after Chechen militants invaded Dagestan and apartment buildings in Moscow were bombed, produced a second Battle of Grozny that reflected the lessons of the first. The Russian assault on Grozny in December 1999 began not with armored columns driving into the city but with a siege. Russian forces surrounded the city, bombarded it systematically with artillery and air power, and gave Chechen civilians an opportunity to evacuate before the assault began. The bombardment lasted weeks and reduced much of what remained of the city after the First War to rubble. The ground assault that followed the bombardment was more careful and more costly to the Chechen defenders than the assault of 1994. Russian infantry moved through the rubble in small units, covered by tanks that engaged specific targets rather than driving in column. The city was taken by February 2000, though Chechen resistance continued in guerrilla form for years afterward. The Chechen commander Shomil Basayev, who had led the defense of Grozny in the first battle, escaped and continued the conflict through terrorism until he was killed in 2006. The city that was rebuilt. Grozny was rebuilt after the Second Chechen War by the Russian government, under the direction of the Chechen leader Ramzan Kadyrov, whose father Akhmed Kadyrov had switched sides from the Chechen resistance to the Russian government during the Second Chechen War. The rebuilt Grozny, with its gleaming towers, its broad boulevards, its mosque named after Akhmed Kadyrov, is a deliberate demonstration that Chechnya has been pacified and that cooperation with Russia produces prosperity. The specific character of the pacification Kadyrov's rule, which is authoritarian in ways that Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch document extensively, enforced by a security apparatus that has been accused of disappearances, torture, and extrajudicial killings, is the price of the prosperity that the rebuilding represents. The city that Russia had to take twice is now, superficially, one of the most visually impressive cities in the Russian Federation. The military lessons of the two battles of Grozny were drawn by armies around the world and specifically by the Russian military, which applied them in subsequent operations in Syria and Ukraine. The specific combination of siege, bombardment, and infantry advance that characterized the Second Battle of Grozny became a template for Russian urban warfare that was applied in Aleppo in 2016 and in Mariupol in 2022. The city that Russia had to take twice taught Russia how to take cities, a lesson whose subsequent applications have produced consequences that the battles of Grozny themselves did not. The lesson and its cost. The two battles of Grozny together cost approximately 10,000 to 25,000 Russian soldiers, approximately 15,000 to 25,000 Chechen fighters, and approximately 50,000 to 80,000 civilians, numbers that are disputed in all cases because Russian authorities have not released comprehensive casualty figures and because the conditions of the battles made accurate counting impossible. The destruction of the city, which had to be essentially rebuilt from scratch after the Second Chechen War, represents a physical and economic cost that dwarfs the military one. The political cost of the Chechen Wars for Russia was also significant. The conduct of both wars produced extensive documentation of human rights violations, torture of prisoners, summary executions, the bombardment of civilian areas that damaged Russia's international reputation and contributed to its alienation from Western institutions. The specific individuals who were responsible for atrocities in the Chechen Wars, military commanders, security service officers, continued to serve in Russian institutions and in some cases were promoted. The military lesson of Grozny is the lesson that every urban battle teaches. Cities are extraordinarily costly to take by force. The defenders have advantages that the attackers cannot neutralize with firepower alone, and the destruction required to take a city often exceeds the strategic value of the city itself. The city that Russia had to take twice taught this lesson twice, at twice the cost, before Russia developed the operational approach, siege, bombardment, deliberate infantry advance that the first battle's failure had made necessary. The Russian military journalist Anna Politkovskaya, who reported on the First and Second Chechen Wars with a specificity and a moral clarity that the Russian government found inconvenient, was shot dead in her Moscow apartment building on October 7, 2006, Vladimir Putin's birthday. 6 men were eventually convicted of her murder, including a former police officer. The person who ordered the murder was never officially identified. Politkovskaya's reporting on Grozny and on Russian military conduct in Chechnya remains the most comprehensive and the most honest account of what the two battles cost in human terms. A Small Corner of Hell, Dispatches from Chechnya, Anna Politkovskaya, 2003. Chapter 95. The Islands Nobody Wanted Until They Did. The Falklands War, 1982. The Invasion. The Argentine military junta's decision to invade the Falkland Islands on April 2, 1982 was a gamble on the calculation that Britain would not respond militarily to the seizure of territory approximately 8,000 miles from the British Isles. The Falklands, a cluster of islands in the South Atlantic with approximately 1,800 British inhabitants, some sheep, and not much else, had been disputed between Britain and Argentina for approximately 150 years. The junta, which was under domestic political pressure from the economic failures of its rule, needed a nationalist victory that would divert popular attention. The Falklands seemed to offer one at acceptable risk. The calculation was wrong. Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher's decision to send a naval task force to retake the islands made within hours of the Argentine invasion was driven partly by the principle that a British territory and British citizens could not be seized by force without a military response, and partly by the domestic political calculation that the failure to respond would destroy her government. The task force that sailed from Portsmouth and Southampton in early April consisted of approximately 100 ships and 27,000 personnel, a force assembled in weeks, sailing 8,000 miles to fight in waters at the bottom of the world. The Argentine military had not expected a British response of this scale and speed. Its planning for the defense of the Falklands, which it called the Malvinas, assumed that diplomatic pressure from the United States and the UN would prevent or delay a military response long enough for Argentine control to become a fait accompli. When the task force sailed, the Argentine assumption of easy success was exposed as a gamble that had failed before the shooting started. The campaign. The campaign to retake the Falklands lasted 74 days, from the invasion on April 2 to the Argentine surrender on June 14, 1982. It was fought under conditions that military planners had not expected to encounter in the late 20th century. Naval vessels attacked by aircraft using unguided bombs and anti-ship missiles, infantry fighting over open terrain in South Atlantic winter conditions, logistics chains stretched across 8,000 miles of ocean. The Argentine Air Force performed with unexpected effectiveness. Exocet anti-ship missiles sank HMS Sheffield and the Atlantic Conveyor, unguided bombs sank HMS Ardent, HMS Antelope, and HMS Coventry and damaged numerous other vessels. The vulnerability of modern warships to air attack and specifically to the Exocet missile was the specific tactical lesson that the Falklands campaign provided to the world's navies. The Argentine aircraft losses, approximately 100 aircraft, were also significant. Young Argentine pilots attacking the British task force in Aging A4 Skyhawks and Mirage 3s demonstrated courage without adequate equipment or training. The ground campaign that began with the landing at San Carlos on May 21 was fought by British Infantry Parachute Regiment battalions and Royal Marines across Falkland Islands, terrain that offered no cover and little shelter from the South Atlantic winter. The battles at Goose Green, at Mount Long Don, at Wireless Ridge, and at Two Sisters were fought at night, at close range, with the bayonet as well as the rifle and machine gun. The specific quality of the fighting, the professionalism and aggression of British infantry against Argentine conscripts who were often poorly equipped, poorly fed, and poorly led determined the campaign's outcome more than any technological advantage. The outcome and its consequences. The Argentine surrender on June 14, 1982 ended a war that had cost approximately 255 British dead, approximately 649 Argentine dead, and 3 Falkland Islands civilian dead. The islands remained British. The Argentine junta that had gambled on the invasion fell within months. The return to civilian democratic government in Argentina in 1983 was partly a consequence of the military humiliation that the Falklands defeat represented. Margaret Thatcher's government, which had been polling poorly before the war, was transformed by the victory. The Falklands factor the surge of patriotic feeling and approval for a prime minister who had responded decisively to aggression contributed significantly to the Conservative victory in the 1983 general election. The political consequences of the Falklands campaign shaped British politics for years. The military consequences shaped British defence thinking about the specific capabilities: amphibious warfare, carrier aviation, long-range power projection that the campaign had required. The islands that nobody wanted until they did remain British and Argentine claimed. The Argentine constitution includes a claim to sovereignty over the Malvinas that is recited in schools and on public occasions. The British government maintains a garrison of approximately 1,000 soldiers on the islands. The specific question of sovereignty which produced a war in 1982 has not been resolved in the subsequent decades, though the two countries have maintained normal diplomatic and commercial relations. The war that was fought for islands with 1,800 inhabitants and some sheep continues, in diplomatic form, to this day. The war that tested an assumption. The Falklands War tested the assumption widespread in 1982, after a decade of détente and arms control, that territorial sovereignty in the developed world would not be altered by military force. The assumption had been held since 1945. The post-war international order had established national borders as fixed and their alteration by force as inadmissible. The Argentine invasion of the Falklands was the first serious challenge to this assumption in the developed world since the 1956 Suez Crisis. The British military response that reversed the Argentine invasion reinforced the assumption rather than undermining it. The lesson of the Falklands, as most of the world drew it, was that territorial aggression would be resisted, not that it had succeeded. The lesson was drawn, apparently, by the international community. No major territorial seizure by force in the developed world occurred in the decade after the Falklands, though the Yugoslav wars of the 1990s and the Russian annexation of Crimea in 2014 would eventually challenge the assumption more fundamentally. The islands nobody wanted until they did are the test case for a principle of international order that the Falklands War appeared to confirm. The principle that borders are not changed by force has been maintained at the cost of wars and the threat of wars for the 80 years since 1945. Whether it can be maintained indefinitely, and at what cost, is the question that the Falklands War raised and that subsequent history has continued to pose. Colonel H. Jones, who commanded the 2nd Battalion Parachute Regiment at the Battle of Goose Green and who won the Victoria Cross posthumously for leading a personal charge against an Argentine machine gun position that had pinned his battalion, was the only senior British officer to lead an attack of that kind in the Falklands War. His death, he was killed leading the charge at close range, was both an act of personal bravery and, arguably, an unnecessary risk by a commanding officer. The VC citation celebrated the former. Military historians have debated the latter. Both are true. The Battle for the Falklands, Max Hastings and Simon Jenkins, 1983. Chapter 96. The City That Took Two Battles to Understand. The Second Battle of Fallujah, 2004. The city and its significance. Fallujah, a city of approximately 300,000 people on the Euphrates River west of Baghdad, became the symbol of the Iraqi insurgency in 2004, the place where the gap between the American military's capacity to defeat conventional armies and its capacity to achieve political stability was most visible. The First Battle of Fallujah in April 2004 had ended inconclusively. American Marines had begun an assault on the city after 4 American contractors were killed, mutilated, and hung from a bridge, but had stopped the assault under political pressure. The interim Iraqi government had objected. Arab satellite television was broadcasting casualty images, and the assault was threatening to undermine the political legitimacy of the coming transfer of sovereignty. The city that the Americans had entered and then left was handed over to a Fallujah protection army that almost immediately melted away or joined the insurgency. By autumn 2004, Fallujah was effectively controlled by insurgent forces, a combination of former Baathists, Sunni nationalist fighters, and foreign jihadists affiliated with al-Qaeda in Iraq under Abu Musab al-Zarqawi. The city had become a safe haven for the insurgency that was destabilizing the American project in Iraq. The Second Battle of Fallujah, Operation Phantom Fury, began on November 7, 2004, 2 days after the American presidential election. Approximately 10,000 American Marines and soldiers, alongside approximately 2,000 Iraqi security forces, assaulted a city that approximately 250,000 civilians had mostly fled. The approximately 3,000 to 5,000 insurgents who remained had spent months fortifying the city, booby-trapped buildings, interconnected tunnel systems, firing positions in mosques and houses, sniper positions in minarets. The battle lasted approximately 6 weeks and was the most intense sustained urban combat that American forces had experienced since Hugh in 1968. Marine infantry fought through houses, mosques, and markets in conditions of close quarters where the supporting arms artillery and airstrikes were useful but had to be used carefully to avoid killing their own troops and the few remaining civilians. The insurgents had prepared specifically to negate American technological advantages. They fought at close range where precision munitions had limited effect, used civilian structures as fighting positions, and set booby traps that cost American casualties as buildings were cleared. The Marines who fought in Fallujah developed and applied the tactics of deliberate urban clearance that the First Battle of Fallujah had interrupted before they could be completed, moving through buildings systematically rather than along streets, using armor to suppress positions before infantry entered, clearing systematically from north to south so that cleared areas did not become the source of attacks on American rear areas. The tactics that were improvised and refined at Fallujah became the foundation of American urban warfare doctrine for the subsequent decade. The battle produced approximately 95 American killed and 560 wounded, approximately 1,200 to 1,500 insurgents killed, and widespread destruction of the city. Approximately 60% of Fallujah's buildings were damaged or destroyed. The city was secured. The insurgency was not defeated. The fighters who escaped from Fallujah dispersed to other cities in the Sunni Triangle, where they continued the insurgency. The city was taken. The political problem that had made the city a symbol was unresolved. The two battles and their lesson. The two battles of Fallujah, the first abandoned and the second completed, illustrate the fundamental tension of counterinsurgency operations. The military action required to clear a city of insurgents produces destruction and civilian casualties that damage the political legitimacy the operation is supposed to serve. The First Battle of Fallujah was stopped because the political cost of the assault. The images on Al Jazeera, the Iraqi government's discomfort was deemed to exceed the military benefit. The second battle was completed because the political cost of not completing it, a city in open revolt, a symbol of American impotence, had become unsustainable. The lesson that American military planners drew from the two battles of Fallujah was partly about urban warfare tactics, the clearance methods, the use of armor and aviation in urban terrain, the importance of Iraqi security force participation, and partly about the political dimension of urban operations. Military clearance operations in densely populated areas produce consequences that extend far beyond the military outcome of the battle itself. The destruction of civilian property, the displacement of civilian populations, the anger of relatives of civilians killed in the fighting. The city that took two battles to understand took two battles because the first battle's political failure had not been adequately analyzed before the second battle was launched. The military success of the second battle was real. Whether the political objectives that the military success was supposed to serve were achieved is a different question. Fallujah was controlled by the Islamic State from 2014 to 2016, when a third operation led primarily by Iraqi security forces cleared it again. The city that took two battles to understand may have taken three. The Marines and their war. The Marines who fought in Fallujah were the children of the Marines who had fought in Vietnam, literally in some cases, since some of the officers at Fallujah were the sons of Vietnam veterans. They were the inheritors of a military tradition that had been reshaped by the Vietnam War's failures and by the Gulf War's successes, and they were fighting a war that combined elements of both, the conventional military superiority of the Gulf War and the political complexity of Vietnam. The specific experience of close-quarters urban combat, the danger of booby-trapped doors, the necessity of clearing rooms where the enemy might be waiting, the constant presence of civilians who might be combatants or might not be, produced a quality of psychological stress that the debriefings and the after-action reviews could not fully capture. The Marines who had fought in Fallujah were changed by the experience in ways that became apparent only over time, in the struggles with PTSD, in the difficulty of returning to civilian life, in the specific quality of dreams that urban combat produces. The street where the world's last superpower had looked small at Mogadishu, and the city that had taken 3 weeks and 100 years at Hue, and the bridge that had always been too far at Arnhem, all of these were precursors to Fallujah, chapters in the ongoing story of what cities cost when armies fight through them. The city that took two battles to understand is part of a story that military history keeps telling and that military planners keep failing to fully learn before they fight the next urban battle. The Iraqi security forces who participated in the Second Battle of Fallujah alongside American Marines performed better than American commanders had expected, a significant development given the collapse of Iraqi forces in April 2004, when an entire Iraqi battalion had refused to participate in the first battle. The improvement in Iraqi force performance between April and November 2004 was partly the result of intensive American training and partly the result of replacing commanders who had been appointed for political reasons with commanders who had demonstrated military competence. No True Glory, a frontline account of the Battle for Fallujah, Bing West, 2005. Chapter 97. The night the world's most wanted man ran out of rooms. Operation Neptune Spear, 2011. The decade-long hunt. Osama bin Laden, the founder of Al-Qaeda and the architect of the September 11, 2001 attacks that killed approximately 3,000 people in New York, Washington, and Pennsylvania, had been the subject of the world's most intensive manhunt for nearly 10 years when American intelligence agencies concluded, in the summer of 2010, that they had located him. He was not, as many had assumed, in the remote tribal areas of Pakistan's northwest frontier. He was in a compound in Abbottabad, a garrison city approximately 50 kilometers from Islamabad, home to Pakistan's military academy, in a large house surrounded by high walls that had been specifically constructed to prevent observation. The intelligence that led to Abbottabad was accumulated through years of patient work, tracking the phone calls and movements of bin Laden's trusted couriers, correlating financial transactions, analyzing satellite imagery. The specific piece of intelligence that cracked the case was the identification of bin Laden's primary courier, Ibrahim Saeed Ahmed, whose phone call was intercepted and whose movement to the Abbottabad compound was tracked. The compound's characteristics, its size, its high walls, its lack of internet or telephone connections, its burning of trash rather than putting it out for collection, were consistent with the behavior of someone who was conducting intensive operational security. CIA Director Leon Panetta presented the intelligence assessment to President Obama in August 2010. The assessment was that there was perhaps a 40 to 60% chance that the compound's most closely guarded resident was bin Laden. Obama authorized further surveillance, eventually concluding that the evidence was sufficient to warrant action. The debate within the administration about whether to conduct a helicopter raid or a bombing strike raid would confirm the kill but would also risk the capture or killing of American operators in a sovereign country. A bombing strike would be safer for the Americans but might not be certain to kill the target, was resolved in favor of the raid. The raid, Operation Neptune Spear, was conducted on the night of May 1 to 2, 2011. Two modified Black Hawk helicopters carrying 24 Navy SEALs of SEAL Team 6, the unit that had been training for months on a replica of the Abbottabad compound, flew from Jalalabad in Afghanistan across the Pakistani border, avoiding Pakistani radar by flying in the mountain's radar shadow, and landed at the compound at approximately 1 a.m. local time. One helicopter had a mechanical failure on approach and made a hard landing inside the compound wall, damaging itself but not injuring its crew. The SEALs proceeded with the mission despite the loss of one helicopter. The raid lasted approximately 38 minutes. The SEALs moved through the compound, clearing buildings, engaging bin Laden's courier and his brother who attempted to resist, and moving up to the third floor where bin Laden was located. Bin Laden was shot twice, once in the chest and once above the left eye when he appeared at the door of his room on the compound's third floor. The SEALs confirmed the kill visually, collected documents and digital storage devices that filled several bags, and departed in the one functional Black Hawk and a Chinook helicopter that had been on standby. The downed Black Hawk was destroyed by demolition charges to prevent its technology from falling into Pakistani hands. The entire operation was observed in real time by President Obama, Vice President Biden, Secretary of State Clinton, and other senior officials watching drone footage in the White House Situation Room. The aftermath. The confirmation of bin Laden's death was announced by President Obama in a late-night address from the White House on May 1, 2011. The announcement was received with spontaneous celebrations outside the White House and at Ground Zero in New York, celebrations that reflected a sense of completion about a manhunt that had dominated American foreign policy for nearly a decade. Bin Laden's body was flown to the USS Carl Vinson in the North Arabian Sea, where it was washed and wrapped in a white sheet in accordance with Islamic funeral practice, and then buried at sea, dropped over the side at approximately 2 a.m. on May 2. The decision to bury at sea was made to prevent his grave from becoming a shrine. The location of the burial has not been disclosed. The death of bin Laden did not end the Al-Qaeda organization, which had evolved in the decade since September 11 into a decentralized network of affiliated groups operating in multiple countries. It did not end the war in Afghanistan, which continued until the American withdrawal in August 2021 and the subsequent Taliban takeover. What it ended was the specific manhunt for the specific man who had planned the September 11 attacks, a manhunt that had cost approximately $1 trillion, 2 major wars, and tens of thousands of lives. The night the world's most wanted man ran out of rooms was the night that one chapter of a very long story closed. The compound and what it meant. The Abbottabad compound was demolished by Pakistani authorities in February 2012, approximately 9 months after the raid. A school now occupies the site. The specific questions that the compound's location raised: how bin Laden had been living in a garrison city, in a large and conspicuous compound, for approximately 6 years without Pakistani intelligence being aware of his presence, were never satisfactorily answered. The Pakistani government's response to the raid, which had been conducted without its knowledge or consent, was a mixture of embarrassment and official outrage at the violation of Pakistani sovereignty. The violation of Pakistani sovereignty, the insertion of American Special Operations Forces into a Pakistani city without Pakistani consent or notification, was the specific diplomatic cost of the operation. The Obama administration's judgment was that the probability of the intelligence being compromised, and bin Laden escaping, was too high to allow advance notification. The judgment may have been correct. It created a lasting tension in the American-Pakistani relationship that complicated the Afghanistan war's final years. The operation that killed bin Laden was not a battle in the conventional sense. It was a targeted killing by Special Operations Forces, completed in 38 minutes against minimal resistance. Its place in this list of battles that changed the world is justified by its consequences. It ended the manhunt that had shaped American foreign policy for a decade, confirmed the operational effectiveness of American Special Operations Forces, and demonstrated the specific combination of intelligence, technology, and training that had made the operation possible. The night the world's most wanted man ran out of rooms was the night that the September 11th chapter of American history, not the wars it produced, but the specific manhunt it generated, finally closed. The documents and digital storage devices collected from the Abbottabad compound, hard drives, thumb drives, DVDs, and paper documents, were analyzed by the Abbottabad Commission and by American intelligence analysts, who found extensive correspondence between bin Laden and al-Qaeda affiliates, strategic planning documents, and personal communications that provided a detailed picture of how al-Qaeda's leadership had been operating during the years of the manhunt. The documents revealed that bin Laden had been more operationally involved in al-Qaeda's activities than many analysts had assumed, regularly providing strategic guidance by letter delivered by courier. No easy day. The first-hand account of the mission that killed Osama bin Laden, Mark Owen, 2012. Chapter 98. The convoy that changed drone warfare forever. The Second Nagorno-Karabakh War, 2020. The old conflict and the new weapons. The Second Nagorno-Karabakh War, fought between Azerbaijan and Armenia from September 27 to November 10, 2020, lasted 44 days and ended with Azerbaijan's capture of most of the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region that Armenia had controlled since the First Nagorno-Karabakh War of 1988 to 1994. It was a conventional military conflict between two post-Soviet states with roughly comparable military equipment. Armenian forces used Russian arms. Azerbaijani forces used a mixture of Russian arms and Israeli and Turkish drone systems, and it produced results so one-sided that military analysts around the world spent the following months trying to understand what had happened. What had happened was this. Azerbaijan had acquired and deployed Bayraktar TB2 drones, Turkish-manufactured unmanned aerial vehicles capable of carrying laser-guided bombs, with an endurance of approximately 24 hours, controllable from a ground station at extended range in combination with Israeli loitering munitions, the Harop and Orbiter systems, that could be launched and then directed toward targets detected by their own sensors. The combination of persistent surveillance drones, precision strike drones, and loitering munitions gave Azerbaijan the ability to see Armenian military equipment on the battlefield and destroy it before Armenian forces could effectively respond. The Armenian military, which had not adequately invested in air defense systems capable of intercepting the TB2 drones, and which had not adapted its tactics to the new surveillance and strike environment, was at a decisive disadvantage. The videos published by Azerbaijan of drone strikes on Armenian tanks, artillery pieces, and supply convoys filmed from the drone's camera, showing the moment of impact with precision that previous aerial photography had not achieved, were watched by military analysts around the world as a demonstration of what drone warfare had become. The drone war. The specific military dynamic of the Second Nagorno-Karabakh War was the destruction of Armenian armored and artillery formations by drone strikes before they could be effectively employed in combat. Armenian T-72 tanks and BM-21 rocket artillery that were essential to any conventional defense of Armenian-held territory were identified by Azerbaijani surveillance drones and attacked by precision strike drones or loitering munitions before they could move to tactically useful positions or before they could effectively engage Azerbaijani ground forces. The destruction of Armenian air defense systems in the opening phase of the conflict, again, using drone strikes that the air defense systems were not capable of intercepting, removed the protection that Armenian ground forces would have needed to operate in the open. Without effective air defenses, Armenian armored formations were visible to Azerbaijani surveillance and vulnerable to Azerbaijani strikes at any time they moved or concentrated. The military that had spent 30 years defending the territory it had captured in the First Nagorno-Karabakh War found itself unable to operate its principal weapons systems effectively. The 44-day war ended when Armenia agreed to a ceasefire on terms that ceded most of the disputed territory to Azerbaijan. The ceasefire was brokered by Russia, which deployed approximately 2,000 peacekeepers to the remaining Armenian-controlled corridor. The Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan, who had accepted the ceasefire terms, described the agreement as unbelievably painful, the statement of a leader who had accepted defeat because the alternative was worse. The lesson and its speed of transmission. The lesson of the Second Nagorno-Karabakh War was transmitted around the world with unusual speed because Azerbaijan had published extensive video documentation of its drone strikes, and because the war's outcome, the decisive defeat of a conventionally equipped army by drone-intensive operations, was so clearly at odds with the assumptions that most military establishments had been operating under. The assumption that drones were primarily a reconnaissance tool, or that they could be used for targeted killing in permissive environments but not for conventional military operations, was definitively refuted in 44 days of fighting in the South Caucasus. Military establishments from the United States to China to Turkey to India analyzed the footage and the outcome and began revising their assessments of how much drone capability they needed, what kinds of air defense systems could intercept the relevant drone types, and how ground forces should be organized and dispersed to reduce their vulnerability to drone surveillance and strike. The Ukrainian military's subsequent performance against Russian forces using TB2 drones to destroy Russian armored columns in the early stages of the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022 applied lessons that the Nagorno-Karabakh War had provided. The specific convoy that changed drone warfare forever, the Armenian military vehicle convoys that were filmed and destroyed by Azerbaijani drones in a series of strikes that became definitive video evidence of the new warfare, was not a single event but a pattern. The repeated destruction of vehicles that were visible and stationary or slow-moving on roads in the South Caucasus. The pattern, repeated across 44 days, established that the integration of persistent surveillance and precision strike in the form of armed drones had changed the tactical equation of conventional warfare in ways that the previous decade's limited drone operations had suggested but not confirmed. The new warfare. The Second Nagorno-Karabakh War was the first conventional military conflict in which armed drones played a decisive role, not a supporting role, not a supplementary capability, but the primary instrument of battlefield success. It will not be the last. The proliferation of drone technology, the Turkish TB2, is available for export at a price point accessible to many states. Smaller commercial drones modified for military use are even cheaper. Loitering munitions are being developed and deployed by dozens of countries, means that the technological advantage that Azerbaijan demonstrated in 2020 is becoming available to an increasing number of military forces. The implications for conventional military doctrine for how armor, artillery, and infantry are organized and employed in an environment where persistent drone surveillance and precision drone strike are available to both sides are still being worked out. The Ukrainian War of 2022 onward is the largest conventional military conflict to be fought in the drone era, and its tactical evolution, the counter-drone measures, the use of electronic warfare, The adaptation of ground forces to the new surveillance environment is the most extensive real-world experiment in the new warfare that the Nagorno-Karabakh War first demonstrated at operational scale. The convoy that changed drone warfare forever was followed, in the years immediately after, by conflicts in which the lesson was applied in conditions of increasing complexity and increasing scale. The Second Nagorno-Karabakh War is to drone warfare what the Spanish Civil War was to strategic bombing or what the 1973 Yom Kippur War was to anti-tank missiles. The first full-scale demonstration, in conditions of real combat between real military forces, of a new weapon system's capacity to change the character of conventional warfare. The Bayraktar TB2 drone that was Azerbaijan's primary strike system in the Second Nagorno-Karabakh War is manufactured by Baker Makina, a Turkish company founded by the family of Selçuk Bayraktar, who married Sumi Erdoğan, daughter of Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, in 2016. The success of the TB2 in Azerbaijan and subsequently in Ukraine produced enormous commercial demand. By 2022, the TB2 had been purchased by approximately 20 countries. The family company that changed drone warfare is also the son-in-law's company. History distributes its consequences through networks that are not always purely military. The Drone Age: How Drone Technology Will Change War and Peace, Michael Boyle, 2020. Chapter 99. The Capital That Refused to Fall in 3 Days. The Battle for Kyiv, 2022. The Expectation. When Russian forces crossed into Ukraine from the north, east, and south on February 24, 2022, the largest military invasion of a European country since the Second World War, the expectation in Moscow, and in many Western capitals, was that Ukraine's resistance would be brief. Russian military intelligence had assessed that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky would flee, that the Ukrainian government would collapse, that Ukrainian forces would be unable to resist the combination of Russian air power and armored columns advancing from multiple directions, and that a friendly government could be installed in Kyiv within 72 to 96 hours. The American intelligence assessment, which was largely correct about the Russian military's intentions and dispositions, also assessed that Ukraine was unlikely to be able to resist for more than a few days. Western governments offered Zelensky evacuation. He refused with the line that he needed ammunition, not a ride. The specific decision by Zelensky to remain in Kyiv, to broadcast his presence, and to organize and personally embody Ukrainian resistance was the first of the decisions that made the Russian expectation wrong. The Russian columns that advanced toward Kyiv from the north, from Belarus and from Russian territory, were the most visible and the most symbolically significant of the multiple axes of the Russian invasion. If Kyiv fell, the political objective of the operation, the installation of a government that would align Ukraine with Russia and away from NATO, would be achieved. The defense of Kyiv was therefore not merely a military objective but the political center of gravity of the entire conflict. The defense. The Ukrainian defense of Kyiv in the first weeks of the Russian invasion drew on several factors that the Russian planners had not adequately assessed. Ukrainian forces had been training and equipping since the Russian seizure of Crimea and the Donbass conflict of 2014 to 2015, with significant assistance from Western military advisors who had specifically prepared them for a larger Russian invasion. The specific training included anti-tank warfare, the use of Javelin anti-tank missiles and other anti-armor weapons that could destroy Russian armored vehicles, and urban defense techniques. The Russian armored column that advanced south from Belarus along the highway toward Kyiv was stopped and destroyed over several days of fighting north of the city. The specific mechanism of the column's destruction: anti-tank missiles, artillery, drone strikes using Turkish TB2 drones that the Ukrainian military had acquired before the invasion, was the same combination that Azerbaijan had used in the Nagorno-Karabakh War. The Russian armored vehicles that had been expected to roll into Kyiv were instead abandoned on the highway, photographed and filmed by journalists who recorded the most iconic images of the war's early weeks. The Russian logistics failure, the inability to maintain the fuel, ammunition, and food supply to the advancing columns over the distances required by the operation, was as significant as the Ukrainian resistance. Russian military doctrine had been built on the assumption of rapid operational success, The supply arrangements that were adequate for a 72-hour operation were inadequate for a weeks-long campaign. Russian vehicles that ran out of fuel were abandoned. Russian soldiers who ran out of food resorted to stealing from Ukrainian civilians. The gap between the Russian military's capabilities and the operational plan's requirements was exposed within days of the invasion's beginning. The withdrawal and its legacy. On March 30, 2022, Russian forces began withdrawing from the Kyiv area, announcing that the withdrawal was a goodwill gesture to facilitate peace negotiations. The withdrawal followed weeks of military failure. The Russian columns north of Kyiv had been repulsed, had stalled, and had been subjected to continuous Ukrainian attack. The goodwill gesture was the diplomatic framing of a military retreat, and it was recognized as such by both Ukrainian and Western observers. The withdrawal from the Kyiv area and from Chernihiv and Sumy in the northeast did not end the war, which shifted its primary focus to the Donbass and southern Ukraine. What the defense of Kyiv had achieved was the preservation of the Ukrainian state. The government that Russia had expected to fall in 72 hours was still in place, still governing, still receiving Western military and financial assistance, still organizing the resistance that had defeated the initial Russian operational concept. The specific weapons that had proved decisive in the battle for Kyiv, the Javelin anti-tank missiles, the TB2 drones, the NLAW anti-tank rockets, became the basis of the Western military aid package that continued throughout the war. The defense of Kyiv established both that Ukraine could resist Russian military power and that Western military equipment was effective against the Russian military. Both conclusions shaped the political decisions about how much support to provide Ukraine and what kinds of weapons to supply. The war and its meaning. The battle for Kyiv, which lasted approximately 35 days, from the beginning of the Russian invasion to the withdrawal of Russian forces from the Kyiv area on March 30, 2022, was a decisive military event in a war that was still ongoing when this book was written. Its significance in military history is already clear. It was the battle that demonstrated that the Russian military's operational capacity did not match its reputation, that determined resistance by a prepared defender could stop an invasion that had been expected to be overwhelming, and that the specific combination of anti-tank weapons and drones that had been demonstrated in the Nagorno-Karabakh War was decisive in the European context as well. The broader significance of the battle for Kyiv, for European security, for the future of NATO, for the relationship between Russia and the West, for the international order whose principle of territorial integrity the Russian invasion had violated, was still being determined when this book was completed. Wars of this scale, fought in Europe for the first time since 1945, produce consequences that extend far beyond the military outcome of specific battles. The capital that refused to fall in 3 days refused because its president refused to flee, because its soldiers refused to surrender, because its citizens refused to accept the occupation that the Russian plan assumed would be accepted, and because the weapons provided by Western governments and the training provided by Western military advisors had given the Ukrainian military the capability to resist. None of these factors was sufficient alone. Together, they were sufficient to make the Russian expectation wrong. The battle that changed the expectation is the battle that changes everything that follows from the expectation. The capital that refused to fall in 3 days has been refusing to fall for the duration of this book, and as long as it refuses, the war's outcome remains undetermined. President Zelensky's decision to remain in Kyiv after the Russian invasion began was communicated to the world through a selfie video recorded on a smartphone on the streets of Kyiv on the night of February 25, 2022, the second night of the invasion. The video, shot by Zelensky himself with other members of the Ukrainian government visible behind him, was viewed by tens of millions of people and became one of the defining images of the war's early days. The leader of a country under invasion, recording himself on his phone on a street in his capital city, refusing to flee, the image was as significant as any military development of the war's first week. The Russo-Ukrainian War, The Return of History, Serhiy Plokhy, 2023. Chapter 100. What Battles Cannot Decide. A Final Reflection. The pattern across 100 battles. 100 battles, spanning 25 centuries from Marathon to Kyiv, from the Persian fleet burning in the Straits of Salamis to the Russian armor burning on the roads north of Kyiv. The scale changes from the thousands at Marathon to the millions at Stalingrad, but the essential character of battle remains: people killing each other in the service of objectives that the killing may or may not achieve, producing consequences that the killers may or may not have intended. The 100 battles in this book were selected because they changed the world. The claim deserves scrutiny. Battle changes the world by deciding, in the specific and unambiguous way that only physical force can decide, who controls territory, who governs populations, and whose political project survives to be implemented. The Athenian victory at Marathon decided that Greek civilization would not be absorbed into the Persian Empire. The Mongol defeat at Ain Jalut decided that the Mongol advance would stop at Egypt. Waterloo decided that Napoleon's European project was over. These decisions were real, consequential, and would not have been made the same way without the battles that made them. But battles also failed to decide. The First World War's battles Verdun, the Somme, Passchendaele decided nothing about the political questions that had produced the war, produced millions of casualties without producing the political settlement that the killing was supposed to compel, and ended only when the parties were exhausted rather than when either side had achieved its objectives. The Vietnam War's battles Ia Drang, Hue, the countless firefights of a decade of counterinsurgency were consistently won by the American military and collectively failed to achieve the political objective that the military operations were supposed to serve. What battles decide and what they don't. The pattern that emerges from 100 battles is this: battles decide military contests, they do not necessarily decide political contests. A battle can determine which army controls a piece of territory or which fleet controls a stretch of ocean. It cannot by itself determine whether the political order that the winning army represents will be stable, legitimate, and durable. The political order is made by the things that come after the battle: the treaties, the institutions, the choices of governance, the treatment of the defeated, and not by the battle itself. The battles that produced the most durable political consequences are the battles that were fought in the service of political objectives that were, in themselves, coherent and achievable. Waterloo produced a European settlement that lasted a century because the concert of Europe that followed it was a coherent framework for managing great power relations. The Six-Day War produced territorial changes that are still being contested 50 years later because the political question of what to do with the occupied territories was never resolved. The military victory was decisive, the political consequence was inconclusive. The battles in this book that changed the world most lastingly are not necessarily the most dramatic or the most costly. Solferino, a battle that is less famous than Waterloo or Stalingrad, produced the Geneva Conventions that have governed the conduct of war for a century and a half, a consequence more durable than most military victories. The Battle of the Downs, a naval engagement that most of the world has never heard of, established Dutch commercial supremacy that shaped the development of capitalism and the financial institutions that followed it. The soldiers and what they knew. Every battle in this book was fought by specific people, men and women who were born in specific places, who had specific families and specific fears, who knew or did not know why they were fighting, who died or survived with specific wounds, physical and psychological, who carried the battle forward in their memories for the rest of their lives, or who left no memories at all. The aggregated casualty figures: the 300,000 at Verdun, the 2 million at Stalingrad, the 57,470 on the first day of the Somme, are real numbers, but they are not, finally, the right way to understand what battles cost. The right way to understand what battles cost is to begin with one person, Private Henry Williamson of the London Rifle Brigade, who is real and whose experience was real, who wrote in his diary on November 11, 1914, the day after his first experience of trench warfare, "I am a soldier now." The transformation that warfare produces in the people who experience it, the specific change from the person who entered the battle to the person who emerged from it, if they emerged, is the human substance of military history, and the aggregate numbers that military history uses to describe battles are the sum of individual transformations that no aggregate can adequately represent. The battles that changed the world changed it through the specific decisions and specific actions of specific people who did not, in most cases, know that they were making history. The generals who planned the battles knew something of what was at stake. The soldiers who fought them usually knew only what was directly in front of them. History is made at the level of the general, it is experienced at the level of the soldier. Both levels are real, neither is complete without the other. The next battle. The 100 battles in this book end with the battle for Kyiv in 2022, which was ongoing when this book was completed. The next battle, whatever and wherever it is being planned by someone, somewhere, who believes that military force can achieve a political objective that other means cannot. The belief is sometimes correct. The battle that follows is sometimes necessary. But the 100 battles in this book are also, cumulatively, an argument for the costs of the belief, for the price that is paid, in lives and in the consequences that battles cannot control, when military force is used to decide what diplomacy and politics have failed to resolve. The study of military history is not, finally, an argument for war or against it. It is an argument for understanding, for recognizing what battles actually decide and what they cannot decide, for seeing clearly the gap between the objectives that battles are fought for and the consequences that battles produce, for taking seriously the human cost of the decisions that begin battles and the human experience of the people who fight them. The battles that change the world will be followed by battles that change the world further, in directions that cannot be fully predicted from the battles that precede them. The world that the 100 battles in this book made is the world that the next 100 battles will remake. The only thing that is certain is that the people who fight those battles will be, like the people who fought the battles in this book, specific human beings with specific fears and specific hopes, carrying the weight of the history that the battles before them made, and adding to it the weight of the battles they are fighting now. History does not end. It accumulates. The battles continue. This book was completed in 2024. Since the battle for Kyiv in 2022, the war in Ukraine has continued. Conflicts have continued or begun in Gaza, in Sudan, in the Sahel, and in other places where the specific human beings who fight them are experiencing what the people at Marathon and Salamis and Kani and Crécy and Breitenfeld and Waterloo and Gettysburg and the Somme and Stalingrad and Ia Drang experienced, the specific, irreducible, personal experience of battle, which no history book including this one can fully convey, and which every history book that takes the subject seriously must try. The history of warfare is the history of human beings at their most extreme, their most courageous and their most brutal, their most organized and their most chaotic, their most purposeful and their most confused. It is the history of the world as it has actually been made, by the specific means by which human beings have, throughout recorded time, decided what is worth fighting for and what is not. The 100 battles in this book are the 100 moments when that decision was made in the most consequential possible way. The complete book is available in our store, link in the description below. Subscribe for more history, and we'll see you in the next one.